What's up, banditos? We just jumped in here. I'm rolling with my boy Epic Gambit. Gonna have some others join us too here in a few minutes. But yeah, floor 10 farm. These guys are the masters. So let me make sure I got the right grenade. It's been a while since I've done this, so I don't know how everything's set up. But I didn't have to kill myself. Oh, that's because Reaper joined in. And Reaper's in the house. What up? So I'll show you guys. We'll talk about builds in a second, but we're gonna be going pretty quickly because we're gonna be farming red stars here. So
immediate medical assistance needed.
And I don't kill myself very often, so it always takes me a second. Like, how do I kill myself? What do I do to kill myself? All right, what's going on, everybody? So yeah, we're gonna be farming so a little bit more of this golden bullet fun stuff. So we're on floor 10, and it looks like he's got it set to legendary. So these guys are really good at doing this, as you can tell by their watches. And so I'm sort of just riding along. But let me see, we will be jumping in chat. Let me see if I got these. They might not have a chat set up yet. Let me see. I can create a group chat. Let me do that so that these guys can start a party. I'll start a party because it's hard for people to invite me to parties. So I have it blocked because there's a bunch of weirdos out there. Like you guys, you're all weirdos. No, it's funny actually. You know, when streaming, you get people like sending you these spams. So, all right, I'm gonna switch over here real quick. Give me a second. All right, I'm in the party chat. What's going on, boys? Epic Reaper, can you guys hear me? Did I get in okay?
Yep.
All right, I'm in the party chat. What's going on? And we're live. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. Say what up, everybody. Say what up.
Hey, what's up?
So, yeah, well, let's just go for it. I'm on your pace here, Gambit. So, I got my the striker little build, so we can just run and talk shop.
Oh, it's Chunga.
So we're just getting rolling here. So how many red stars you guys got so far for this event? Gambit.
Today? I don't count them for today, but...
You over 500?
Well, I spend them because I don't trust these bastards. I've done 97 today.
Woo, that's impressive.
I spent
400. I spent 400 this morning. I'm on 97 already today.
How long does it take you to spend 400? Probably takes you longer to spend them than to earn them.
Caches. 20 exotic caches.
Oh, you go for the exotics. Yeah, I see why.
for the exotic parts, but when you start going to like E20.
Yeah, because now it's going to be E21 in a minute, right? Yeah, make sure you got your TVs bolted on and your monitors bolted onto your desk really well, because we got an explosive build in here that shakes shit up. Why not coming? This guy's bailing. He's leaving the fight. Oh, I'm down. Yeah, it's explosives. Thank you, sir. So, Gambit, you were saying that for Legendary, it's not as efficient to do the oxidizer. They kind of just run through it. Is that what goes on? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I had to reset my sound here. It was,
I was gonna say I don't even know if they hear what we're saying.
yeah.
Another chunga.
Yeah, I love being this close to him.
I'll try to shut the dogs down.
I'll take him. You do the dog catcher thing.
Dogs are done.
There we go. And X. So I know total. Gambit's got me, and I have 1100, so I know he's got to be in the.
Oh, that's insane! 1,100 red stars.
15.
I'm over here feeling good.
Yeah,
I like
but
140
that's for the
red
whole
stars or
week.
whatever I got. You know
No,
what I mean?
that's for the whole week. Yeah. So it's funny because everybody in the clan knows why. If like we pop in, we don't even have to get in chat. If we pop in and then we immediately pop out, we trained them enough. They already know. Oh, sorry, I'm putting the connector, or I'm putting the global bin on. So they'll turn it off. They know we're farming stars. Yeah, so we'll carry you, but we're going for stars, right?
Yeah.
Hang on. Don't worry. I'll take him out. Boys. Ready here.
Yeah, just get us that XP.
Yeah,
It seems like it's. I mean, you know, I'm not super experienced with 410. Basically, I've only done it with U-Reaper for the most part. Maybe one other time. It seems a little more pain in the ass this way, a little bit. Should I run a build that makes it a little more?
No.
It's 820,000 XP though.
They're a little amped up.
Yeah.
We're done. We're done. You don't have to pick anybody up.
Yeah, they're. Hang on, let me switch my.
Should I run a different build though, like non? Hit.
So you could run what it. So you could run.
Because I
what
ran out of
it
ammo. I bled out and I got hit with explosives, like a bunch of like kind of a really annoying things. Like
So.
I use all
right,
four
so
of my
here's
med kits. You know what I mean?
Here's why though. The very first run. So you just joined. So the first run, you're going to start off with no ammo, no nothing, no med kit. Now from now on, they're going to be sitting on the ground, and you're going to be full from now on. Now, as far as your build, you can run whatever you want. But if you did, so there's pros and cons there. If you did Weapon X, I mean, you can do your. It would help for when we get Chungus. It slowed us down because we were dealing with Chungus, right? But if you were doing Weapon X, you can break his armor. As soon as we break his armor, our mortars wipe it. And the only deal is you got to remember, you got to kill yourself.
Yeah, the Weapon X is kind of hard to do that, but I can do it.
Well, the foundry is you can't kill yourself. So you can't use game over.
A glass cannon chest piece and then sticky bomb yourself.
So you could. That's a great idea. What you could do is you could put perfect blend on.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And now you got, because that doesn't make you immune. And because you have glass cannon on that, you'll be fine. But if you had game over on, we'll still be sitting here next Christmas before you kill yourself.
Okay, I don't remember what I had on that build anymore. I've already moved on.
So it was 4 pieces striker. Your chest piece was Sesco.
No, I mean the. Okay, let me just run how I have it. Just keep it simple. I'm good. All right, let's go.
All right. So if you want,
there's some debate doing this, whether it's better on legendary or on heroic or challenging, and you're doing more cycles for the same levels. My mindset is, at least on legendary, you're getting decent loot.
Good call.
Versus four runs of heroic or challenging and shitty loot. Right. That's my only thought.
Well, my thought, I 100% agree with that. I think the part that changes for me is literally the build that you would run. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so this is gonna be a little, because you know, you got these guys, they do escape. You get hit with the wrong explosive and bleed out, you know. I don't know. That was only my first run, so we'll see.
High risk target detected.
Because I like that too, because at this stage, like, I don't really need the XP. I prefer the better gear, actually. You know, as a more experienced player, but... that doesn't really need any XP anymore. You know what I mean? I mean, it's nice to have for resources, but oh, I got dogs in here right next to me. What up, dog?
What's up, dog?
What up, dog? Why you mad dogging me, dog? He's literally mad dogging me.
Mad, bro?
Staring at me with this fucking laser.
Come at me, bro.
Laser thing.
Out there.
Somebody says that we have to kill ourselves before the last NPC. Why would we do that?
No.
I think that's a misconception, isn't it?
If you want to hold the floor 10 checkpoint, but
Yeah.
then you don't get that 800.
But you don't get that.
you need
You don't get the
XP, it's
XP. You don't
important,
get
isn't
the
it?
gear. So what it is there's a lot of people who don't quite understand. And
They always bark the loudest. I don't know.
yeah. So they don't ultimate. This must be right. Well, here you go. You're recording it, so you can see how fast we go through it. You can't do. It's the same thing like how we used to do floor 100, right?
Yeah.
Is you used to have people. Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You leave the group before the very last hunter's dead, or you just kill. So like in the military, we go. Well, that's a technique. It's not the preferred technique, but it is a technique. You can do it that way. It's kind of like what we were just talking about, the difference between legendary and heroic, right? If we're gonna be in here, you might as well. Let's say you only keep one item out of every run or every other run. Wouldn't you rather that one item be a really rare god roll piece than 3 or 4 shitty pieces that maybe you could find some use for later? Well, because we boil it all down to what's the best use for our time, what's the most efficient use for our time. And this is not a difficult thing for us, so well, we might as well do it.
I mean, our strategy, if you guys haven't picked up on it already, and since our stream has only been like 5 minutes, is that let Gambit do all the work.
Well, I think you're not. Maybe it's because I'm right next to the door. You don't see what I'm doing.
I'm just teasing.
Oh yeah. So
You got that
now
what build. I see those hits from those explosives, and it's like wham. It's like 20% left in that end.
I am still blown away. I was doing this. You and Gambit were on break. I mean, I was helping some people for an hour or so, and we had probably 8 or 9 people cycle through, and I am still flabbergasted when I'm explaining. You know, after the 3rd time, the name guy comes out, not the main door. You know what's going on. No, not everyone's looking at the main door, and you explain it, and people are looking at you like you have something growing out your forehead, and they're like, "No," because I would have heard of that. That plays nothing into it. So they'll argue, and about 20 seconds later, just to prove it to you, I'll look this direction and watch. Nothing to happen. And the name guy comes out that door.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that worked? Yes, it worked.
It's the weirdest thing too. It's a weird mechanic. I remember my first beer.
Just one time at band camp.
Agent down.
So do we have all 10 directives on, or is it?
It's only
We got
7.
8 or 7. Yeah,
7.
we don't have the skilled ones on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No skill and no pistolero, so that you can still shoot. Otherwise, it's a pain in the ass to find ammo.
All right, so we're at 7542, and we did, since I jumped in, basically 3 clears, and we got 3 levels. So definitely a level per clear, huh? Consistent?
It's 826,000 XP a clear. So if
You should be getting a little over 2.
A little over 2.
If we turn Pistolero on, it would be an extra 60K. So that's why I don't see it being worth having Pistolero on for 60,000.
Yeah. Because if one of these guys gets loose, oh look at that, the name guy came through the main door. Imagine that. But yeah, that's why. Hey, go away. Yeah, when we're both running this though, like during the Hollywood, there'd be like 8 or there'd be between 5 and 8 dudes froze in the air, right here at the door, because they all go flying in the air. Tux, you doing okay back there? You look red. Okay.
That was fast. A lot faster that way, huh?
That's usually, like, when we get in the swing of things, that's usually how it is. I know you, the answer's probably no, but do you need a tardigrade?
No.
Immediate medical
I
assistance
need the component.
Agent incapacitated.
I need 1,000 components myself.
I'm kidding.
Agent
I'm kidding.
I need 1,000 components myself. It's such an overwhelming number. I don't know if the rest of you guys are like that, but it's such an overwhelming number. Like, I don't even care. You know what I mean? I'm not a big, the expertise is, I don't even care. It's just like, no way.
Well, okay, yeah, I absolutely, but once
daunting.
you, like I said, Gambit and I made like an Excel spreadsheet with step-by-step. This is what, each day I updated it and was posting it. Like, this is the fastest, because we had like 2 low-level guys, and we're talking like sub 100, sub 200 level shade guys, and they got all the way to expertise 15. All they did was each day log on and look at the spreadsheet I made, because for the first 5 or 6 days, you were getting kill XP doubled or tripled, and so I was telling them, put 6 brands of shit. I don't give a shit if you've never worn it before. I don't care. Put 6 pieces of who gives a shit 511. Make sure all 6 pieces are the same, because you were getting bonuses per multiple of the same item, right? And I said, I will cart you through, because I was having to do this shit too. I was like, I will cart you through DUA. And we weren't doing it on heroic or legendary, we were doing it on challenging. And so if you were in a 4-man group, on challenging, and you had if you had 3, we figured it out, you could have done 3-3, so 3 brand pieces. You could have been proficient running by the boss fight of DUA. And if you were running double, like if you were running double M4s, like if you were running double police M4s, you had to run it twice. But if you think about it in the grand scheme of things, so you're talking half an hour, M4 would be off the board, right? So you ran DUA twice. If before you cleared DUA the second time, that would be, M4 would be off the list. And so we literally had guys who literally all they did was log on, look at the spreadsheet or the PowerPoint that I had posted. Okay, this is what's getting us like now, and we were sure, like, and I had like in big bold letters, do not do this. Like, don't expertise level your freaking gear pieces, right? And then we, it seemed like 2 or 3 times a week, we'd have to explain, look, if you better love that chess piece and you play with it forever, because you're not expertising all Wyvern chess pieces or all, it's only that one. Okay, so skills were different. It's skills and specializations. It didn't matter on which tune you leveled it up. If once you leveled it up, it played and you got it to expertise whatever, it was that level across all 4 tunes. But that was it. So exotics, so if like for game over and then for my striker build, just because I got my chameleon and my capacitor on one character to E19, when I log in with another character, it won't be E19. So only the skills and specializations transfer between tunes. Everything else was that one piece. And there was a lot of heartbreak from some of the content creators when they figured that out.
Well, one of the things that has me going is, I feel like they're gonna nerf,
You think they're gonna claw?
Yeah, I think they're going to. I'm doing these. It's just the amount of exotics is, I think, unreasonable, and it's really frustrating. When I've had this happen to me, I'm sure you guys have had it too, where you invest all this time into this, farming for all those exotics and upgrading shit, and then they nerf it or they make it less difficult to fewer exotics or whatever. And you're like, fuck, that was a grind.
Yeah.
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 Or they
Can't
go
say
and
that's
take an
never happened.
exclusive exotic and throw it into
Yeah.
the pool so that anybody
Exactly.
can get it.
Like
So
the
why the
Lady
hell
Death
did
was
we
one of
get
those. Like I
ourselves
tried to
in
get that Lady Death for days, man, and I remember farming named bosses, and it would never come, and then they put it in a loophole.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
You'd have to go chase Adam and Eve down for fuck all ever, and it never came up.
yeah, exactly.
Man, the comments on the stream are going by so fast I can't even read them. Oh. So, yeah, Gambit, so last night, early this morning, depending on how you want to call it, Banana Brood, or whatever, he saw my shade level and was, what the hell, 42,000, that's full. So his very first comment on there is 70,000? Is that guy touch grass? What the hell's going on?
That's the standard response.
I think that's what's it's the summit has been a blessing, huh? And for that reason, there's like nothing like the summit when it comes to SHD farming.
Oops.
Huh? Good hit.
Killed him.
Good hit.
I got the kill with the demo launcher at close range.
That's silly. Oh yeah, so I know you know this, but just for the audience. So yeah, the other thing about having the noob tube, right? If it's in your hand and you get the gold bullet, so we'll get in here and you'll see it every once when you hear the thunk, 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 thunk. He's using the noob tube, and he'll do 8 or 9 shots, and you know 8, 9, 10, 12 shots in a row. Well, he keeps getting every other shot he's refilling it because it's in his hand and he's killing somebody with a golden bullet. So he's got like he's never running out of shots for the noob tube. Ooh, I'm getting jammed somehow.
System forward.
Man, I'm staring at the door good. That boss keeps coming out over there though.
There's got to be 2 of us coming up. Yeah, at least 2 of us have to be looking at that door.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it may not just be your fault. It's probably one of us.
Well, yeah.
And I've been blaming everything that goes wrong in the game on Reaper lately, so.
Oh yeah,
he's been a great patsy. He's taking it like a champ.
That is nothing new. If it went wrong, it was my fault. If I did something right, I got lucky. So, Axion, yeah, that is a technique that what you and Dr. James were doing, that is a technique. This is just faster for us. Okay, a perfect example, right? So, Axion, you're saying you and Dr. James do it that way with the DPS and the status?
Received.
I wasn't going to take over the comms, but yes, you can do it that way. However, as soon as you get a chunga or a dog, you have to wipe, right? Well, the way that Gambit and I are doing this, we don't. It doesn't matter if a dog comes through here or chungas or what, we can still just wipe them. I mean, we just blow them off we can just kill them, right? So we don't have to avoid content depending on what comes out the door.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
you be hypercritical either. It's just gotta play.
Oh no, it's like no, they were just saying, hey, this is the way we run it.
Unless you're trying to break
it's
a
kind of
world
like
record or something. I mean.
Oh no, yeah, what can we do the most relaxed? Like if you notice, like Tux and Gambit, we're not chasing anybody around. Nobody's yelling at everybody.
Fun. Keep it at a pace where you have a good conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Talk shop.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing, right? It's
what
not.
What were you looking for, Reaper? Grupo?
Grupo, yeah. Grupo yellows. Knees and hands.
Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
Knees and toes.
Latina has blessed us with her presence. Everybody,
Oh
bow to
my
Princess
goodness, look
Latina.
at that. Wow,
She's joined us on YouTube.
Showed up.
Hell, Jesus, it is a holiday, a day that shall be cherished forever. We are blessed with Latina's presence. All hail the Queen.
Devil Trigger's asking, hey, can you use these in in-game content? Yes, we already had these builds before. So we're using, this is our normal demo build.
Yeah, I could do a quick rundown on the build if you guys want to let me take a minute to do that. I'll broadcast the build.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, just show Gambits, because mine, I'm missing, on this tune, I'm missing 2 pieces.
Okay, hold up a
because
sec.
I deleted them.
So I'll start with mine just for, I'm first on the list here. So I'm running this, now I've made an adjustment. So because this is the perfect blend build, and it's amazing. I've been running it all week basically. But I made one change just for the Summit Floor 10. I'm wearing the Force Multiplier, and that's because we're killing ourselves, so it doesn't make sense for me to work on trophies, right? So, but the original build is the Memento. So that's the original build, okay? And so the only thing I've changed is I'm just putting on the Force Multiplier because we're killing ourselves. Anyways, it's 4-piece striker hack into a skill build. I love it. It's actually one of my favorites. And the idea of this build is to bring your skills in balance with your gun, or your gun in balance with your skills. So it's 6 skill tiers. Now, normally we're running the mementos, and there's that whole discussion. But either way, as we have it, it's skill damage, skill haze. Actually, this should be crits. I got the wrong piece there, actually. Anyways, crits all the way around. Crit chance, crit damage, crit chance, crit damage. And this should actually be crit, so I got the wrong piece. Should look like that. There we go. I knew something felt off. Do I have the right amount of crit damage? Sorry, just totally broke my flow. Let me fix that real quick. 54, 159, we were okay. So anyways, I'll move that back. But you just want crits everywhere. This is the formula, skill tier and then crits everywhere. And then I got this Cheska chest piece, obviously to meet that threshold. And then it's crits everywhere, glass cannon. So this is a play from cover more. And then kind of just blast the whole playfield from a single position if you can. And then everything looks the same otherwise. And of course, this is normally the Memento except for this floor. And then both ballistic skills. So it's tier 6 skills, technician, and the capacitor. So anyways, we've been running this all week. We ran it last night, and we've been testing it thoroughly against some of the other builds. It's really interesting. The time to kill is really fast. We'll have that discussion later. Okay, so let's show Gambits. He's got so let's see.
Yeah, Gambit and I run the same thing. Yeah.
So he's running looks like one of the strongest builds, explosive builds in the game. So double Grupo is usually part of that equation. There's different ways you can do this a little bit, but the way he's done it is he's also rolls into bleed, which not everybody does. And I think that's what kind of makes this one a little bit unique.
No, I've changed.
Oh, have you changed it? Okay. Scratch that.
Yeah,
scratch
yeah.
that.
This is different. We changed it up. Yeah.
More skill
changed
damage.
it.
Okay, I saw the status effects that's somewhere. I don't know why. Oh yeah, there it is. But he's okay. All in the explosive damage. So 1-piece China, 2-piece Grupo will give you that 30% total explosive damage, and then he's pulling more explosive damage off of Demolitionist, of course, which is also giving him the artillery turret, and so that's his primary there, is to just blow everything up. And then he's got his secondary explosives coming out of the clusters, and then he's running the waveform, which is teeter-tottering that 30% weapon damage between his 2 skills, glass cannon, and then tech support on the back. So after his first kill, he boosts that by 25% for 20 seconds, which is probably one kill is probably the last duration of a whole floor 10. So this is a ton of help. So he's helping us out a ton in clearing out all that content. So there's not much to pretty much see on the stats. It's no crit chance or crit damage. There's no survivability in there in the form of like armor regen or anything. And then yeah, that's the build, and I'll show Reapers later because I can't remember what he said.
No, I'm running the Gambit and I are running the same exact build.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, both explosive builds. Got it. So yeah, Gambits, I've seen a few Gambits now, and one of the other ones he had was a really cool bleed one where he rolled into status effects everywhere. So, and that's because the explosives, you know, give a bleed from the splash damage, and it weakens them a lot, right? And so whatever DPS guy is out there, only a couple of bullets will take out whoever's, you know, still on their feet. So really helpful build. We use it on some of our legendary speed runs. It's sort of like, it does kind of the same thing as kind of a rifle. I mean, it doesn't hold them still, but what it does is it kind of keeps the enemy very distracted from shooting at you. That's, besides the damage, besides the damage, that's one of the helpful things explosive builds do.
Yeah, usually when we bring somebody in that's like not in the clan, and this is the first time they run with us, and we pull this out, you usually can't hear what they're trying to articulate because they're laughing so hard.
Yeah, it's funny. Like we were running some legendary speed runs, and it's so hard to compete with his explosive. I mean, there were a few times we did okay, but they were more rare that we that we even got close to his damage numbers. You know, damn, we filled my proficiency cache quick. Ooh, I got some ninja bikes. Oh right.
Oh yeah,
useful.
You're gonna be you're gonna be pooping caches very quick.
Yeah, because I just cleared them before this, knowing that I would.
Yeah, so it's a little over 2, and then if you get creative with like your challenges, right, with your ascent and whatever challenges, you can get you can land on it and give you 3.5 or 4 if like you clear at the same time that drops whatever. So yeah, you can. You're definitely if you're doing this, you won't have a problem with mats and stuff like that. You're gonna have all the stuff you need.
Protection from elite mobs are popping up everywhere.
See, and all the rolls are pretty decent.
Yeah, they're
too.
pretty good.
That's my thing with challenging or heroic. Like when we run this at this rate and at this speed, and then you have to go run it on challenging with random people, it almost seems like a waste of time and effort for crappy gear.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not a big advocate for. I've never been a big advocate for dropping down to challenging for anything. You know what I mean? Heroic just seems easy enough, but you know when you've been playing the game for a while, obviously. I mean, when the manhunts got boring, when they got real boring after a while, you know, season 4 or whatever, you know, there were times I was like, well, maybe I should just do this on challenges, get it over with, because it's fucking boring.
Seekers out.
But
yeah,
so I'm getting, you know.
So Gambit, my initial is like in the it's in the 4.5, 5.5 million range, and then I've got that bleed. It's at 675. It's around 675 bleed per tick until they're done. So yeah. We're comparing damage numbers. Do not put that fucking dev pulse back here. Yeah, there it is. Hear it? Boom, 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 boom. That's Gambit.
How did you get through that?
There's no multiverse in the Marvel universe.
There's a frickin' red that ran through 4 demo rounds.
Oh yeah. And then he came up behind me and slapped me. I didn't want to waste a round because I was like, oh, I thought you were gonna kill him, so I wasn't gonna waste an artillery round. And he walked right through it.
I guess they're due 1 round every once in a while.
So
about every 10 to 12 runs, like you'll see the dogs levitate. They will literally levitate to that code nest up there. You can't kill something, like bullets go right, they won't register, and then the next run they're back to normal. But about 1 every 10 or 12 runs, they definitely let you know that we are outnumbered. Door. Bullet complete. Boom! Alright, I'm gonna send my seekers back there. Seekers out.
Is that the boss? Yeah.
Yeah. He's in his little, we call that his ring around the road. If we don't get him to come out the main door, he's going there to the left, and he will sit back there and hide, and then pick you off as you come to go get him.
Bleed you out. Huh.
It really sucks when he's a medic and he sits back there.
Door. Yeah, there's no way. All right, we're gonna make sure there is no way you're getting through this. Nice shooting, Tex.
So,
Vital signs critical.
how long does it take you to get to? You said you had 100 before you. I jumped in, Gambit, about 100 stars. How long does it take you to get about 100 stars on average, you guess?
Assistance.
I spent 400 this morning, and I think I'm back up to. I was at 82 when you joined, so that was maybe another.
Agent down.
I don't know.
Hour and a half.
4 hours,
Hour and
three,
eh,
maybe
three-
3 hours.
3
total
hours
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. About 20, 25 stars an hour or shade levels an hour.
I'm at 100. I'm at 107 now. So like
Yeah.
we've done almost 20.
Just since you've been streaming, yeah.
Some events are definitely easier to do than others.
Yeah. What was the? What's the one that? Yeah, what's the one that we can't stand? The one where you got switch shoulders to fire from? Polarity. Can't stand that one.
I can't either.
Holy shit.
Hollywood's kind of. I don't like the one where they're invincible, like completely invincible.
Hollywood's only fun, like because we run this build, and so it's funny to watch them freeze in the air.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're not running an explosive build, like that's because you can't. They don't. It slows you down because time is still passing as they're in the air, right? You can't clear a room until everybody hits the ground. So yeah. All right. I'm gonna send my seekers back there. Hopefully they can get back there. All right, seekers out.
Yeah, he's on his last leg.
Nope, came back. All right, here we go. Door. Yeah, like so the dogs and the chungers, if you're running like status and stuff like that, that's the bane of your existence right there. Are those guys? All right. Yep. Nope. No, I'm getting out of there. Nope. Come on.
We came out.
The damn dogs they're frying my freaking. All right, fine. We'll both boop tube them.
That's a fast rate of explosion there. Are you using your launcher, or is that the?
That's the
I was
launcher.
gonna say, that's
Your rate
fucking
of
fast.
fire goes up and your damage goes up.
Yeah. So when we're both using the boob tube, and we're like cannoning off of each other, right? And so yeah. So he gets that star. He gets that star. He's getting the bonus increase, rate of fire, and it's refilling every time. So he can just sit back. Once he gets 2 or 3 of those, he can just sit back there and fire until everything stops twitching.
The only thing I've found is if you fire too fast, you break it.
Oh yeah, it frees up. Yeah.
Then your rounds just fire and they don't explode.
Yeah.
Then you gotta log out and back in to reset it.
Agent vital signs 0.
Good morning, Dr. Hannes. Black John Wig, Mr. Rob. Yeah, so I'm running the double ballistic skills right now. So I got the turret and the drone. This is the striker build. It's called the Perfect Blend. Same one from yesterday. I just changed the backpack. And that's because we're killing ourselves. So. No survivors.
Hostile has flung out their bullet. High-risk target.
That stubborn boss.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, but you're about to be. Damn. Oh shit! Damn it! You were lit up all yellow. I turned around to make sure this part was clear, and I couldn't make you out because you were dancing on the fire. I thought I was about to drop one on you.
Serious trauma detected.
Okay, the friendly fire directive is not a thing yet.
Oh yeah, no. Go ahead, put that one out there. Watch, they'll put it in there somehow. Crap. Alright, hang on. Alright, hang on. Seeker's out.
Not much of a boss. He's just gonna sit there and hide all the time.
Why you being such a baby? Door. Door. When I'm shooting the dogs, I'm not seeing damage numbers. All right. Is anybody pooping caches? Need to take a second to break it down. Does anybody need a new reliable for your XP stuff?
Yeah, not really. I mean, the answer is probably yes, but I always think like, I'm not gonna make it out down there to donate. I'm gonna have to crush everything.
No, but yeah, but it's a named one, and
Yeah.
those named ones sometimes are a pain in the ass. So I'll pick it up.
I stopped trying.
Agent down.
You're like,
I know. It sounds so demoralizing. I just stopped trying.
10 more minutes, Mom. 10 more minutes.
Just stop trying to.
Well, and
level
did
10,
you see what the cost is to upgrade an item from level 20 to 21?
55.
No, it's 20 exotic components
Oh,
to
my
go
Lord.
from level 20 to level 21.
21. Yeah. So
So
that's them
one more
trying.
percent damage
Agent
is
incapacitated.
20 exotic components.
Yeah, so they're trying to make it so incredibly hard that nobody, you won't go up. They keep letting you do it,
Oh, you're running
but
back.
it's going to be
Like
20% for one.
Nice.
10 exotic components for 1% is getting outlandish, let alone 20. Holy crap.
Jesus.
right,
I mean,
hang on.
think about that's just ridiculous. I mean,
Well, I mean, if you're one of those guys, hey, Tux, I'm going to drop this for you. If you're one of those dudes that got, use that new reliable. If you're one of those dudes that got all those freaking boxes and you got like 300 or 400 exotics, because sure you had that many before. Especially when we were capped at 100, being able to hold 100 or whatever. But yeah, if you've got 500, 600, 700 components, I guess you could do that. That better be one. That better be one. Whatever you're upgrading. I mean, that better be your. That's the only weapon you're using the whole time. Holy crap! Oh shit, that hurt.
High-risk hostile. Vital signs critical.
All right. He's right behind you.
Completed.
Dog's shooting at you from behind. flying drone? What the?
Serious trauma detected.
All right. Ooh, somebody's coming to join the party. Eat that.
I see you there.
Sniper with a golden bullet is not a very fun thing to get hit with, is it?
I'm sure it makes somebody happy. Oh, I heard that. Ding, ding, ding. That had to be you, Jim.
Do you feel like you're kind of in a
ding,
Vegas,
ding, ding, ding.
a Vegas slot? You
I
know,
think that's a slot machine.
Yeah, slot
no,
machine
that's
room.
just Gambit blowing shit up. Gambit, I see that you like the Purge face mask as well.
It's
I know
the most
that's-
ridiculous one
I know.
from this event.
At least you look scary now. The other event, you walk around like a big screaming Laffy Taffy.
Well, that was that
Critical.
half yellow mask.
Oh yeah,
Agent
that
down.
that was yeah.
Five-star killer in the
forget that.
house.
There is so much shit on the ground in here. It looks like Christmas.
Yeah, they gotta nerf that system. Make it a little bit more reasonable. I mean, 10 exotics
needs assistance.
components donated is a ton alone. 10.
Yeah,
10.
for 1%. That's ridiculous.
It's like, But if it goes that way, because I know I'm not alone. There's probably a lot of people that are demoralized by that system. And I was sort of from the get-go, actually, from day one. I was like, yeah, I'm already grinding this game, and that's just gonna, well, I'm just gonna let it happen, you know? But, like, if half the community is demoralized by it, and it's sort of the same way, and they're just like, oh, I'm just gonna let it happen. When it happens, you know? Then you're gonna get such a spread in the community on, like, who's level. You can have such, you know, some people are level 20, some people are level. Or no, it's gonna go probably like this. People are gonna be at level 40, and you're gonna have level 15s, right?
Yeah, I think when Gambit talked me into stopping, because I was like, I had my pedal to the metal for like the first like week. I think I was at 35. I think I was expertise 35, and I still had over 100 items to go to P10. So we did the math, and I was going to hit 40 or 41. But then when people started like making such a big fuss about it, he had brought up, hey, you know, it's 50-50. Maybe they let you keep 40, or maybe they roll you back, and if they roll you back, how much? You know, they can't count all those materials you're donating. Is it worth the risk? And so I just stopped.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a couple of us in a raid. We were all talking, and the raid leader was looking around at our stuff, and he goes, well, we got 2 40s, we have 3 35 pluses, and we've got like, I mean, because you know, all of us were like grinding it hard. But yeah, when stuff like that, that's scary because you want to keep grinding.
Oh, there's
but
a purple there too.
oh yeah.
I didn't see him.
All right, you getting him up? All right.
Yeah, I got the purple and the body.
All right, I got Ding Dong back here.
I trapped in the car.
All right, dipshit's down. Yeah, but that's a scary thing, right? Because
Yeah, you get
you want to keep grinding, but you don't want to be you don't want to lose all those exotics and all the things that you're donating. Especially if you have a really low shade, like if you're below 1,000 shade credits, you just got your watch maxed out, and now you're asking the players to donate every single thing that they have, and it's gonna cost. Man, that's a huge give.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, that is a huge give.
And then you're not going to be optimizing your exotics because you need those components for that too. And now, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then you take it away, right? So yes, those of us that are experienced, we know most of our shit's already okay. But for the newer players that don't have their stuff,
Immediate medical assistance needed.
that don't
Agent
have our
down.
stuff up like that, you're
Agent killed.
asking you're asking them, hey, don't min max your build. We want you to sit here and take those points that you were gonna do to optimize your gear. throw it into this expertise thing. It's probably going to take you 4 to 6 months to get done. So yeah, in 7 months you can start making your builds better. Come on.
Well, and think about there's also like the buyer remorse thing, which causes what do you say? Buyer hesitancy. There's a better word for that. But what I mean is like, I don't want to spend all these resources on the capacitor because what if they give us a better gun in season 10?
Right.
And then I'm never going to use the capacitor again. Yet I spent all these resources on it. You know?
Yeah. So we had those talks, just Gambit and I, and then we had other talks with everybody in the group, and basically what we came to is, I mean, your absolute favorite, then that's what the decision we came to is, what are the exotics, even if they come up with a better one, no matter what, you're still going to use. And we told everybody in the clan, you do whatever you want, it's your shit to spend. We are only going to do 2 or 3 weapons, and then 2 or 3 exotic, 2 or 3 exotic gear parts, right? All the rest of it went to skills. So like our cluster mines,
skills is a great
our
idea.
cluster mines is 20, our artillery is 20, my burn sticky is 20, my burn sticky and my jammer bolt is 20. But these are things that I use several times a day. But with those weapons, like with the exotic weapons, the only 2 weapons I optimized were the chameleon and the capacitor. I've got the door if you can. Yeah, I got the door.
I think we're done. We're done anyways.
Yeah. This should be the last phase.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's easier. I'm not very good at killing myself anyway, so. Better to die the old natural way. All natural.
All natural, baby.
Yeah, like Grumpy is saying too, and like, what about your gear, right? And the measly little armor upgrade you get.
That was the biggest ripoff.
See, that I think they're going to have to change.
Yeah.
I think they need to change that so that your upgrade is either your core choice, so weapon, skill, or armor.
I mean, the only one that I did really, I mean, I did the Coyote just because, like, I guess, but like, was the Memento because it sort of makes a little sense. It's not a lot, but like on some of our builds where we're taking a lot of bleed and damage at the same time, it's just like sometimes that 1 extra tick does keep you alive. It's a little more armor on your Memento since you're getting regen and bonus armor out of it. You know, I guess why not? And plus I wear it so much, just like you were saying. Like, what is that piece that you wear all the time?
I've done a bunch of them because I can't stand the shit falling on the ground.
Yeah.
So I'll go and spend it just to spend protective fabrics, just to put it on something like a. And I've put it on pieces that are weak, like all yellow glass cannon or something like that could use a little bit more armor. But yeah, the amount is negligible. And I've never taken a gear piece past 10 to where it costs exotics.
Yeah, it kind of goes. That conversation, that point that we're just mentioning here about that, it leaks over to the same conversation we had last night about the glass cannon, whether it's worth it or not. You know, it's the same conversation. Basically, like, it's not the armor that keeps you alive at all. It's not, how much damage you take. I mean, trust me, the legendary enemies give you more damage than you can deal with. I promise you, right? Like it's just like it's not your armor or it's not glass cannon that keeps you alive or that kills you. It's more your rate of recovery. So that's why, like, there are some pretty cool glass cannon builds out there that have like really good rates of recovery on them, like armor on kill, right? Like high 20% armor on kill with glass cannon is amazing. But like, what if they gave you that? Like, that would be like some options to spend your upgrades, like, add an extra attribute to your build defensively.
Oh yeah.
What if it was armor regen or bonus armor? Like, add a 5% bonus armor when you're at level 15 or something like that.
Yeah. Oh. Well, no, and originally what they had publicized what they were going to do, we were all for. So what they had said at first was, whatever the core was on the gear, i.e., if you were doing Hannah U, the core skill skill cores. So if you upgraded it, it'd get more skill power. If you were doing a striker set, it's a red core, so you get more weapon damage. Now, so when you go back and think about our striker build, right? Now you can go back and make all 6 of those armor cores, because now if you're upgrading, you're basically getting, it's almost like having multiple mementos on. Because now you've got both blue cores and you've got, as far as number goes, you'll have blue cores and red cores on all times 6 pieces here. And then when it came out and it was, oh no, it doesn't matter what the core nucleus was. We don't care if it's red, yellow, or blue. Even if it's an exotic, you're still only getting blue. Well, we've just spent the past 2.5 years proving most people are wearing too much armor.
Yeah.
So you need power. Well, now you're and think about it, if you're that new player. You're that new player and you don't know the stuff we do. And you're like, absolutely, this is my favorite build right now before the meta changes for the 900th time. Oh, absolutely, I want to put more armor on. And then you don't understand the cost and how hard that's going to be to replace all those mats. And then when you figure it out, you tell me you're not pissed as hell. That's a good way to piss off the community right there.
Yeah.
You talk about buyer's remorse. Oh. Boom. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
Night. I'm so sick of their shots standing me up. It is fun to watch them try to, sprint through your traps though.
It's ridiculous that they make it through the traps.
Okay, and again, we were talking about this we have a new guy that joined the clan, Gambit. Gambit jumped in when I was, giving him the rundown, and we were talking about the floor 100, right? And it's like, so you're telling me for a little over 2 years, we were running floor 100, and we run these same builds, and our shock traps and our our shrapnel traps were dumping dudes instantly. Not we took their armor off and then you had to shoot him and then you had to, no. The shock traps would, a chunga, bring him to his knees and then 1 or 2 shots and he's done. But hey, on floor 10, hey, that's the hardcore shit. They're just sprinting right through these things. You're like, what?
Yeah, I was watching this old stream. It's like 8 months old, where this guy did floor 100 solo. It was really interesting. Casey Samples, what's up, brother? You're not late to the party, man. We're just getting rolling, really. We're just getting warmed up. Conversation's gonna heat up in here. So, anyways, like this floor 10, floor 100. I'm sure you guys have seen it all by now, but like, it was really interesting because of the level of coordination that some people put into these things. But floor 100 solo Nemesis, so I think a 3-piece aces setup, whatever, but he one-shotted each of those 2 hunters that come out. But the level of coordination that is what was interesting, and this shit takes practice, and I'm sure he didn't like nail it every time, but what he did.
It was a nice video though.
Yeah, I think so. He had the PTSU gloves on, right? So he opens the doors, he doesn't go in, right? He tosses out his booster hive. Okay, this level of coordination is like, this is the shit. It's like chewing bubblegum, tying your shoes, and walking at the same time. That's what he basically did. Yeah. So he throws out his booster hive, he overcharges it, he goes into his gear, switches his gloves back to aces, and then what does he do from there? And then he hits the what do you call that stupid thing? The pulse. What's that pulse called again? The one I fucking never use.
Sorry, there was a lot of boom.
Scatter pulse.
No, the one that
scanner pulse or the jammer pulse.
The one that gives you extra headshot damage, basically. Sorry, just drawing a blank on it.
Oh, that's
the Achilles.
Achilles pulse. Sorry, thank you.
Achilles pulse.
Achilles pulse. Yeah, so he hits the Achilles pulse, and then he runs inside that new fresh circle of hive juice, right, from his booster. and then he one taps one of them with his nemesis, charges it, hits the guy on top of his head. Yeah, he's got the little better weapon handling to do that, right? And then fucking taps the other guy, you know? Both while they're throwing grenades at him from cover. And then what happens is he beats it. This is the best part of the video, are the comments. I feel sorry for anybody that puts a video up on YouTube, including myself. The comments. And so, nice editing trick, bro. That was on normal mode, right? Can anybody tell me why he was getting those comments?
Absolutely was not.
It was legendary.
Absolutely was not.
And why was he getting the comments? And everybody was like, nice editing trick, bro. It was on normal mode. And I was like, I feel so sorry for this guy.
It's just like, two, they haven't beaten it. Yeah, so as soon as you beat it, it goes back to whatever your world is.
Yeah.
So if his world was normal, well, he killed everything. Goes back. But again, that goes back to, you know how to do something someone else doesn't, so you've got to be cheating. There's no way you're that smart. There's no way you're better than them. There's no way. So I've got to tear you down because my self-worth is tied up in this game.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about it's just like, hey, can you leave 1% open for the possibilities that this guy might be doing it? Can you at least leave 1%?
Yeah, he might.
Is there a 1% chance that there's something in this game that you don't know, like that the map flips back?
Right.
Like it happens. Doesn't that happen after any legendary? Like when we do District Union Arena, doesn't it say heroic at the top once we finish it?
Oh yeah, it says heroic after we're done. Yeah.
And I always have to tell people that in the comments. It's like, dude, like, I love the conspiracy theories that you come up with. Like there's some big YouTube conspiracy against you personally, and that we're trying to trick you. You know what I mean? But like, there's a whole community, and we do all this stuff live, right? You know, there's no live editing tricks here. Like it's just like
there's no editing.
And I realize videos are edited, and there are possibilities to deceive you, but. You know, like, we're not out to get you, Liz. It's like, it doesn't, you know.
No.
I mean, some people are.
It doesn't benefit us at all to trick you and make you, it's not like we hope you go out and try it our way and then you spend countless hours getting frustrated. Well, why, then what are we doing on 10, 11-hour streams like yesterday? I mean, it was fun, but it wasn't that fun. I mean, it wasn't fun enough to be a joke. But
Well, I gotta ask this question to the community. Who was the guy? There's gotta be one guy that ruined it for everybody, right? Who was it?
Yeah.
Who was the original content creator that gave you such a nasty taste in your fucking mouth? That every content creator or everybody that puts a video on YouTube, because some of these guys aren't content creators, right? They're just speedrunners showing off their fun stuff.
I know you are not actually legitimately asking Gambit and I to answer that question. You are not seriously asking. I mean, we'll give you the answer.
I'm not saying it.
But there's
well, I mean, I know the running hooker doesn't have the best reputation, so, you know. But
TJ Hooker, what?
The running hooker, you guys don't know who the running hooker is? Well,
no.
Use your imagination, think about it. But like, before that. But see, but that person is relatively new, relatively.
They're buddies.
Who was the original guy that gave all of you long-timers such distrust in YouTube videos? You know what I mean? It's before my time.
It must rain a lot where he's at, because he's always got that damn totem. Fuck.
Well, the funny thing is like actually, he doesn't even create content videos, so he still publishes Division 2 videos, but they're not real builds or videos. It's pure booster site videos.
He's got it on there. I am a content creator.
No, they're pure booster site videos. The only reason why he's creating the videos is because they pay him $150 or something like that per video or whatever it is. It's something like that. It's like, and so that's the only reason. So if you notice, you go into like if you follow YouTube content creators, all of them on Division 2, then you'll start to notice like, hey, I've seen this cover before.
Oh yeah.
Well, hey, I've seen this build before. It's from this guy. The same exact build.
He
didn't change anything. He literally republishes the same exact video.
Videos are all the same.
Yeah.
But this is the crazy shit that'll blow your mind. The community still watches them.
Yeah.
The community still watches them.
We've been running together. We will put one of them. We'll have one guy pull one up on their phone. Hey, it's whatever build. Who cares?
Yeah.
We'll have another guy pull another one up. Hey, this is this build. they're not close. It's like they are reading from the same script. They're at Channel 4 News reading the teleprompter. It is the same thing in the same order with the same pause breaks. Like, I know you think you're smarter than everybody else, but you can't possibly think we're that dumb.
Yeah, we're not that dumb. But the problem is that the real problem is like if somebody's putting out bad content, you can't click on it.
No.
And if you know the guy is a clickbaiter, if you think I'm a clickbaiter, don't click on my videos. Don't do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't click. You supporting my video. If you comment on my video, you're supporting me. Whether it's a hateful comment or not. You know what I mean? You clicked on the video, and even if you watched it for 1 second, then you're supporting me. So if you think that guy is a cancer, if you think anybody is a cancer or a plague to this community, then fine, that's your prerogative. Don't support him.
Right.
Don't support him by watching the fucking video. Because I see those videos and I was like, oh my God, this really is horrible clickbait. It's like the worst of the worst of the worst. I get it.
Right.
And it's just like, and it was like, oh my God, he's got
It's
5,000 views on that shit. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's just like, wow.
Well, it's kind of like when we were talking, 3 or 4 months ago. We were talking, hey, dude, am I hating on the game? Am I hating on his game? No. Here's why I get ass burn over it. It's not because someone like you or me or Gambit that knows better, because we just don't click on it, right?
Yeah.
What infuriates me is I've got people in the clan who this isn't just a game and blah blah blah. Like you're talking, and we were absolutely surprised at the age, the mean age at who plays.
Yeah.
You start considering you got the average age is 35 to 40 in here, and this is their stress. This is there so they don't run somebody over in LA traffic.
Yeah.
This is their release, right? And so you get them because you are promising them, hey, have you had all the problems doing this? And are you tired of this? And you tired? Fuck yeah, I hate that shit. I'm tired of getting to the end of the night. This is the build you need. And okay, if that's all it was, you're an idiot. But if you're watching a video and he shows you, see, look at how easy this is. I'm drinking beer and talking at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And then they spend weeks or a month grinding their ass off just to get that one build that you promised will help work. And then not only does it not work as well, they can't make it past the first room on a stronghold because there's no survivability on it. It's one of those, what irks me is, hey man, like we're not talking, like Axiom and I were talking earlier, we're like, hey, and hey, I hope you don't think I'm telling you you're wrong. I'm just saying we run it this way. And he came back and said, oh, no, I understood what you meant. We're not talking, hey, this way's better for us. We're talking what chaps my ass is when you're sitting here making these videos. This is the only build you need for this. And clear your space. And so somebody does. And now all those other pieces that they deleted because they trusted in you, because every video they've ever watched of you, you're the second coming of whatever the fuck the real name of the Doom character, your Master Chief's Reborn, right? Yeah. It's this guy never died. These builds have to work. Look how easy he is. And then, oh no, it's not.
There's gotta be, but you gotta apply a level of common sense when you watch anybody's video, right? Like my video. Like if I'm showing you a build video and it's a 6-minute video, my videos are about 6 or 7 minutes on average, right? So like, and you don't see me die in the video. I'm not advocating, just so you guys know, so disclaimer here, I'm not advocating that the build is immortal. You know what I mean? I'm hoping that you apply a little common sense, saying that, of course sometimes I die and sometimes I fucking don't. You know what I mean? But in a 7-minute video, I'm not gonna give you 3 minutes of all the moments that I did die. Why would you do that?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, is that interesting for you? You want to see that? Show up to my live streams if you want to see unedited gameplay. You know what I mean? All I'm doing is I'm giving you highlights. A build video is a highlight. That's all it is. It's a highlight. And it's absolutely free. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so it's absolutely free. All build videos are free, right?
You don't like the video?
Just don't watch it. Don't like my content, don't watch it. And it should be like that for any Division 2 content. Now, let me tell you, content creator, but let me tell you what the running hooker has discovered. He discovered an anomaly in the system. I don't know if you guys knew that. No, so this guy is like really fucking smarter than you think. He realizes that it doesn't matter how shitty the video is. like after a while,
You're gonna
I
start
mean, you got
watching
to
it.
build up a little bit of a subscriber base or whatever. But he discovered that the Division 2 community is gonna watch it anyways, no matter what.
Yeah.
And the reason why.
No matter.
And that's
what.
why if you listen to his intros, he says leave a comment, even if it's a hate comment, whatever you prefer, because he just wants the comment, because the more you comment, you're gonna promote the video. You're promoting the video. And he's only making the video for the money. He doesn't give a fuck if you like him or not. That's an interesting. It works. It absolutely works. You know what I mean? It's weird, but he discovered that, and so it's sort of genius. You know, not hating at this moment. I'm like saying, like, this guy. I get him. This guy's a genius.
I got him. I got him. You shoot. I got him.
Because it works and it does work for him, and then he allows to do that booster website that's paying him. So he's making a lot of money off that booster website.
The booster website he probably owns.
No, I don't think he does. I don't think he does.
No,
he's the first person I ever saw doing it.
I bet you bought the rights. No, we know. Yeah, the guy that we know that was doing it sold it to somebody.
But
he wouldn't tell us who, but we know he sold it.
It's pretty clever though. This guy, like, he's figured out, and let me tell you why. It's because the Division 2 content community is really small. And our community is crave content, right? I mean, I would love it. I'm sad when I go on YouTube every day looking for a great video, something somebody puts out, whatever,
to spark a new idea. Yeah,
and just to be inspired and be excited, some energy. And there's nothing. It's the same guys, and I'm one of them. You know what I mean? It's just the same guys. It's me. It's you know, nothing but skills comes in and out. You know what I mean? And then Coldboy left, you know. Identities kind of doing here and there. And then
I only see him every once in a while.
MOB is like, you know, he's got this pretty schedule once every couple of weeks. It's been pretty consistent that way. But otherwise, it's really, who is this? It's Kamikaze, it's Wolf, Patrick Wolf, it's me. There's not many. I mean, it's like under 10 people. It's like really, you guys know, you don't realize how fucking small that is. It's like the smallest gaming community on the fucking planet. You know what I mean? It really is, guys. It's
almost
so
like in the
small.
beginning. Yeah, it's almost like in the beginning, like where it was just, you know, Wiz, Marco style, and the Angry Russian, right?
Yeah.
Like it's
the Russian Badger is fucking amazing, dude.
Oh, he cracked my shit
up. I love the Russian Badger.
If you weren't laughing when he was doing his video,
I'm glad you know who he is. Not a lot of people know who he is because he's gotten so big. He's moved on. Like, but he's an absolute amazing content creator. You guys should check out his stuff. He doesn't cover the Division 2 anymore, but he did. But he was hired by Massive or Ubisoft to do it. He's one of those guys. I think he's got like 10 million followers or something like that. So he's massive. And so when any video he puts out breaks 1 million, right? He's that big.
Oh yeah.
And he's
and that's how you know you're doing it right. I mean, you could drop just him singing in the shower. It's going viral. You've got the winning formula.
Where's my fucking turret? Why is it not shooting? My turret doesn't like to shoot the boss in here. Is anybody else noticing that? All day.
No, I just make sure he's in the red area that I'm shooting.
But
oh, that was good.
That guy's really good. You know, I wish he covered the Division.
He was amazing.
Off, you know.
Oh god. Yeah, if you didn't laugh when you were watching his videos, you need to go to a doctor and have them check your pulse. You might be a zombie. That dude was fantastic.
I never really saw Marco Styles videos, and I do get the comment, like, even from other content creators, that I remind them of Marco Styles. And then so I watched a couple, when I got those comments, I watched a couple of his videos, and I was like, I don't get it. I don't see it at all. I don't see how I'm anything like that guy. Not that he's bad. I'm sure he was great, but I don't see the resemblance, you know?
Oh, are they talking about, like, it's you I don't think it's the content. I think it's the meter, because you're very clear, you're concise, you're very even killed. You don't get excited about something. In your videos, like when something goes wrong,
my tantrums are minimal. I throw fucking tantrums just like the rest of y'all. You know what I mean? I'm like, God damn it! No, this fucking guy, I can't kill him.
Right? If you've, and obviously they wouldn't be sitting in here right now, but the best, right? If I had to show one video of you and to see if I had, like, we call it the elevator pitch, right? If I had an elevator pitch to try to hook somebody on your personality, I would show them the video. Oh, by the way, go fuck yourself. I'd show them the video of when you got the 13% PFP. That's not scripted. If you thought it was scripted, that is pure excitement and jubilation. Fuck yeah, you don't love every this way. Everybody who's been chasing that fucking thing was saying the same shit, and if we ever get one, we're gonna sound just as crazy. But you know, Gambit deletes like 10 of those a week.
Oh, Gambit.
No, I
dick.
crushed them. I crushed them for printer filament.
Oh my god, what a dick! Everybody go to Gambit's like private. Yeah, okay. Guys, go to Gambit's private like social media web pages and just start spouting hate. He's crushing 13% protection from elite mods for printer filament.
Yeah.
What a jerk!
Like, and I wish we were doing this like 2 years ago when we were up on the top floor, just so we had video evidence of this. It was so bad, we would not say it out loud.
I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to. Has anybody run a test in here on like, doing it this way? How long it takes before you get your first 13%?
All that.
Oh, before you get first 13, shit. 3 years. I still don't have
Really?
one.
Is it that fucking random?
Oh, I still don't have one. I have 32 12%ers. I don't have. I don't have a 13. Yeah.
What do you mean?
So,
You don't have one?
well, okay, I don't have a single one.
What?
Yeah, but, watch, when I get one, they're just gonna fall out of the fucking sky. Now,
Yeah, you'll
I
get
had
two
the
in
same
a
thing
month, I
happen.
bet.
Oh, yeah.
When you get your first one, the other one comes out real fast.
Oh, yeah. Now, if you want to go old school, the Gambit and I laugh about this all the time. You want to go super old school, remember DTE?
Damage
Remember
to
the only,
you from the
damage
old
to
gear?
elites and the, yeah. And there was only one brand set that would get you 56 with the God roll, and you could only get it on Providence defense. And I just got a diamond back. Yay, like I need that. Okay, for all of you that just heard that, don't hate me. All right, he's gonna see it too. But yeah, so you're like, oh fuck them, they're getting exotics and they're complaining about it.
Yep.
But what I was saying is, so yeah, so I mean, I probably had like 500 or 600 raid clears, and I had 3, if not 4. I had, if I didn't have an Eagle Bearer for every one of my characters, I had 3 out of my 4 characters had an EB. I still didn't have anything above 42, 43%.
Yeah.
3 weeks to the day before they revamped all our shit, I got 2 in the same day. I got 2 prov defense with 56 DTE rolls on them. You would have thought it was my birthday, my wedding day, Christmas all rolled into one, right? I mean, that was the part on my raid build I had missed, and then literally 3 weeks later, they redid all the gear. And because remember, we used to have a talent on each one. You used to have a talent on all 6 pieces. Really? So when they went down for maintenance to change all that, I lost all that. Yeah, and so I got to enjoy. So the joke between Gambit and I is, oh, you're gonna get them. I bet you get 5 or 6 of them. You get to use it for a month, and the servers are gonna go down, or they're gonna remove the PFE role because we've been noticing too many of you guys are utilizing improvised gear builds, and so we only wanted you to ever be able to use 3 of these. We didn't want 6 to 7 of these. So we're just getting rid of PFE. And I mean, it'll probably be the day after I get it. We'll probably be in stream, so it will be forever immortalized, me acting like a teenager who just saw, Michael Jordan or something. I'll be crying, I'll be so happy. And the very next day, they're gonna have a state of the game, they're taking it away. And I'll cry like someone just shot my dog. I mean, it's that horrible. That is just, it just is.
It's weird that one mod would be so elusive like that, don't you think?
Well, I thought it was just me because, you know, I mean, I play with Gambit every day, and I mean, he doesn't have an issue. I thought it was just me. But there was a good 9 or 10 months where we would have the conversation, and the new guy of the group would ask, "What's PFE?" And so we'd explain it. They didn't even know it. They didn't even know that was a role, let alone that it was that high. And come find out, like, it's actually very common for people to, like, now, not like the hardcore players, but like, you know, people who play, let's say, 20, 30 hours a week. Not psychos like us, but the people who only play 20 hours or less a week. You know, the people I've talked to, if they got a 10%, they would be ecstatic because they're walking around with like 7s and 8s. You could probably ask the group, like, hey, what's the highest PFE you got? We're all thinking, we're probably thinking it's gonna be 13s, and it'll probably be like an 11.
Hey, can we hold up a second? Gonna do a quick build loop through, and then I gotta open up these caches real quick.
Oh yeah. We might as well. We're all pooping caches.
I'll show you guys the build here that I'm running in a sec. It is consistent with the build I've been running for the last few days. It's the build video that I put out on Saturday, if you've seen that one. Saturday morning's build video. It's the perfect blend build, which I created about 6 months ago or so. It was originally designed to solo legendary, and it was part of that series, right? So I created Slaughter, and then Game Over, and then the Contender, and then the Perfect Blend. They came out in that order, I believe. And there is a playlist on my YouTube homepage dedicated just to hybrids, and they're actually put in order in which they've been created. So check that playlist out. But I'll walk through the build. So it's each one of these hybrid builds is made for a purpose. See, because at a certain point, you know, a hybrid build will get really good. It just can't be topped. And so then you have to sort of start making builds with different purposes, right? So you have some that are meant to get out of cover. You got some that are meant to stay in covers. You got some, whatever. So you have the Hitman one, which is meant to execute critical targets, right? So this one is meant to play from cover, and it's got an amazing time to kill, but also it's meant to try to bring your weapon in balance with your skills, and that's your survivability. So this one doesn't give you the survivability in the form of like armor regen or protection from elites or anything like that. It gives you the survivability in the form of time to kill. It's got really amazing time to kill. Now, normally I run the memento, so keep that in mind. I don't have the memento right now because we're killing ourselves on purpose. So it just doesn't make any sense to try to collect trophies. So I went ahead and put on the perfect combined arms. So keep in mind, this really has the memento on the original build, but combined arms with crits. And so here's the formula. It is a 4-piece striker with a skill tier and crits all the way around. So you just got to get your crits as high as you can. You want to make sure your crit chance is topped out. So that's what all the pieces look like. Okay. And then the chest piece is actually easier to find than you think. So it's a chest gun, put a skill tier. It's got double crits on it. And then the glass cannon. And so glass cannon is really important. That aids in your survivability, and the glass cannon affects your skills and your weapon. If you're really not comfortable with glass cannon, then fine, go kinetic momentum, but I'm telling you, you're missing out on a lot of things. That's a big discussion, though. We could talk about it later. Big discussion. So that's the build I'm running. And so I'm basically DPS support here, where Epic, Gambit, and Reaper, they're artillery. Basically, they're dropping bombs. So he's running a double Grupo with China build, and he's got glass cannon and waveform, and then he's running tech support as his backpack on another Wyvern. So, and of course Demolitionist, so that it can activate his skill down here. So a capacitor for stacks, and then he's running the traps. Now somebody asked or mentioned, hey, if you do this, just a few minutes ago, somebody mentioned, hey, do this with, whatchamacalled, the purple shit, the oxidizer, it goes much faster.
Yeah.
But with look at these guys' watches, 70,000, right? So these guys are basically pros. They wrote the book, you know what I mean, on farming the summit back from floor 100. And on floor 10, they've mastered it, right? So they've done it over and over again. But anyways, we opened up with that discussion. So I realized not all of you were here for that, so you're not privy to it. But the discussion was on legendary. It's well, one, there's a conversation like which is better, lower content and go through it faster, and technically, probably mathematically over time, that you would get more XP that way. I think we're saying that's probably true. But the reality is you're also going to get shittier gear. So why not get the best gear while you're in here? You know,
Right.
and so for this, the fraction so it might take us 5 to 10 seconds longer to clear the floor, but we're getting better gear. There's a chance of better gear. Now, if you look at that chart, it is actually a small chance. If you look at the chart back from TU10 where they changed the allocations per difficulty, but it's still a better chance. And so when you get to a certain level in this game, you know, it's kind of like, well, you know, why not? What else am I gonna do? Like except for try to get the best gear in the game. Like, what else do I have to do? I don't need the SHD points. I really don't. I don't even need the red stars. I'm doing it for you guys, and because why not? I got the goal out there, but I don't need any more real named gear. I got it all. So the other gear is useful though, of course. So anyway, so we talked about it, and then also it just so happens because we're doing legendary, the oxidizer is not effective. They basically just run through it. So on heroic, it's more effective. On legendary, it's not. I mean, we could try demonstrating that for them at some point if you guys want to slow down, do that. But I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I could put it on. I could put it on. We could run it like 5 or 10 runs. It's not that it's not. It's just not as fast. It's kind of like what Axiom was asking. We're not saying it can't work. It's just in one artillery.
It's not what you think. Yeah, it's not going to stop them like heroic. And then you're out there chasing them around with your oxidizer.
They'll run by you while they're burning.
And then you're out there chasing them with your oxidizer defensiveless, right? Because you have to, so it's just not, it doesn't, it's not worth it. Like, and for me, like, just asking that question to Gambit and hearing his response, I'm good. Let's go. I don't need him to demonstrate it. I don't need to say, prove it, fucker. You know what I mean? It's just like, I know this game. It's like, yep, sounds reasonable to me. Let's move on. Justification, you know? I asked. I was curious too. He gave me an answer, and I know I've been around long enough to just say, yeah, I believe it. You know, so I don't need a test. So, you know.
All right. So here, if you want to show him the build, I'll put it on. You know, you're going to get a question asked about why do I have chatterbox? So go ahead and explain that one.
Oh God. We're going to open up a can of worms here. All right. I'm with you. Hold on, I'm deleting shit too.
It's for you to shine, man. You're the face of the people for the people, elected by the people.
For the people. I'm the governor. All right, so
I'm the people's champ.
So here is Reaper's Oxy build, right? And so he's got Oxidizer takes all the multipliers. I'm sure most of you guys know that because some guys like to make sure you know it. Anyways, so the oxidizer is this thing, right? It comes out of your chem, and so it's skill damage, not status effect. So for you new players, that is confusing. I remember being confused when I started. So, but the oxidizer is skill damage. Okay, so you want skill damage, but the cool thing about the oxidizer takes all multipliers. So amp damage, damage to armor, damage to targets out of cover. I don't know about damage to health. Does damage to health work also? You guys remember?
I mean,
I don't believe so.
Damage to health is like
I don't think so, but we know armor. Yeah, we know the armor in out of cover works. That's why I'm wearing.
And that's so that's why he's wearing the foxes and the contractors.
It's multiplicative.
Yeah, multiplicative, and then of course he's got the multiplicative perfect combined arms. So he's wearing double walker for more damage to armor because again multiplicative damage, and then perfect glass cannon. So it's gonna hit scary hard, right? So here's the unique part. He's got technician. For probably just a 10% more skill damage. And then, but here's the scary thing, okay? Is that the chatterbox is crazy. The chatterbox affects the chem. So, you know how the chatterbox gives you insane RPMs, basically when you're in front of enemies, right? It increases by 20%, max stack 5. Okay, well, that carries over to whatever skill. So as long as you have this equipped and in hand, and then you flop to the skill after you buff the chatterbox with its RPMs, the RPMs are going to transfer over to his chem. So he can rapid fire his oxidizer so fast you can't even see the animation of his hands. All you see is purple. It looks like it's raining purple shit everywhere.
It looks like I'm projectile vomiting yellow or purple. Because literally the Toon's hands cannot keep up with how fast purple is flinging away from me. So it just looks like I'm throwing up. So it looks like something out of Mortal Kombat.
So do it next to me when we start this, and then I'll camera in on you.
All right. So you
gotta proc it though,
there's
right?
only two places there's only two places I'm safe. So you're gonna have to follow me.
Right.
You have
So
to
this
just do a cycle and then you'll come back with it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So here, let's get it going, and then so after we kill ourselves, I still have it, and then I'll shoot it against the wall so you can see, so you can show everybody how fast it works.
And it's for you guys out there that aren't experienced with the game. It's sort of an advanced. I would say suggest it being like a little bit of an advanced thing because you could kill yourself with that thing. You know what I mean? Like,
what the hell?
I need to go to
Why
the
did
lobby
you do
quick.
that?
I need to go to
okay.
the lobby quick. Did you do your caches?
yeah, I'm
That's-
done.
Yeah.
That's okay. I could use it.
Okay.
Did you need to go
Quick
down?
piss break
Did
for
you need
me.
to go
Quick piss
downstairs
break
and
for me.
grab
I'll be
anything?
right back.
Yeah.
I need to go roll one piece.
In your group.
Let's do that.
So, a Sure Star. I know. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your gamer tag. No, you don't need to use foam if you're using Oxy. We used to use foam on a different part. Like I said, once you're fighting the white tusks, so the black tusks are below. So Heroica and below, if I just shoot 3 Oxy out there, they can't leave the door. They like melt before they walk through and I can shoot them, and they're burning before they go through the door. Before they even open the door up, I can kill them. Once it turns into legendary and you have the white tusks, that's when they're speed racer. So even if you've got foam, even if you're foaming them and pulsing them and oxying them,
All right,
I'll probably kill half of them, but the other half are sprinting out of the radius so fast. And so what it is I don't want to put my teammates in a bad way. So if Tux is on the left and Gambit's over there on the right, and we're all in 3 different positions, I'm closest to the door when I'm doing Oxy. To run away from me, they want to get away from me as fast as possible so they don't die, which if you saw Tux's Weapon X video, what that means is they're going to run straight into my battle buddy. So to get away from me, they're going to go overrun Tux or Gambit. And if Gambit's shooting artillery, it's not that hard to overrun him because they have to run underneath his artillery. And if Tux is sitting there, yeah, he can down 3 or 4 before they get to him, but if 8 are sprinting at him, the other 4 he didn't kill are going to down him. So it's just easier if if we put the Splash Brothers belt on and blow them, halfway to hell, and then we don't have to worry about anybody. We don't have to worry about anybody overrunning, the other guys in the team, because again, as we've discussed several times just yesterday, team synergy is the biggest part of this whole event, right? So you've got, you can make up for a lot of inexperience. You can make up for a lot of not min-max builds. You can if you've got a crew that you're tight, you know how each other running, and you work as a team, you don't put each other in bad positions. Like, here, let me send a tidal wave of zombies after you, and to not put them in a bad situation, I don't do that.
Oh, these are the waiting for us.
Yeah, well, when we just stand there like that, they'll keep creeping up to the door. Yeah. So yeah, if we're 2-manning it, if it's just Gambit and I, this is the build I run. I'm getting added. People are adding me as their friend. I don't know who they are, and we're the only 3 up here. How is that possible?
You're being streamed?
Yeah, hello?
All right,
Hello?
hey.
Hello?
The old broken Ranger over here that's on Percocet. I didn't think of that. Okay, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Fuck. This is what it's like having brothers. Nobody else can harm a hair on their head, but if I was close, I'd bitch slap the shit out of both of you.
And that's why we play long distance.
High risk.
All right.
It gives me a buffer.
Go reload. Okay. Oh, shit. See? Fuck. So it hit them and bounced back on top of me.
Yeah, there's a boss right behind you. Let me see if I can get to it. Yeah, I got you.
Oh, yeah, no, don't. Just get. Okay.
I'm right here.
Because you got to
feeling like a
remember,
hero.
I'm laying in.
I need a hero.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What is it? Is it the Queen? Every time on Discord, she's like, "Battle bike. I need a hero." That is the funniest shit I have seen in forever. Have you not seen that?
No.
She'll just randomly put some shit on there like, "I need a hero," and Battle Bike's got this fucking cutscene of Michael Keaton like coming. The bat signal goes up and he's just fucking, he's on it. And like, yeah, it is just funny as shit.
Fucking medic, get out of there.
All right. So now I'm just gonna jump in here and kill myself. It does make killing yourself a lot faster because instead of all I have to do is walk into my pile. Just use your stars, no point in holding them.
How many stars have we gotten since we started? I did a horrible job of looking at my number.
Agent killed.
In 40 range?
Yeah.
I had 82 when we started. And I think I'm over 100 now, 105.
Yeah. So if we're all getting at the exact same rate, which we won't, there'll be 1 or 2 disparities depending on where on the circle you were.
Well, 126.
Yeah. So we should have all got, we should be at 47, 48 stars by now. All right. So, all right. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
And I'll shoot this way so you can see.
Hold on, let me.
So yeah, if you turn sideways like this, so you can get it. Like if you stand where I am, you can see it how fast it's flying away from me.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go to camera.
Oh,
mode.
you're gonna take a picture?
I'm gonna go to camera mode. I get a clear shot on your hand.
Oh.
So.
Oh, okay. All right. So now keep this in mind.
So.
I am not fully procced because it won't let me get close enough to him. But if it would let me go, so when I showed you this the first time, yes, it was faster than this. But you ask your audience if they could do this, if this would be fast enough for them, right? So there's.
So
I don't know if you want to aim.
Clear for those of you that are joining us. This is so basically the chatterbox RPM increase from Chatter's talent, whatever it's called, affects the oxidizer. So we went in there in that last round and pulled up some RPM buffs. The max is 5 stacks of 20%. Now you didn't get the max is what he's saying, but it's still really fast. And you can get the max, it's just, you didn't get it this round. So go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna shoot at the box. Excuse me. That Gambit's sitting next to, right? So everybody's seeing how fast this is supposed to go, right? And I'm just letting you know, I'm looking at the phone now, it looked kind of dark.
It is kind of dark, it's
I don't know
clear.
if everybody.
I can see you.
Okay, so I'm gonna shoot over at the ammo box that Gambit's at, right? There's no trick photography. We've all been sitting here the whole time. I didn't leave and go do some glitch and come back. All
You're
right,
on
ready?
story mode.
Yeah, I'm on story mode. All right, everybody ready?
So
And
the shots are faster than the animation, right? Did you deplete it?
Yeah, so it's. Oh yeah, that was 10 rounds.
10 rounds.
But my hands probably.
But all you saw were like 4.
My hands probably moved 3 times.
You only saw like 3 or 4. But he depleted all of his oxy. So it shoots faster than the character can keep up with it, basically.
So what we do is when we go in here on this next run, come hang out next to me after the name guy dies. After you guys down the name guy, you know my little cubby hole. Come sit next to me and you'll be able to, camera will be able to catch, because when I'm shooting it, it lights the floor up. You'll be able to see how fast I'm going through this. But yeah, so it's literally flying away from my body and my hands can't keep up. And no, I wasn't the one that figured this out first.
Yeah, and somebody also brought up in the last stream where we talked about this, that it's really dark over here, though.
Yeah. No, so...
I see what you say, it's going to light it up.
If you go look across from me, over here, if you go over there, then you'll be able to see everything when I shoot. So this is a little bit faster. So I just got 7 of them out. And with the golden bullet, every time one of these suckers
I can't see
flies,
anything. I don't see.
oh, you can't?
Yeah, it's too dark. I don't even see
Alright.
purple. Like it's like.
All right, so we'll do it out in the light. Just don't kill yourself after this. And we'll do it over there where the name guy is. What? Dude, kill that dog. Holy shit.
The dog has one bullet. Fire. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, the glory days also gives it like a bunch of, what is it, accuracy?
Yeah, there's no arc. The ox
Yeah.
just flies straight like a sticky bomb.
Yeah, I mean it's like so you're shooting like the police M4,
Yeah.
right? There's no pause between flash and bang. It's when you hear it go thunk, it's already on the person.
Hey, Gambit, what's the best assault rifle in the game?
Oh, here we go. Oh, he's trying to start a fight.
Them's fighting words.
Start a fight.
Them's fighting words.
Bighorn?
You mother.
It depends what you're doing. It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to argue with the capacitor and skill build, but
Oh no, okay,
Yeah,
outside of a skill build, so
DPS wise,
DPS
probably
legendary.
not.
Let's narrow it in. DPS
I think he's like
legendary.
DPS. Yeah. Yeah.
well, if you're only using one gun and you don't switch off of the chameleon and you get your stacks, I would probably say chameleon. I
Yep.
actually like the bighorn. You have striker propped up on the bighorn, you get 4 million headshots.
I actually like the
Yeah,
bighorn
off
too.
that bighorn.
You don't hear that answer a lot, and I really like the bighorn. I thought it was the only
No.
one. I was like, I'm
No,
sorry,
he's-
I'm the only one that's
he's-
saying that.
Yeah, Gambit's deadly with that shit. Now see, look, okay, so about every other one of them is dying. All 4 of those dogs, right? All 4 of the dogs walked right through the shit, didn't stop them. So 5 people and 3 dogs walked through. 3 people died, 2 people didn't, and all 3 dogs walked right through that shit, right? So that's why. So whoever was that, I think it was the
Yeah.
Sarah, was asking, well, how come you don't do this? How come you don't film it?
They got more
Because
resistance,
we want to
legendary names got more
control the room. We want to control the room. And if they're walking, the further they get away from that door, the more chance of us having to stop what we're doing and go chase them down is. Does that make sense?
But it,
And so if we can stop them at the door, that's what we're going to do.
yeah,
Okay, so now you should be able to see.
yeah. So again, he's going to showcase the speed. It is hard to tell. You kind of got to know what you're looking at. So let us know, how many oxys do you have when you're full?
I
You
have
got
10.
10. Okay, so he's got 10 oxys. And so what you're seeing is going to be a little deceiving, okay? Because you're going to see his hand look like it only shoots 3 or 4, but what's actually coming out and landing is going to be 10.
So this might work better if you stand here and view it
Shoot
this
at
way.
me?
And no, not at you. No, because you can't see. So like I'm going to stand where I was. You get
okay.
lateral, right, perpendicular to me. And so your camera will catch it flying away from me and my hands as opposed to when you were real close on. So I'm going to aim this direction,
Yeah.
right? So if you're here aiming this direction, you're going to see it fly across the screen. And you'll see, 1, my hands aren't keeping up with it, and 2, you should be able to see how fast it's going.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Try to shoot it like, yeah.
All right,
go
ready?
ahead.
Okay. You sure
Well,
you're ready?
let me say one thing, because I only got my field of view is only so wide for the camera. Can you shoot it where I'm standing? Can you hit that spot?
Yeah, I can.
Hit that spot.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
I
hold
can.
on. Give me a couple seconds. Okay.
In fact, I'll shoot it even closer than that. So it's just how fast is it flying
Okay,
away
I'm
from
ready.
you, right?
I got full view.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. That's 10.
Okay, and you saw 4 shots come out of that. So it was 4 shots, but it was really 10. So 60% faster.
Well, I wasn't. So here's how the math plays out, right? So this would be super easy for everybody to figure out. All right, so say there's a guy right here. All right, you hear my RPMs are up, right? Now, if I reload, you're going to hear my RPMs go way down because the last time I procced Blabbermouth, I had at least 4 people in front of me. So how this works is, I'm not trying to kill anybody with chatterbox, right? So you're a bad guy. So you and Gambit are both ads. Right now, if I reload, I get plus 20% RPM for you, and I get plus 20% RPM for him. So that's 40%. If 5 of you guys are within 10 meters of me when I reload, so I don't know if you've noticed it, when I was doing this, I was standing right up on that door, right? So what I'll do is, to proc it, so pretend this is the main door, what I'll do is I'll stand right in front of that main door, and as soon as it opens, I'll go and reload. Because there's more than 5 people in there. If there's 5 people, 5 times 20 is 100%. That means I got 100% RPM. So that means I'm shooting the Oxy 100% faster than it's supposed to. Now, can you lose it if you die? No. Because remember, we kill ourselves after each one of these, right? So I won't lose it if I won't lose it if I die. Carries over to the next. So the carries over to the next. So I've had this for like an hour and a half, 2 hours before. So, well, how do you lose it? If you hit Y, so when I'm switching from the chatterbox to the Oxy and then back, I only hit the bumper. If you hit Y, it will switch you to your secondary weapon, and there you just lost that. You just lost the speed buff.
And so,
so as long as you don't hit,
and so then it comes down to the method you can figure out. Just go to the testing range, and now that you know it works, and like he's explaining, there are nuances, right, to keeping it and losing it. But what's really interesting is application. Like when and where is it actually useful to use that many things? And I wonder, have you guys tried it on aggro as he jumps down? And like overcharge it? I wonder, like, would that work on somebody like him, where he only takes backpack and headshot damage? Would it work on him?
Oh, so you're talking about a DUA? Okay, so he won't take any damage. He only takes damage in 2 spots: his backpack and his head. So if you're not, and you can't hurt him in the head until you melt his backpack, right? So here's the limitations with the Oxy. Can you do it? Yes. You can shoot Oxy, and it does hurt his backpack. However, it doesn't hurt it as fast as shooting it because it dissipates. He's always moving, right? So because he's always moving, he's walking out of the cloud, and I can only keep it super intense for so long, and it walks off, right? So yeah, there are limits. So there are limitations. Now, dude, but what I just showed, that's how we killed the hunters in less than 1 second. So like that video I sent you, right? You're like, all 5 of them are gone in 1 second, and that's 2 years ago. But that's how we were doing it, right? We had 3 people shoot Oxy like that out there, and so before the Ragers could kick in, they're already melted. They're already melted and gone, and so that's how we were doing it.
Like, I can see how that'd be pretty cool in floor 100 too.
Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Get all those fucking dudes.
It's
fucking dog.
Hello, how are you?
Is he getting golden bullet on that explosive dog? Are they getting golden bullets? Because I feel like those things are coming out fast, right?
Oh yeah.
An RPM increase on that on that Warhound.
Oh yeah. So the dogs aren't bad. It's when Fat Boy gets it. When Fat Boy gets the proc, we're all screwed. Because he already shoots through fucking buildings and shit. So now you're gonna give him the golden bullet. Yeah, it's
the golden bullet has a lot of nuances to it. I hope you guys picked up on some of those this season and can carry it over to next season when they do it, because it's one of the best events. But like, here's one. Like, here's a nuance besides the glitches, right? Like, one of the nuances is, like, for example, like the Plague of the Outcast picks up a damage increase off of the golden bullet, right? That's you wouldn't normally think that, and it wouldn't necessarily be obvious unless you're in the testing range, kind of doing that little comparison on your numbers with golden bullet. But like, what other nuance does the Oxy pick up? I think it does. Oxy picks up, doesn't it? Damage also.
All your skill damage increases.
All your skill damage increases, and it keeps reloading my number of deaths.
Don't you think that's crazy? I mean, doesn't that seem like? I mean, I kind of get the logic in the
so like if I have two left,
but how does that make sense
and
for
I
a
melt
skill?
somebody, it gets,
you know.
How's it make sense for what?
It's anything you hold in your hand.
It's anything in your hand. At the time that the guy who died had the golden bullet, whatever's in your hand gets refilled.
That's just weird coding, isn't it?
So,
I mean, that's a weird way to apply it.
It's the demo launcher. It's
Yeah.
the oxidizer.
Right. So that's how Gambit, when you hear him go boom, 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 boom with the nuke tube, it's because he's got it in his hand, and so he keeps killing. So you're bing, bing, bing. Well, every time you hear a bing, one of us, whatever's in our hand, is gets reloaded. So if I've got Oxy in my hand, I keep going 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. If he's got his nuke tube in, it's 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. He might get 2 or 3 out, 6, 6, 6. I mean, it's a never-ending cycle. Now the downside to that is they hit really hard.
I don't know if that was an intended.
Hey, we got two. Okay.
Oh no,
we got two grumpy old mans online right now. So one grumpy old man is on Twitch.
Yeah, I told you there was.
I told you there's two grumpy old men. So
okay,
grumpy old man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you also on YouTube? Because there was a different grumpy old man on last night. What up, Geisha boy?
Okay, so grumpy old man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 just came over to our. He just joined the clan today.
Okay, see, he's on both. So he does come on both sides. Yeah.
But his gamer tag is not 1, 2, 3, 4 is grumpy old man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not his gamer tag. It's just his tag here on Twitch.
Yeah, I would do. He's
so we have a couple.
He's gorgeous,
of those.
right? Gorgeous George.
He's gorgeous.
I played with gorgeous
He's
George
gorgeous.
before.
Yeah, good dude. Super good
gorgeous.
dude. He's fun as hell to run around with. Yeah. Good dude.
I remember playing with you, Gorgeous, but I didn't realize you were grumpy when I was playing with you.
Agent down.
And yeah, that's not how he is. He's a very jovial person.
I gotta figure out which grumpy is which, though. So now I'm all fucking confused because we got the other grumpy that was on last night. And I talked to them like they're the same grumpy. You know what I mean? Like, and now I'm realizing I got two different grumpies popping on.
Yeah, so see, there's 3 of us, right?
Just 3.
Geisha says, game is full of grumpy old white men. So what? So yeah, when this is over, and like when Golden Bullet's over, and we go do whatever, all you've got to do, Tux, is figure out which one of the 5 builds you created in the past 10 days. You want to go do the DUA shit again? And Gambit and I run the double flash rollers. And so we have, like what I was trying to explain to you is, so we have the nuclear strike, 1 shot, 1 kill. We'll kill anything, even a Chunga. The problem with that running a stronghold is you run out, you only have 8 and you run out, right? So we sat around and messed with all the builds and all the procs and what did you do, blah, blah, blah. We brought calculated and skilled in, and we were trying to, because we did not want to get rid of the biomass, right?
Yeah.
So it hurt getting rid of it, but like over a course of a mission, we're talking like a 7 to 8 stage mission, especially on Legendary, we're trying to beat it through volume rather than, we put a hole in the center of the earth. We're out of shots. Notice when we're doing demo, whether it's you and OG or you whoever, when we're doing demo, nobody's shooting back at you. It's almost their turn around to go away, right? They're in cover. Well, that makes it easier for you guys to kill. So from a team perspective, we were like, even if we split up and one demo goes with you and one demo goes with the other guy or whatever, or the 2 of us stay together and we send them to you. To get away from us, they run to you, which makes it easier for you to kill. We were sitting here thinking through this, and Gambit came up with some really, really interesting things. And so it's kind of like how the rest of it is. Gambit would do something, I'd ask why, he'd explain it, and then well, how come we don't do this? And he would either say why, or he'd go, oh, that's a good point, and then he'd change it. And then he'd see my build and go, why the fuck are you doing that? And I'd go, well, because of this. And he'd say, well, why don't you change it to that? Oh shit, I didn't think about that. And so it only took about 2 or 3 days to figure it out. And we thought we had it figured out when we were doing, for about 2 days, we were running calculated and skilled at the same time. And It was fun as shit. Oh my god, it was super fun. And from Heroica down, it's like, remember the old hardwired build? It was like hardwired on steroids, right? But we noticed when we went to Legendary, we knocked our armor off, but we weren't killing them. And so for you to reset the cooldown, it's kind of like my argument when we're talking about people in the stats build. Yeah, but I love you using the fire starter, but did you kill them? Yeah, I make this huge cloud, but did you kill them? Remember, it doesn't spread until death, right? So when we started figuring out, well, yeah, we can shoot them all over, but we don't get refilled until they die. So we had to tinker around with numbers on what's the combination for the most damage and highest whatever you want to call refills, right? And so the highest refill unarguably was the calculated with God dang it, the perfect chest piece, skilled, right? Well, you get a little bit more boom if you do glass cannon and glass cannon and tech support. And that was really what broke it open for us. When we figured out that you got a little bit, you got almost twice the damage, and you only gave up a little bit of haste. Well, then we find out with our end result with what the build is going to wind up looking like, and then so it's like you could see how fast Gambit is just loitering these fuckers all over the place, right? So imagine whether you've got your Striker Red build on, or you've got Weapon X. If you were wearing Weapon X and we wore this, and the fourth person was wearing Game Over or Slaughter or heaven forbid the fucking Contender, it would be a shit show. It would be an absolute riot, because it would be, now you are the hunter. Now we're the ones chasing them and they're running away, because it's you overwhelm them. It's too many things for them to get away from, and they're going to run into somebody and get the kill. If I'm making sense.
No, you are.
So I know you were, when we were talking about it, you were like, yeah, but would you guys skill up kills? No, because we're not doing the hole in the universe build. We're doing hurt you a lot and get them back fast. They're going to run away from us. When they run away from us, they're walking right into you. And with your Weapon X build, it's not like you're afraid of being up close and personal. So I really do think, now obviously we might have more damage, because damage per shot, no shit. However, I really think the person, whoever's wearing a really strong either Game Over or Weapon X, I think if you don't get the most kills, you might be second most. Because they are going to do whatever they have to get away from us.
Bleed me out, you fucker. God damn it.
Oh yeah, that's what got me.
Agent out of action.
Oh, you're such a nice guy.
Agent deceased.
You know what I thought you were gonna do? I was waiting. You know what I thought you were gonna do?
Oh, I forgot about that. Come back here so I can take a selfie.
No. I'll get him. You take over here. Oh God, you stop bleeding me. Oh, fuck. Boy, I'm telling you what. Holy shit, that guy's an asshole. All right, so we don't want to kill both of them.
No, don't kill anybody else.
Yeah, you get him, and I've got the door. Oh, mother, dude, I'm doing the Michael Jackson
now
lane.
I can take a selfie.
You cock monkey. All right, so Gambit's favorite thing to do.
This is the second time now.
Yeah, if I go down, his favorite thing in the world to do is take a selfie next to me before he picks me up. So, I love you so much, but I would love to throw my controller at you 1 or 2 times a day.
You probably
Holy
can't throw anything right now either.
Oh fuck! If I had to cough right now, I'd probably have to take the headset off and I'd be done for the night. Yeah, you missed it, Tux. When you took that break,
you went on a frenzy.
When my dog jumped into me. Yeah, when you were on a break, one of the dogs jumped into me while I was trying to let him out, and just straight reaction, right? Forgetting it. Oh, you just had major surgery. I put my hand down to like stiff arm him, and I don't think it was the motion of sticking my hand. I think it was as fast as I, from a static position, jerked.
Oh, fucking another Chunga.
I mean, yeah, he must have golden bullet. It was like
Remember
one bullet and I was dead.
Yeah. Remember when I said about 1 out of every 10, they stick it to us? This is that 1 out of every, they stay. There was no way we were getting through that. And I don't care what your build is before we get everybody, you know, we could, I don't care what your build is, they were going to kick our ass. That was the fourth or fifth Chunga. All 4 of them had golden bullets. So golden bullets, special ammo, and they have a bleed backpack. We were going to go down. All right, Seeker's out. All right, door.
Came out of an interesting door.
He must be back there. He's not here. Woo, that's so pretty when they go flying.
He comes out pretty strong, this boss, huh?
Oh,
even for a legendary named guy,
they,
like he's pretty strong.
He is not afraid of us at all.
Yeah, golden bullet boss
Seeker's
with
out.
Ragers is a shitty one to have with special ammo. It's a shitty guy to
Special
fight.
ammo and I forgot the Ragers. Oh fuck, Ragers! I forgot about that. Yeah, we were not cutting him down. There's a whole lot of blow me to Jesus going on right. What the hell's the line from Tropic Thunder? We got enough DMT to blow us to Jesus. Somebody look that up. Somebody look that up and post it.
Blows to bejesus?
No, what is that? Fuck, it's Danny McBride. It was before he got super famous, and he's talking, like, remember the scene, right? He's sitting there trying to figure, I need the signal when you want us to blow it. I've got enough compound B to blow us all from here to Jesus or something. And he goes, you're gonna cream your pants or something like that, and then, like, he sees the director throwing a shit fit, and he takes it as a signal. No one's ready, and he, like, lets off a $4 million special effects.
Oh, you said Tropic Thunder, aren't you? Oh,
Yeah,
I thought you said something different. Oh yeah, that part is fucking funny. Hit it! Yeah, he said something like, the line he says is funny as fuck. Something about like God, I can't even remember it. Like a titty twister on Mother Nature. Oh my God, it was a fucking funny line.
I will fuck you up. It's like.
Oh, I want you to know, like, I'm like Les's #1 fan. Les and like Dwight from The Office, like big fan. Like, I wish I could grow up and be just like Dwight. I really do. Like, he's my hero.
Oh man, I'm telling you, if you don't laugh during that movie, you're a sociopath. There's something you have a list on a wall with lipstick and everybody's name on it. We need to never meet because, that's hilarious. Oh my God. I'm talking scorched earth, motherfucker.
Stand up and punch him in the fucking face. Roberto Merfina.
Who's the key grip?
Ciao, Roberto. Ciao.
I want you to punch him really fucking hard.
And the janitor guy. I like how he apologizes before he punches him. He's like, sorry, man.
He shrugs his shoulder and he's like, sorry. And he damn near knocks him the fuck out.
You know who I think that guy is? Funny enough, I think it's the same guy from Anchorman. Have you seen Anchorman? Remember the janitor in Anchorman who like was typing that funny stuff on the keyboard? And he's like, I'm fucking his wife and like, you know.
Yeah,
exactly. I think that's the same guy. I don't know, funny fact.
But yeah, it's, oh my God, it's so fucking fun. Oh my God, it's hysterical. Somebody's got a poop. Yeah, hear the bing, bing, bing. That's him having fun over there.
Yeah, Tropic. We need more movies like Tropic of Thunder. Those are fucking classics, man.
Oh yeah. And as he's making an explosion, he goes, big ass titty.
Yeah.
Like, dude, like, there's so much shit that happened in that movie that you would get crucified for now.
Well, you know what? Like that actor, though. So speaking of that actor, that I forget his name, but yeah, he is totally underappreciated, don't you think? He's a fucking funny. Oh my gosh, he is so funny, and he's in so many movies that he's always a secondary character. He's got a few movies where he's the primary, but his primary movies are not because he's not funny, aren't very funny. But do you see the movie like Land of the Lost with Will Ferrell, where he? Oh my God, he's such a good actor in that one.
The whole time.
Hey,
the
Chucka.
whole time he's on screen, another one, right? With Due Date, when he's in that wheelchair.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
He's a vet, a wounded vet from,
time, and he's like, I'm gonna go to Chili's with my fucking boys. I'm like, the dude is hysterical. I mean, now, I bet you, because he's such a fucking, smart ass, I bet you he got his ass kicked a lot in high school. Because I could see him being the
I bet you he did too.
Non-athletic guy. But if you notice, like, all the
he's an unsung hero, though.
Funny people were, like, super fucking annoying when they were in middle school.
But, you know, I think I'm going to make my Division character look like him. Because that guy is fucking cool. It'd be pretty easy. Can we make a mullet in the Division 2?
You're going to give him the party in the front, business in the front, party in the back?
Can we do that in the Division 2? Can we have a mullet? Is that a thing?
I saw a ponytail. I don't think we got the white dress.
Because you got long hair on your character, so long hair is a thing. Why can't we have fucking mullets?
Yeah,
what do they have against mullets?
I don't know. You got 3. Yeah.
Fuck, I'm gonna go to the Elite Task Force just for that. But like, we need mullets in the game. You'd bring a lot more people to the Division 2 if you had a mullet.
I didn't even think of this. Gambit brought this up, and I was like, oh, fuck. So you remember how last night, everybody that was watching was like, hey, you and Gambit, wouldn't it be cool if you and Gambit joined Tux and was part of EFT and blah, blah. We were talking about that shit, right? So when Gambit and I get on, we're talking about, hey, would that be cool? Here's the fucking professor, right? Here's the no fun league promoter, right? He doesn't even get to chuckle with me before he drops reality on me. Yeah, they're not going to let him do it. Wait, what?
Oh, I didn't say they're not going to let him do it. I said he's not going to want to do it.
He's not going to want to do it. He said, why? He said, well, because it's going to make him sign an NDA. Yeah, it makes all of us sign an NDA. Yeah, but when we sign an NDA, we're not streamers. They're going to make him sign a piece of paper that says you can't stream for like a year or whatever. And I was like, ooh, yeah. So I didn't even know that was a thing. But apparently they're going to make you sign something that says you're in your streams, you can't cover the game as long as you are part of EFT.
You can't cover the game, or you can't talk about what you talk about in EFT.
Well,
I don't know what the extent of it is, but in past EFTs, apparently it was like no communicado at all during EFT.
Right. Like if we were testing something or whatever, we can't even like hint, hey, there's new shit we can't even do that. Like, we can't hint, we can't anything. Like, it's basically we are working for them. They're giving us behind the scenes. It's basically like, a test.
And you get a Starbucks card for it all. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, they're gonna pay you in Starbucks card, and it's not gonna even be a full latte. It's gonna be in like points. No, it'll be like points. Here's points that will eventually help you earn your own latte.
We're gonna get like 300 exotic cashes out of it. Yeah. But yeah, so like Gambit and I were talking, we were like, oh man, you talk about an excuse to get out of work. Hey, sorry boss, I have this thing in Norway I gotta go to. Yeah, what is it, office space? You're like, I'm gonna need you to come in on set. Nope, I'm in another country, you can't do it.
Detected.
But yeah, that's how you know we love the game. Like, if you were like, I want to do this and make it better for the whole community so much, I will do the sacrifice. That's how you know. But yeah, if this is a source of income,
oh, you bet.
Yeah, he's back here.
Oh, he shot you right in the tank. He shot you right in the tank.
wasn't even paying attention. I was trying to kill the purple guy over by the door.
I was gonna warn you, but I felt like I'd rather see you die. So.
Don't worry, Daddy's here. I'll pick you both up. Oh, I noticed you're not taking a selfie next to Tux, Dick.
I didn't pick him up.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Oh, they are coming right through the. Oh shit, they are sprinting through the door.
They're healing.
Oh,
There's
that
something
fucking
weird.
hurt.
This guy healed right through my shit. Is there a healing station down that I don't see? Jay Willsy says hashtag change builds every 2 times. Ooh, that would slow this down dramatically. I'd have to go down to the.
Oh yeah.
We'd have to actually go to the White House. I'd have to change specializations, right?
Oh, yeah.
You'd have to go dig pieces. I'd have to travel to different characters. It's like I'm not. It's a problem. A lot of it's stash issues, really. Like I can't carry multiple builds on my same character because unless I like really plan for it.
Well, you know, we've talked about that before, right? So it's Gambit and I. Gambit and I have like our top blank. We have like our top 4 or
Joaquin,
5
Chevy
builds.
Muscle.
And each one of our Chevy, what's up? Chevy also joined. I feel like I swear I am not putting a bat signal up for the. I'm not telling the clan, hey, we're on TV, show up. No, it's just like these are just the dudes who are always coming. So, but yeah. So Gambit and I, we've got like your favorite 4 or 5 builds, right? And then you have specialty builds on different builds on each one. But like each one of my 4 tunes, there's 4 builds. All 4 of them have in the same order, right? So no matter what we're doing, I can flip. They're in the same order, so I know exactly where to go. Like if I'm flipping real quick, right? But yeah, someone like you. But again, your success is your own problem.
Yeah.
Because you are showing so many different builds.
I have to farm for those builds too. That alone fills up shit.
Oh yeah. And like so, once I find like okay, so let's say I decide Perfect Blend and the Iron Man build. Those are the only 2 skill builds I need. I go in and delete everything else, regardless if it's God rolled or whatever, blah blah blah, right? Because I know I'm not going to need those because these other 2 are so much better, right? And they're versatile, right? Whereas most of those skill builds, they're only good, like, it's only good if blank, or if this, or whereas both of those builds, all content you can destroy with that, right? Well, so I go in and all the skill build shit I get rid of. You can't do that because every time you dream a build up, you need this piece of this roll, you need 3 of this, 2 of that, and you can't get rid of anything, so your storage capacity's gotta look like
I got the worst case of your storage issues. Take your storage issues that you have in the game, audience, chat. Take your storage issues and times it by 10. That's what I got.
You've got to be like the equivalent of like a digital hoarder. It's like if you know like in the Matrix when he's walking around with Morpheus and there's that all clean room. No. If we were to like walk around in your storage facility, it'd be like here's all the LMGs, here's all the exotics. This character has all the exotics. This character has all the. And you're like, how in the fuck do you know where anything's at? I can't even see the floor. Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's a.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wish I could do stuff like that, but like it's also why I don't raid. You know, like I don't raid a lot because I don't like to have. I don't have my builds all assembled, and I can't because it takes up too much space on my character. Even on a second character, my second characters have to be pure mules. They can't host a second piece. Alternates.
Right. So it kind of depends. Gambit. Hang on, I think I have to switch characters. I think that's 30 floors. So in 30 floors we got what 70. In 30 floors we got what 70 stars. Yeah.
Reanimated is coming up. Geisha Boy reminds us. That's a week from Tuesday or Monday technically. After
this run, I'll switch because I need to grab some of the shit that's in. Because when I leave and come back, that shit stuff won't be there. So we'll run one more, and then instead of killing myself, I'll run in there. But I will make you leader. But the so that's oh my god, that's not what I meant to do. But I didn't put you guys down here either though. So So sucks. Like I said, I can send you those videos. Like when Gambit and I were running the raid. So Gambit was running Game Over or an equivalent, and I was running the Striker build, and we ran it from start to finish. We never changed builds, and we ran and we were on opposite ends doing all the jobs. We were in with Carl RN. Shout out to Carl. Cal RN. And we were running with that. We must have did 3 or 4 raids. I think the longest one took 18 minutes, like back. We never changed our build for all 4 raids. And I mean, I've got the video showing, like what we were talking about a couple months ago. You don't have to have just very specific stuff. All you've got to do is know what you're doing. And I'm sitting there. I've got guys with the 3-piece prob and the contractors and boxes. I'm killing the guy in front of them and then picking them up. Because with all these mystical numbers they think they have to have, I can straight burn through the guy in front of them. And then if you're using Game Over, you could do adds 2. You could be up on that little ledge. You could do adds 2. You can completely cover adds 2, adds 3, and adds 1. You can cover all 3 of the ad stations running Game Over. It's ridiculous. So unless you deleted all those builds, you should still have them.
Which ones exactly? Game Over?
So if you have Game Over,
I do. I got that one. That will never be deleted. Game Over, Slaughter.
Right.
Those are key.
Yeah, Game Over. You got Game Over. I haven't tried it. I imagine Perfect Blend would work, but I'm telling you, like 20. I've done Dark Hours and Iron Wars 10 times a piece. 10 times a piece with Game Over and 10 times a piece each with the Striker build. And I've never been down close.
That's
Not
insane.
once.
I was gonna. That brings me up with something like, what's your take on? I feel like one of the things I just made this comment on the stream the other night was like, I feel like protect explosive resistance is, I don't know, undervalued. You know, like, have you ever created a really strong explosive resistance build? It's really useful for the most difficult content, don't you think?
Need this Tux, because Reaper wasn't here. You can't have this 13%.
I will fucking shoot you in the face. I will burn. I will burn the fucking U.S. Canada border. I will fucking go to jail with Smile. You better not.
I will find you. I will hunt you down.
But don't you do it. I will.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's the line.
We weren't here.
It's a beautiful one too, man.
You can give it to me because I know you guys aren't playing right now because I'm watching TV or I'm watching the stream on my fucking phone. I know you guys aren't doing it yet.
You're thinking.
No, but you weren't here when I got it.
Y'all bullshit. Okay, so now, just to switch it up so you don't get bored, Tux, do you want to go explosives or oxy, and then I'll go to I can go to DPS.
I don't even know if I can put that build together without switching multiple characters.
Okay. All right, yeah, don't worry about it.
I mean, I could, but it wouldn't be max.
What I'll do,
you know, because I like my Empress on me right now. I'll have crits, and I do have the double group rows, but I'm pretty sure they're on other characters right now. Problems of a guy that's addicted to making builds.
Problems of a digital.
Yeah, no, I'm addicted to making builds. That's the real problem. You know, like, I like it though. Keeps me entertained.
It's too bad there isn't some sort of. I know that there was a builder at one point in time.
Yeah,
might have been for Dev 1.
No, they had it for this one. Yeah, they had a builder, and it was all nice and neat and clean. Yeah, and I think when Warlords came out, they took it right out of our Discord too. Everybody who had rights on Discord could go in there, and they could make a build and post it, and it was nice, neat, clean. What goes in what slot, what the exact percentages, blah blah blah. And so instead of bugging the shit out of somebody or having to wait till they get on, you could just go on Discord and go right to whatever name build it was, and you could just pull it and you could just do it right. You could go search for it right there. But they took it away, and I never remember their excuse.
There's an unofficial one though, right? On a web page somewhere? Yeah.
There isn't. There is an unofficial one.
Agent vital signs 0.
Tough target. Welcome to the Players Club. Thanks for joining, man. Appreciate the support. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to getting a new cool little skull next to your name. Power up. Larry Cummings. Goes, I can talk.
You can't be any
Tux, your
geek off the
issues."
street.
He goes,
Gotta
"Try
be handy
playing
with
this
the
game
steel if
while
you know what I
using
mean."
only one character." Oh my god, that's my biggest recommendation. So at some point it was okay for a long time, but then at some point it got to like, now like I think I recommend if you're just starting this game today, if you just bought it today, go ahead and make your second character today too while you're at it, because yeah. You need for the resources alone.
Before the frustration sets
For the
in,
resources alone to double up on your shade resources. I mean, I think it probably makes more sense to kind of break your 1,000, of course.
Yeah, but
break your 1,000.
It says unreachable. This is server unreachable. Yep. Thank you. I wonder if everybody that was watching, I wonder if they fell asleep because there's nobody asking questions.
It comes in waves, so in about 2 hours we'll break into the Eastern Europe times, and then we'll get another. It's energy, right? You get it's about energy, like a fresh audience. It's like, hey, you start seeing a bunch of people like, hey guys, what's going on? Good morning, good morning from the UK, you know. But and that's what kept us up. I mean, that was a 12-hour stream we did last night, and so much energy came in at like 2 in the morning. Like just it was a big burst of energy, and it was crazy. And then our conversations got so fucking interesting. And what sucks about that, I gotta say, this is what sucks about it, is that if you're watching on the replay, so many people watch these streams on the replay, and it's like that conversation is like 6 hours in, and they were really fucking good conversations. They were really good.
Yeah. Oh, they were great. Like the last 2 to 3 hours. If you just fast forwarded it today, it was fantastic.
Casey, thanks for the dono. Appreciate it, man.
I don't understand.
You get my back, I got yours. I got your back, you got mine.
All right, hang on.
Is
because I'm not the leader. Tom.
You don't have the party hat on.
How did I get the party hat?
You
What do you want me to do?
Because Gambit left, and so I left, so you have the most time on the floor. So it goes to who's the most seniority.
Invite
so
to group.
all you have to do is like go to Xbox, go to the party, invite
And then I'll
like
give this back to Gambit.
Another agent has joined your
Here we go.
Yeah, and so I think also another thing is like I need to get back on the European time zones, and so I try to cycle my stream time. So lately, for the last couple of weeks, I've been doing a lot of evening streams, which is U.S. times, right? And so in order to get the UK time zones, I got to start streaming like extremely early in the morning, or / late at night, however you want to look at it.
Oh my god, dude. You look like a fucking laughing
So,
cat.
Marco, this mask
is
here was
amazing.
from a past apparel event, so you can no longer get it. That's my TuxedoBandido mask, so I don't want you to have it anyways. Just kidding. No, but that's how you get it. And there's a couple of them. If you're an apparel guy like me, I love the apparel. I love all this shit. Here's the other one that came with it. The Calavera mask. It's really cool.
Was it you, Tux? Was it you that brought up? Hey, why the fuck did we not get that blue hoodie? I have heard more people.
Yeah, I brought it up. Yeah,
everybody.
I mean, I'm sure we all have that question because it's in a picture, and so it looks like you should get it.
Yeah.
So this outfit, if you go in here, this LED outfit's got a blue hoodie. You only get 3 pieces, and now all of them are different. Like, look, you got 4 pieces plus a bonus. 3 pieces plus a bonus. That's 4 pieces. 4 pieces. 3 pieces plus a bonus. That's 4 pieces. 3 pieces plus a bonus. That's 4 pieces. Now the LED is just a flat. Well, I guess it is 3 pieces plus a bonus. I didn't see that LED thing on the back. But why didn't we get the sweater that they're showing? All the other ones we get everything shown. This one's got that blue sweater, and that blue sweater doesn't already exist, so it's not something that I've seen anybody have from before. So somebody's mentioned that they've seen messages from the devs saying that they're planning on fixing that issue, but
Releasing it later. Yeah. Oh, we've never heard that before.
But I was just saying, like, we were talking about, like, I would like purge gear. I'm ready to go whenever you guys are, whatever you want to do.
Oh, okay.
Like I want a purge gear thing.
The
You know what
Purge
I mean?
mask
Like,
is a little weird.
wouldn't that be cool, guys? Like if we had a purge theme purge. I would like a purge game. Has that ever been done? Is there a purge video game out there?
I think the closest thing is the Far Cry shit.
Is Far Cry like the purge? I mean, the newest one is like, you know, I feel like it's more like you're fighting. You're a citizen, you're right, and you're fighting some narco dude, right?
That's what the last one is. The first 3 or 4, I think they're on 5 or 6. The first 3 or 4 were it's, you know, fittest you know, survival of the fittest. You know, it's got to do overrun, and there is no law. So like in one of them, you know, the redneck hillbillies fill in the blank state took over. We're trying to take over the entire country because, you know, when the government shut down, they had all the guns and all the bullets and da-da-da-da-da. In another one, you're on a stranded island. Yeah, so it depends on what you were doing, but yeah, that was the basic premise. It was like an adult version of Lord of the Flies, right? Well, there's no piggy and no conch. Who's going to take control?
God, there's so much you can do with this fucking game because of the setting that it's based on. You know what I mean? This apocalypse type situation. I mean, the factions and oh man. Like, but I would love a Purge video game. I mean, you could go fucking Purge with this game, man. Like, it'd be a side story, right? Because of all the factions and the random hoodlums that can make their own little street gang and, you know, their own laws and.
So hang on. For all your viewers that keep asking why we're doing this is the 5th exotic in a row. 5 out of 5 runs, I have gotten an exotic.
What are you farming?
Yeah. So it's, I got it on snipers.
On snipers?
An agent needs assistance.
No, I've got. So Jim and I figured out a long time ago.
Detected.
Well, he figured it out and beat it into her head. There's a list of shit depending on what you want. There are some items you pick that don't have anything to do with what you want for it to drop. So like if you're looking for high mods, correct me if I'm wrong. If you're wanting high mods,
yeah, I know what you mean.
or if you're
because the game RNG sucks, so you like trick it and you're like, okay, I want something shitty, so that'll give me something great. Yeah.
Right, after the umpteen time that happened, you're like, okay, it's not coincidence that when I put my shit on Gilla, because like we were wanting to farm Nightcrawler masks, right, or Nightwatcher masks. Okay, well, we didn't get that, but did everybody notice we got a shit ton of 6% chance and 12% damage bomb? And it was like if only one of us got it, no big deal, but we're all getting it. And so it's just funny like that, and it's so the other thing Cam has figured out is
fucking asshole.
So like when we're first doing this, right? So you pick chest pieces or pick one weapon. Doesn't matter what. I usually start off with assault rifles because there's more assault rifle exotics. And so what I'll do is I'll pick one of those, and if I don't get an exotic after. Now, I can't remember if he's more patient than I am or the other way around. I usually give it 10. If I don't get an exotic after 10
more
runs,
patient than me.
Isn't that like you do it every 2 or 3 or something like that?
3 to 5.
Yeah, so if he gets the 5, if he gets the 5 clears and 1 exotic, doesn't matter what it is, but if an exotic doesn't fall, before he starts next to the rig and he pulls it up, doesn't matter, because again, we're not farming. He'll change the loot. He'll either change another kind of weapon, another platform, or he'll change it to chest pieces, or backpacks, or mods. And then all of a sudden they'll start falling. And what he's learned that's super weird is, so say you were looking for the Setsuka piece, right? And you've gone by 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you haven't gotten a chest piece, right? You're like, change for like 5 or 6 runs, doesn't matter what to, and then change back. That run or the run after, you'll just have whatever you're looking for, like you'll have 10 of them sitting on the ground in front of the front door. And it's the weirdest shit ever. That's how you know we've been up there way.
Ooh, I got a catharsis mess. So I've gotten 3 exotics since we've been doing this, now officially. So let's see the roll on it.
Seska backpack with calculated. Anybody need it?
Is it full credit on it?
it wasn't God roll. It's 13-7 weapon, 10-7 damage with calculated, and then you can roll whatever you want on the third roll.
Yeah, no, I need crits on both. I'm looking for one that's got crit chance, crit damage, and mostly combined arms, but calculated would technically work too. And then because I want to make it put it at a skill tier, but it's got to have full crits.
Yeah.
Agent out of action. Agent vital signs 0.
What's Rockstar Rico Muerte? I'm trying. What do you mean? Is Rockstar a game? Manhunt from Rockstar feels like the purchased them.
Rockstar's a gaming
company. Gotcha.
Like if I remember correctly, like
yeah. I know what you mean now.
Called? Saints Row and shit like that.
I know what you mean now.
They did Grand Theft.
Grand Theft Auto. Not to be confused with his favorite tactical game,
Jungle.
Grand Theft Jungle. We've got to pull Tux into there. That would be great for like one day a month to bring him to Breakpoint and escort him around. That'd be hysterical.
I can't do it.
No, you love that game. I didn't hear you complaining when we were getting you to Ghost level 99.
That was like 20 minutes. It keeps my attention.
I think you were having all kinds of fun on the raid. I will say this: for anybody bitching about how hard these raids are, yeah, I know, no shit, Destiny's raids are way harder, but fuck the critical raid and Breakpoint.
People say they like Destiny better though.
Like
they say they're better raids. They say don't they say they're easier because?
No, they're supposed to be harder, but they're more enjoyable.
I think it just got a guy. Yeah.
Now I haven't.
Oh, run!
I haven't played them, but I haven't played the game. But from the guys that I know that play it, like, a good time is with like Dark Hours is what 8 to 17 minutes. They're like a raid in Destiny that everybody is just hauling donkey dick and everybody's killing everything is like a 3-hour raid. It's a no shit. It's a battle.
Thank you.
Like you walk out of there like.
Hey Reaper, why is it always Gamut that's saving my life, man? Like, you got you don't like my deodorant? What's the deal?
Well, you're so look, it hurts. As sexy as I am, it hurts my image. You can't, when you're a good-looking guy, you got to surround yourself by ugly dudes. Because if you have two good-looking guys standing next to each other, like, it makes you invisible, and then so it doesn't matter if you're better looking or I'm better looking, we're both invisible. So you go over there and stand next to Gambit. Gambit can come next to me, but you and I can't stand next to each other.
It's okay, we can't hear you over there on the floor.
Yeah.
looking for my contact.
Vital signs critical.
Still can't hear you over there.
Agent out of action.
Your character's passing gas, by the way. There's like a little green cloud by your.
Geisha.
An agent needs
Geisha
assistance.
boy said Reanimated coming soon. I bet the Tux is gonna be happy.
Oh
with
yeah, I was
Sniper
talking
back
about that in the
his
stream the other day. Reanimated, I'd like to hear you guys' opinion on it, but I think Reanimated is the best event in the game. Now, I think it's from you got to take the floor 10 thing probably out of it. I mean, you can still do the same thing in there, but probably even better. Whoa.
You can turn it off.
It's probably even better because you're going to squirt that green juice everywhere, right? And it's like basically a free oxidizer, just sitting at that door all day long.
Well, and a bomb, so it's an oxy and an explosion.
Yeah,
At the same
but from a
time.
gameplay, like if you play the open world or whatever, it's just like, yeah, I think it gets you the most XP because of the whole, chain kill XP that you're kind of playing into, and also most of those builds allow you to run max directives without much difficulty. So 5 directives in the open world, 10 directives in here, because you can use your pistol and one-shot guys with Headhunter, or even using that Hunter's Fury build I just put out the other day, which is similar to ones we've done in the past. So it's not completely new. But what is different about it is the KSG, not many people, and 1.5 million armor. But yeah, so the Reanimated event is really fun because it allows me to go unusual. I'll go do things because you get power-ups, things that I don't normally are able to do. So I can run 1.5 million armor and still one-tap bosses, right? That's impressive. And you don't, and so you get lots of bonus armor, which allows you to play faster, clear more content, put on all directives. It's one of the few times I put on all directives actually, because I don't really like directives. they don't. I don't need them. Basically,
It slow you
in
down.
my life.
Slow you down. Yeah.
I don't need directives in my life.
I got 99.
Directives ain't one of them.
Directives ain't one of them.
But unless I'm running a pistol build or a sniper build, because it's sort of like I can, why not? I'm already running a fucking pistol, you know. But yeah, I just really like that event. I think it's really rewarding. There's no downside to it. So the even this event's got a downside, right? It's like if they pick up the golden bullet and hit you with that shot, it fucking hurts really bad. You die really fast.
Well, if you don't get a headshot kill, they get back up.
Yeah, but isn't that sort of also an upside, like in a way, because that's also just more XP for you because it's another kill. But yeah, it's
Yeah, well, it's more individual XP for the kill. However, if you're like
You're clearing content, it's slower.
Trying to do DUA
Yeah.
faster. Yeah, it's the content's gonna go by slower.
Serious trauma detected.
So it's a give and take. It's more fun the first 3 to 4 days, but then right about the time you're like, okay, I need to go fast. But what's good is you can turn it off and on, so it's not like you're stuck with it.
Tough target. You're saying, are you on the PS4 and you want to do the raids? I mean, PlayStation. Let's see. Tux, join your clan on PC. Want to do raids? Switch from PS4. Okay, so you're on the PC. Gotcha. I mean, I don't know. I'm not too well informed on their raid schedule. I know that they got. All I know is that because I was talking to the community manager about it, is that they got 2 places where they post the raid schedules. One on Discord, which nobody seems to be using as much as the other one. And I don't know where the other one is. But I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, our PC clan community is, I don't know. We got what, 3 clans on PC? Where PlayStation and Xbox, we got 5. So, you know, I don't know if that's making it easier or harder to get into clans, but I mean, into raids, but it sounds like it's harder to me. I don't know. Somebody, Latina would probably be the best one to ask about that. If she doesn't know herself, she would get you in touch with the right person.
You know, I was joking. I almost said it to you last night, but we were so tired. I don't know. I can't remember if I actually said it or I just dreamt that I said it. But I was like, you know, she's your Pepper Pot.
Yeah, she's totally Pepper.
It's
A little more.
So when someone asks you a question about scheduling and all this other shit and how does it work, you're like, dude, he's the pretty, you know, he's the billionaire.
Well, clans
like,
require a lot of
outside gig
maintenance. They
doing
require a
whatever,
lot of maintenance, and so
Yeah.
like, if I were to do it,
we'll just have
it would
Latina do
be utterly chaos because I wouldn't be able to give the clans the attention they deserve. And so we, you know, 5 clans on Xbox and whatever. So in the PlayStation, and so we got really good community leaders to do that for us.
So speaking of that, yeah, we're gonna. I've got a checkup. Just like not Tuesday or Wednesday. I've got a post-op, and then depending on what they say, we might be able to start.
They might say you're allergic to clans.
Everybody who's gonna be. Yeah, no shit. But if everything, if they don't have to go back and open me up, like if I didn't mess this up. Yeah, there was an issue when you went on break, and I couldn't feel from my waist down for about 15 minutes. But if the doc if the surgeon winds up saying, yeah, you're good, blah blah blah, then we'll have a run through next week, and then the week after. So when reanimation starts, we'll be doing, you know, weekly.
We do have
raids.
Tux clans in Europe, not the clan, but many of the people, right? So it's not the clan, but many of the people are. Our clan is U.S. I mean, a lot of them are U.S. servers, but it just sort of depends on who's raiders. Not, you know what I mean? And like your raider crew that are most often raiding, what are they? And I remember meeting with some of the leadership on the PC a few weeks ago, and yeah, some of them are in the UK.
Are those the trackers that you got from North Dakota?
There's some UK guys there, but some of them are on the East Coast U.S. as well. So there was both. But what hours are they running raids? Gosh, I don't know. I mean, and PlayStation, I understand they're raiding all the time, and but that's the same situation. They're European time zones, and U.S. time zones too. Well, I think our community really does reflect the game, and which is the two largest communities in the Division 2 are U.S. and then UK, and then I believe it's from there. I think it might be German or Australian. No, it's Australian. Is the next largest community, which is crazy, awesome, but different time zone as you can imagine. And then German is up there too. Actually, there's a lot of German players. I'm starting to see an emergence of Brazilian players, which is pretty cool. I'd like to see some more South American players hop up in here. There's French also, but and I think our community grows. I think it's largely based on YouTube, like as far as the Tux Players Club and our Discord community and all that stuff. It's a lot of it is actually driven by YouTube. So whoever's on YouTube, like, that's where we're gonna get more of, because we do these streams just like this, and we'll be like, hey, come join our Discord. It's hopping over there, right? Like if you're into builds or if you're into this game and you want to learn more about the game and level up your gameplay, we got forums for that, and it's like a really, we're non-elitists. We're not a raid Discord. We're not a clan Discord. We're a community Discord. You know what I mean? And the reason why we designed this Discord is for it to be the central hub for the entire Division 2 community.
I didn't even see that fucker coming.
The central hub, you know what I mean?
By the time
because the Division 2 hasn't really provided that, you know what I mean? Besides just like generic information, they used to have like state of the game and stuff, but they kept it so high level. It's just like this game is full of intricate details. There needs to be a place that there's a level of support. Have you ever noticed there's no manual for the Division 2? I mean, there never can be either, because the game has got so many nuances to it, like the chatterbox thing. I mean, that's never going to be I mean, there's always something in this game that keeps a manual from being written. Like, I know a lot of people are inspired to write a manual. They're like, hey, Tux, I'm thinking about writing a manual and like, the basics of creating a build and whatever, but like, oh man, good luck. I mean, more power to you, but like, the reality is that next month they're going to bring out something and everything is going to be fucking completely different. Yeah. And so, wherever the forum is, wherever the school of the division is, has to be as fluid as the game. And so that's why I think Discord, and that's why we created Discord, but that's why Discord is one of the best places to host it, is because the community is fluid, the level of intelligence is fluid, and the format in which it's being delivered is also fluid. So, that's what our Discord is about, and so, and I've kind of made it a point to like, hey, let's not turn into a raid Discord. Let's not turn into a Tux Clan Discord, although all those things happen there. They're an element of the game. We're going to support it, but that's not going to be, exclusive. Yeah, it's not going to be exclusive to that. But yeah, join the Discord. Links below and in the chat.
Miss Latina's gonna be happy that you sent that shame.
No, we grow fast, guys. Like last night, we pulled in 20 new Discord members, like at the same moment. Not like over 12 hours. Not blah blah blah. It was like bing, 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 bing. Like our Discord is massively growing, and that might be the difference between ours and others too.
That were watching last night. I had 4 people like send me messages. They found me on Xbox. I didn't know they were watching. The 4 people that were watching last night, like, contacted me. Hey, do you have any spots open in your clan? Yeah. Can I run around with you and see if I can run? If you give me an invite? Oh yeah, sure. I mean, and it was, and then they like 2 of them were like, "Are you sure? Are you sure it's okay?" I'm like, "It's my clan." Yeah, I'm sure. You want to play, right? They're like, "Don't buy watches and tie here." I was like, "That's not what we're about, man. That's not how we run the clan. That's not how we run the community. If you want to play, we're gonna play."
Yeah, the basic requirements are basic common sense stuff, right? You got to have a mic. Got to group up sometimes. You got to have the expansion.
Yeah. No racist. No.
And don't be an idiot.
Comments.
You know what I mean? Don't be a jackass. Yeah. That's the one rule in our Discord too, and I made it important. I made it a point to only have one Discord rule. Don't be a fool.
And if you don't know what
if you don't know what don't be a fool is, then like, we don't have to explain it to you. It's just like, just don't be a fool. That's it. That's the only rule we have.
Because trust me, if I didn't know 1/100 of the shit that I know now when I first played, and I got lucky, so I wound up, Gambit and I wind up hooking up with a tinkerer, a really high IQ tinkerer that liked to sit here and waste thousands of hours at a time doing the shit over and over and over again too, and so I mean, had I not run into Gambit, I would have put this game away like after I did the hardcore, like in Christmas 2019 when hardcore came out, when it was the day before New Year's Eve is when I got I think I was the third or the fourth person on Xbox to get that patch. I would have quit right there. I've done everything. What else do you want me to do? Like I would have quit right there. Like okay, but but because I knew Gambit and everything, and it was. This is fellowship, right? So in the army you call it esprit de corps. So you're building relationships. This is how I woo-saw, at the end of the day, so I don't like punch something through a wall, right? I don't know if you need. I'm sure you don't, but just so you can show everybody what the quality of loot is. So this is about the 4th Seska mask, just my female character. So what? 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, this is the 4th God roll mask I've gotten like this. So show them like that. That's why. Why would you run legendary? This is why. So we get shit like that. Like half the shit I pick up looks like, or half the shit that's on the ground looks like that.
So let's see, we're at 7497.
Yeah. The mask right
Oh,
here.
I didn't even see that. Oh, so it's big as the one. Ooh, that's beautiful.
Like half the. Yeah, so like every other run, I get like 3 or 4 pieces like that. And it's like, dude, that's why it's so easy for us to make the builds we make it. But you've got to be able to stay alive up here too. You can't be any geek off the street.
You gotta be handy with the steel. Earn your keep. Know what I mean? Best movie ever.
All I know is my list of my favorite ARs is gonna be rather.
Oh yeah, I want to go back to that. Yeah, because we were starting a conversation, we got sidetracked. So like he said, sorry, you were gonna say something. Go ahead, you go first. Your list of ARs. No, you're good.
Ahead, yeah.
No, he did. He said, I think he did, but he said, well, I'll let him answer that. So he said Chameleon and Bighorn, and then we said legendary.
I think he said capacitor, Bighorn.
Yeah, but then we took the capacitor off the table. We said standard DPS, legendary. So no skill build.
All right, Professor, school us.
Favorite AR?
Well, if it's just standard DPS, I still like the Bighorn.
The Bighorn, okay. And then, would you say?
So Bighorn's your number 1. What's your silver and bronze medalist?
Probably Chameleon.
Yeah.
What's your favorite? Okay, make your third a non-exotic.
Oh,
He just healed.
That's so
This guy healed.
AR.
That's so fucking easy. I bet you we'll have the same. I bet you all 3 of us have the same fucking gun. If the third one is non-exotic, I bet you all 3 of us say the same thing.
It will either be an M1A or a Carbine 7.
No, he said AR. He said AR. Non-exotic AR.
Oh.
No cheating, Gambit.
I don't know.
And I don't like the M1A answer whatsoever.
FAMAS, maybe?
FAMAS, interesting.
Right, so if you were asking me, if we all come from the understanding, you cannot argue that the capacitor for skill build, right? There is nothing better. So if we're talking just DPS, I would go number 1. I'd go number 1 Chameleon all day long. If you don't understand why, you don't understand how the weapon works. We've covered that in umpteen many videos. So it would be Chameleon. Number 3 has to be a non-exotic, is actually my number 2, which would be the M4.
Yeah.
So the police M4 would be my silver medalist. But if when you threw out though, it has to be a non-exact. Well, okay, then it'd be my third place one. But yeah, and then I know we said so. Yeah, it's now my second place. That's where stuff starts getting hard, right? So, I mean, you're talking between the shield splinterer, or you're talking about the, the rail splitter, or, they're not normal, but, it's, if I've got an AR in my hand, if it's anything yellow, it's the capacitor. If it's anything red, I'm always going to have the chameleon in my hand. Unless we are doing a group thing where you need to do perfect focus, blah, blah, then it's the police M4. But I can run the whole game with those two ARs. With the chameleon and the capacitor, I can run the whole game with just those two. Like, all my builds are synergized through that. So, if I was only allowed to have 3 exotics the entire game on all my builds, it would be the chameleon, the capacitor, and the memento. And I can run everything I need to do off those 3 exotics.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I didn't say they were the best. I didn't say your opinion sucks. I just said you asked me, and I'm gonna tell you, I can do everything I need to do with the capacitor and memento or the chameleon and memento. I mean, those two pairs like that, they're almost a build by themselves. It's almost
the capacitor. My God, the capacitor is amazing, but the chameleon, that's an interesting gun because, wow, it does a lot for you. Like, it brings all the, I think it's the only assault rifle, right? The only assault rifle that brings all the crits to the build that you need.
Yes.
And because assault rifles are really hard to crit, right?
Everything else, right? Everything else, you got health, damage to health, and damage to target, but they don't do crit. It's the only assault rifle that comes.
Let me ask you guys this, anybody can answer.
Well,
does it annoy you? Or what's your stance on it? Like, and I've seen people run it both ways, but like the chameleon gives you all the crit chance that you need, right? Especially when you get the buff, right? But even without the buff, isn't it? What is it? 35% on just right off of the gun, and then you got your watch adding 10%, something like that. You get 10 from your watch. You get 10 from your watch, so that's 45 right there. So if you can't figure out how to get 10 or 12, if you can't stack up on your build, so when guys come up to me like, I can't knock stuff down, I've got 215 crit damage, but before I even look at the build, I already know you don't have enough chance. Yeah.
And you're like, I'm running a chameleon just like you, and I've got over 1,000 watts just like you. Well, now I know you're not running a single crit roll because you get 35 from the weapon. You get 35 from the weapon, and you get 10 from your watch. So if you're sitting at 45, that means you have put 0 into your build. You put 0 crit rolls. Yeah, it's if you and again, it's the Barbie gun, right? It's if you have the memento, if you pair the chameleon with the dude, I was literally about to say, hey, all that pain while Tux was gone, thinking that I might have crippled myself, it was worth it. I was so fucking. You see the mind games this fucker plays? He drops this fucking.
Yeah, I've seen it twice. Is he fucking with this? Is that what he's
light.
doing?
I go,
Because I keep looking at it. I'm like, why does he keep dropping these mods? Like, he's fucking with this, isn't it?
He gets me to.
I knew it.
Yeah. So
Tricky little guy.
The problem is, if you don't go chase it, if you don't run over there and get it, the next time he'll put the one.
And he'll be like, "You missed it, bro. That was 13%."
He will record. He will then. No. He will crush it. He will go to Xbox and he will go record last 20 seconds, and then he will send you the video. He will send you the video of him standing in front of the thing doing the "What's up" pose, and you not coming for it, and then him crushing it. So
the ultimate troll.
Oh yeah, no, I'm telling you, like it's everybody that gets like if you have a good sense of humor, we are probably right up your alley, and we will laugh and repeat ourselves. If you don't have thick skin, though, Gambit and I are gonna piss you off.
So I think
we don't mean to be offensive, but you know, it's like having two brothers, right? Like any of you that have brothers, like you're honoring shit with each other. I mean, that's the dude you know you can go to war with, right? So like I give him shit, but anybody else says anything about Gambit, I'm gonna lose my shit on you. Now he doesn't give a shit about me, but like, you know, that's my dude. But yeah, no, there's no one. I mean, there could be someone watching this right now, and they could be writing the nastiest shit ever about me. And I'm telling you, you could mean it with all the venom in your heart, and you have not come close to the shit that Gambit has said about me while we're in party. but that's how this is how funny it is, right? So we told you, pastors, and actually he preaches on Sunday, pastor, right? And no joke, a pastor. He laughs so hard he has to put himself on mute because he starts wheeze laughing. So the rule with him is there's only one word we can't say. We can't say GD. As long as you don't say GD, he never says, okay guys, let's clean it. He's too busy laughing because when Gambit and I start like teeing off on each other, it's kind of like everybody gets into the act and we're all making fun of everybody. And that's what it's for. The game is just a platform used to, you know, hang around and talk with your buddies, whether it's a guy buddy, a girl buddy, who cares? I mean, that's what this is for. We're not in here measuring each other's penis.
Yeah, I admit, because mine's been whipped out this whole time. I've been waiting for you guys.
We're not sitting here trying to measure the chunka hunka or whatever you said last night. The hunkus chunkus. I fucking laughed so hard last night.
Hubba bubba. Chunka, hunka chunka.
You said hubba bubba, and I went, what the fuck? I was like,
King Arthur in the house. Here we go, breaking into UK time zones. So no, I haven't done hardcore raid yet. I haven't done hardcore character yet. I can't afford it. I can't lose the character. I need the mule.
Oh, you can't lose.
Yeah, I can't. I need that extra slot.
Right.
Sounds fun though. I mean,
but if you ever did,
successful or not, it sounds like a fun challenge just to start a character.
But if you did, Gambit and I, we could. Now, you have to understand, there's going to be a lot of ridicule. There's going to be a lot of pointing and laughing. There's going to be a lot of taking pictures of you while you're bleeding out. At the last second, we'll pick you up. But we did it to each other too. So I will give Gambit all the credit in the world too, though. For 2 years, about every 6 months, he'll bring it up. Hey, man. Really? No shit. How hard was it to do XYZ? I'm telling you, man. I was like, don't be playing it around. If you got a really big, expensive TV, don't be using your Elite controller. Things will break. And no. And I go, I'm shit. I was like, if you ask me, I'm gonna tell you. I'm telling you. Do you feel a great sense of accomplishment? Yada yada. Yes. But I'm telling you, the game fucking cheats. And if you think the game only cheats on normal, you wait until you see a fucking...
Oh my god, that'd be the worst thing ever.
Walk through a wall. Like literally levitate through a wall. You can't kill it, but it can still see, track you, and snipe you through a concrete wall. So there's little shit. But I will tell you this. So Gambit had, and it really was a great skill. But how I finally talked him into game over / I call it the Iron Man build, right? The Tony Stark build. How I finally talked him into it was, I don't know how many times he died and how many exotics he lost, because when Gambit decides he's gonna fucking grind, I mean, the world stops and he's grinding, right? So, you get a capacitor, you get this, blah, blah, and he gets a full. After about the third time he dies, he was like, fine, fuck it, I'll try it. And when he found out how much fucking survivability you had on, that became Gambit, 100% Gambit approved. This is your hardcore build. Nope, don't care about anything. Well, I've got this guy, don't care. Like, and so we've got a group of buddies that they run hardcore clans. And so to be a lieutenant, you have to have an SHD of 1,000 on hardcore. Or you could be a member, you just can't be a lieutenant, right? And they tried talking him into all these wazoo builds, and with a smirk on his face, he's like, no, that's right, I got the founder build, I'm okay. Because again, the point of the hardcore is it's not okay if I die, no big deal. No. Then you're not. You won't get it. The deal with hardcore is, I mean, it's got to be painful. You got to feel like part of you died, right? And so that's where the permadeath shit comes out, right? So but yeah, when he started running that, when he was doing hardcore, he really liked that build, and yeah, it's hard to argue with when you can get up to whatever 1,000, whatever your watch was on without dying. Everybody can say playstyle and do whatever, but when you got a dude running hardcore and the entire map is trying to kill you and you still don't get killed, and not that day, not that week, not that month. You went through world tier, you went through 0 to 30, you went world tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you went all the way through New York, and you still didn't die, and you ran one build the whole time. That's all the promoting you need on.
Yeah. But it's with all the glitches out there right now, God, is it even worth it? Like, I mean, like for example, you can lose all your expertise.
So,
I mean, they probably fix that by now, but you know what I mean? Those types of glitches is like, I don't know.
So I'll let Gambit give you the really good news about expertise on hardcore, and I fucking lost my shit. I think it's a good thing, but I didn't get that shit, so I'm pissed. But when Gambit told this to me, I was both envious and pissed at the same time. So Gambit, once you tell him how that shit works, how the watch and the expertise shit works on hardcore.
Well, your watch, you never lose your watch points. So like if you're at watch 500 and you die, as soon as you clear Keener again and get your watch back, you're back at 500.
You're back at 500. Yeah.
You get all your watch points back.
So if you're 1,000,
it's not a true reset.
Right. So if you were
Kill that fucking boss.
And died, if you were SHD 1,000 and you died, all you have to do is make another hardcore tune, and go again. And once you kill Keener, it's the exact same thing as making another normal character. The second you kill Keener, you're not level 40. You're SH. So like Tux, you wouldn't be 41. You would be SHD 7,000.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Right. So you don't lose that. And if I remember correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, Professor. So remember I was telling you, whatever you do when you do your expertise shit, right? And this was a game changer for me. Whatever you do on your, remember I was telling you that if you get your skills to expertise 20, that goes across all 4 of your tunes, right?
Yes.
So if you're doing a hardcore character and you get to the point where you have skills, when you unlock that skill, it won't be at 1. It's going to be expertise 20, because it's another one of the programming things they didn't think about, right? So if you do your secret, now think about this. Think about this. You have Foundry Bulwark on, and instead of a turret drone, you have a turret seeker. And your turret and seekers are expertise level 20. Now, the game is going to only view you as level 30. They're only going to view you at World Tier 1, World Tier 2, level 30. But, even though you don't have your watch yet, when you unlock your turret and you unlock your seekers, so let's say you're level 17. As soon as you unlock the seekers, they're not at level 17, level 30, World Tier 1, they're expertise level 20. Because if you expertise them to 20 on your normal character, and I know I have to go look just in case.
Just an interesting piece.
That'll work. But yeah, so I don't know if I'm being as clear as I'm trying to be, but so if you were to, so I don't know how many of your skills you've expertise, but let's say you got the expertise 15 on skill. Now remember, it's only skill. But let's say your turret and drone are at expertise 15. You start a hardcore on tomorrow. and we get on and we escort you around.
Tux, you want that?
That's a fucking mod.
No, it's not.
That's not bad. I don't need it though. I want to. If it was
I don't
God roll, I'd
trust you.
definitely take it. But I have one something like that.
So yeah, so if you were a hardcore character and the game is viewing you as level 17, sub-level 30, but you're walking around with a turret and seekers at God level expertise 20, you could throw those fucking seekers like a block away and they will go, and they're hitting for like 7-8 million. I mean, there's not a whole, you're not really in danger anymore. Now all you got to do is have a wingman in case like a fucking elite patrol walks by. And I will tell you, fire's still nasty. It doesn't matter what you're doing on any boat, fire still fucks you up. Oh, after this run, I wondered why I was in so much pain. I need to take the pain from. I'm sitting there going, fuck, why do I hurt so bad?
It's your build.
Yeah, a lot of those hardcore guys don't run around without Hasbro on their build.
Oh yeah. You'll see a lot of 3-piece y'all, at least a 2-piece y'all. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, because fire,
Yeah.
like, so
There's a lot of it in the
here's
game.
the deal with fire, right? So we all know there's a lot of fire. We all know fire fucks you up. But what is 99% of everybody running hardcore? If you're brave enough to do hardcore, that's like standard issue. Everybody's running a hive, right? If you are engulfed in fire, if they set you on fire, or they explode a jerry can or something, if you are in fire and you die, oh, it's no big deal. My hive will get you up. No, it won't. Your hive won't get you up because fire burns your hive, so your hive isn't going to come. So it nullifies your hive. It can't pick you up.
Blocks the pickup too.
It blocks the pickup, yeah. So the little stingers that are supposed to fly up in the air and stick you with adrenaline and pick you back up, they aromatize in the air and it never reaches you, I guess, if you wanted to get like all like biological and shit, right? So in this game, they think, you know, the devs were like, yeah, fire fucks everything up. So no shit, if you're in hardcore, and it usually takes dying 2 or 3 times before people finally start, you know, no, I'll just put a hive on. That's the 3rd time they die. They're like, no, fuck a hive. I need Hasbro. You're still going to catch on fire, but at least let me run away like a block down the street and put a mist in it. You know, the instant death is just getting stupid.
And the biggest piss off is when the game mechanics kill you.
Oh God.
If I do
somebody
something
can't
stupid and
pick
kill
you up.
myself,
Oh fuck yeah. Yeah.
That's one thing, but when stupid game mechanics kill you, that's entirely another problem.
Yeah. That's the part where that would irritate me the
Like, I was
most.
in-
Some stupid like that.
I was in Countdown, because Countdown will let you run mixed. You can run hardcore and regular characters in the same group.
So Countdown and the Raid are the only time you can mix company. Now before you go, what a crazy fucker. Yeah, but you gotta remember, Gambit's only getting in Countdown with his friends that we know, everybody knows, above all else, you make sure Gambit doesn't go down. Like, because if we die, we wait to get picked up. Gambit dies, you know, that's fucking 2 weeks of work down the drain. So you get to pick your squad, right? You're not joining random.
But yeah, we were in there once, and there were 4 of us that were hardcore, and 4 of us that were regular. We haven't really done one where it's hardcore, but 4 and 4 normally.
That would be lunacy. Oh my God.
We split it up, so it's like 2 and 2.
Yeah, 2 hardcores on each team.
All in Darkness from Brazil.
We didn't pay attention to the clock, and we missed the extraction.
Agent killed.
Missed
so
calling
it's
in the
auto-death.
extraction.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's an auto death, but what happened is one of the hardcore guys got hit and dropped to his knee, and because the countdown was going for the auto death, he actually bled out and died before the auto death timer went to 0, and he lost his
Fuck.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like that's why when he was asking me, and I told him, very first thing I said is, go get a cheap monitor. For every time you log in, go get a cheap monitor. Because if you get pissed off
You're
and
gonna put a fist through it.
Monitor,
Yeah. Go buy a cheap monitor,
telling you.
unpack it,
So,
hook it up, power up the game, and then drive your fist through it.
So it was 2 days after Thanksgiving 2019 is when this came out. And like I said, I think I was the third or fourth person in Xbox to get all the way through the hardcore raid without dying. My very first character, I go all the way through, I don't die. We get Wags through. I think Wags maybe died once, but it wasn't that he got he got killed. It was, I don't know if you remember this, but remember the servers were fucking god awful. We used to get Delta just standing at the White House. You get Delta. Well, in hardcore, a Delta is a death. You get Delta, you die, you die. There's no rules official going, hey, he was at the White House, that shouldn't count as death. Nope, you start all the way over. So I think that's how he died the first time. But on his next character, you know, you make sure you're in a stable. You don't, and for reasons like that, you don't join. Like you stay within the continental U.S. No matter how cool your friend is in another country. You don't risk things like bad servers.
Yeah, not at all.
Like,
check your internet speeds, everything. So like fuck. Stupid things like that, right?
It was bad. You would hear, we would talk, we were doing it. There's a girl, I don't know how into Reddit you are, but Blue Buckaroo, right? She used to be in our clan, and we were gonna escort her through. Great person. She's a fantastic human being. And there were 2 or 3 times we had it scheduled on the clock. She gets off at this time, blah blah blah. It gets the other. She got to handpick the 7 people she wanted to escort her through. And so I made the rule: whoever was running your hardcore character, they got to pick who your other 7 were. This was not let's just rush through and get it done. It's because one, confidence is a big part of that race. And if you're super worried about dying, you're going to overthink one thing or another, and you're going to die just because you did or didn't do something fast enough. But there was 2 or 3 nights in a row we had to postpone hers. I think she was in California because they were having super high winds or rain or something, and it was screwing with their internet. And I mean, with all the sweetness in the world, she was like, "I love you guys. I really appreciate you guys coming together for me." But she's like, "I am not risking my internet dropping and me losing the character." And I mean, and you have to be that way. But yeah, it's deltas used to be a thing.
Oh my god.
Oh, it was.
Oh, deltas.
Faster.
Oh my god.
Oh shit! If you were in a fucking apartment building, right? Because not everybody that played. So we had 3 college kids. We had 2 who played football, 1 played baseball. We had 3 college kids in there with us, and their dorm lost power because there was a super huge snowstorm. Well, okay, Canada would call it a light dusting, but to them they called it the big. But it took out their internet. They were both in the clan quarters at the clan vendor. They got Delta because the dorm lost power. They quit the clan. They never played the game again. To this day.
To this day.
Again. They were that pissed
to
off.
this day.
Yeah.
That's a meme.
They had gotten all the way to World Tier 5.
To this day.
And of no fault of their own, they died. And it was like, I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, Legendary is like a mini form of that, and like, you know, I just can imagine starting all over the beginning, just the.
Well, think about it, right? Like, so if we wipe on Legendary, you know, think of all the colorful words and the octaves that come out of our mouth, right? And all we have to do is start over. I want you to imagine the rage-filled testosterone motherfucker that's going through your mind when it's, no, we don't start over. I have to start over on, I have to figure out, like, how far above my eyes are from my nose all over again, because I have to create this guy from scratch. There's no start over. It's a new tune. Like, it is a mind screw. When you die, you feel it. Like, there's a, for everybody that's out there going, oh, I'm really bored with it. I love the game, but it doesn't scare me anymore. I'm not afraid of this. I'm not of that. Go make a hardcore character. No, that won't do. Oh yes, it will. Oh yes, it will. That keener fight.
But would it make you hate the game?
That entire keener fight.
You know what I mean? Like,
no. Well, no. I mean, and again, you ask Gambit, he got a whole new lease on the game, and he got super back into it, and I think you appreciate it more, right? But it's, but yeah, it definitely. So I don't know what your rig is at home, right? So with all your streaming shit, but whatever your really nice monitor, your 68-inch bendy 3D monitor that you got, that's not what you're playing when you log in for hardcore. You need that 80-pound bubble screen, full glass TV that you got from your grandma. Like that, if you break it, it's no big deal because you will be pissed.
So back to that assault rifle question, you know what I mean? I think the interesting one, a lot of typical responses, but like the interesting one is the Bighorn. I think the Bighorn has a reemergence with the striker buff. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, I mean, it was already kind of okay, and it had a buff a ways back, right? But with the striker buff, I think people have used it, but I think it's still kind of got a little bit ignored. And like I myself, I started running it again when Heartbreaker came out, just to test, you know, as I was testing new builds and stuff like that. And then I went back to this 4-piece striker and put on that gun, and it's just like, and I think what Gambit and Reaper and everybody starts to realize when they run that gun is like, we already know it's good and whatever, but that extra headshot damage is so easy to maintain. What is it, 130%?
The stability.
And the stability too.
Yeah.
Handling.
Yeah.
Hey guys, seriously, I need to take a medical pause. I gotta go get my pill. All right, I'm almost doubled
Do
over.
it.
I'll be right back.
But like, I gotta open these caches anyways. It's like, it's a really good gun. And the reality is, it's like you get to a point in this game that I'm sort of like this too. It's just like where you want to and are always by habit going for headshots anyways. You know what I mean? Like I hate shooting at the chest, and some guns like the capacitor sorts of kind of makes you shoot at the chest more than most, just because of its handling is a little kind of like an SMG, I feel like. But I mean, I love going for headshots. I like headshot builds. It just makes a lot of sense. Like even on the Chungas, on an assault rifle build, I've started to gravitate, you know, because a lot of people have the habit like, oh, bust his backpack, then his chest, and then kill him. But I started to gravitate towards just going, it's so much easier just to go all for headshots on that Chunga. Crack his helmet open. As soon as that helmet is cracked, I mean, he goes down so fast, it's like 2 bullets. You know, versus breaking this, breaking that. Yeah. Because the one thing is, like, if you break his chain, which is a really nice thing to do because it just holds him still, then if you break his backpack, he magically fixes his chain. It's like magic. You know, it's like, okay. And so it just seems like, and then you got to break his chain again, and then you got to break his chest, and it's just too many steps sometimes. But, you know, I feel, and that's why, like, with my assault rifles, I tend to go as on the Xbox, I tend to go with the ones that have a reasonable amount of handling already built in them. And that's why, like, my favorite is probably all time is going to end up staying with the Police M4. And it's sort of a standard, I think, probably in industry, but it has its reasons, and it's its weapon handling. It takes a full set of mods, and it can take a scope, right? And so, and it's got a high RPM that's not too high. It's short, of course, it's on the lower base of weapon damage because you're sacrificing a lot of that, but where like Gamba likes the FAMAS, I can't do the FAMAS because I feel like it misses a lot of shots. I have a hard time landing headshots. It goes for a ride to the sky, and so and I haven't used it in probably like a year and a half. Like literally, it's been that long since I've touched it. So maybe it's not so bad with Striker anymore, but it's like it's sort of really close to the Police M4 in mine. Isn't the base weapon damage basically the same? You just get 50 more RPM, which can make a lot of difference. So I chose the CTAR. The CTAR, you've probably heard me say, like, the CTAR is my favorite weapon in the game, and I'm an assault rifle, and that led me to saying the rail splitter is my favorite in the game. But the only reason why the CTAR isn't officially my favorite assault rifle is because it can't take an 8x scope. and so it loses. So it lacks a little flexibility, but it is weaker, but it is faster, and technically it's less. It's got worse handling in the PS4, but when it performs like it's got better handling in the PS4. I don't know why. That's my impression, but that's why I love it, because I can play a short game with that assault rifle, kind of run it like an SMG, and I love speed, and that's the one that I put that build on, and I run it with a glass cannon, coyotes, contractors, foxes, prayers, and then I run it with 150% weapon handle or accuracy. That is accuracy, and I say which one's got better time to kill, and nobody can tell because they're the same time to kill. One's running glass cannon, one's not. One's running braced, and they look like they have the same time to kill, because I just think that RPMs are amazing in this game, right? Really make a lot of difference in your builds. But the Bighorn, I guess back to my point, the Bighorn, I think emerges on a lot of experienced people's lists. Like it's on mine too. I don't know what number it is. I think I'm starting to like it better than the Chameleon. The Chameleon has always been up there. I mean, the Chameleon's a contender. And a top 3 probably on anybody's list, not counting like the skill hybrid ones, right? So like the capacitor off the table, the test subject off the table, like, so for like just DPS builds, and like it's a really good assault rifle. I wish I had it here with me right now. I'd run it, but I don't. And so it's really good. It's got 850 RPMs, which is not too fast, not too slow, and 130% headshot damage. Holy shit, right? It's gonna make any build really good. But that's like, look at it, isn't it like Gambit? Isn't it like 130% crit damage too? Because you add crit damage onto, you had headshot damage with crit damage before you add your multipliers. So add your multiplier, add those 2 multipliers, and then multiply them by weapon damage. You know what I mean? It's something like that. So it's basically like, I mean, if you look at it from that perspective, if you're going for headshots anyways, because we are, like, if I was running, let me just tell you right now, like if I was running the capacitor is a little bit different just because of the way it handles, but if I was running this Police M4, I use this scope and I go for nothing but headshots, nothing but. And if I hit the body, it's an accident. All I'm going is for headshots. Even on the tankiest guys like Chungas. I love taking Chunga's heads with this gun. Love it. I love it. It's so much fun. And I run it with fast hands. But if you're already going for headshots, look at it like you can translate, and I'm not a mathematician, but the way I look at it is you can translate headshot damage into crit damage, right? And so if the math heads will show you that how the headshot damage and crit damage act the same. So you, when they're being multiplied on your build, you actually add them together. So you crit damage as a multiplier plus the headshot damage, and then multiply the rest of your build out based on whatever you got going on. So it's not multiply on multiply, it's 2 multipliers added together. So look at it like adding 130% more crit damage on your build, which is better than strained, right? If you're going for headshots, which, well, why would you be running the Bighorn if you're not going for headshots, right? And then at a certain point in the game, why are you not going for headshots at all, ever? I mean, like, you should be going for purely headshots when you're ready to in the game, right? You know what I mean? Like, you should always be like, I'm running a striker assault rifle build. Why would I not be going for headshots? You know, if I was running a DPS build. I mean, so really good gun, I think. And I think it's just like, I think we all started to realize it again when Striker showed up, because you're like, it makes you pick up certain weapons and go, oh yeah. And then so it sort of makes it shine because it picks up the RPM, gives it even more handling. So you're stacking even easier. You're landing headshots even easier. You can run the chest piece, and then you got that amplified damage on top of the multipliers and your crits, and it feels really good.
I think most people pick it up and it kicks, and they can't control it, and they're like, this is garbage.
And I hate, or they have the lack of confidence in headshots. Like, oh, I'm not very good at headshots. I got potato aim, you know? Soren, welcome.
But I mean, once you've got the striker stacks, if you can land headshots with that Bighorn, it's 3-4 million a shot.
Is that what it's putting out? Like, I don't even remember. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Fully auto in the head with that is amazing. What do you run yours with when you run it? You go striker?
I was running it just with a striker build, and I think I had a couple pieces rolled. I seem to remember around 40% handling.
Yeah, it's good.
40% handling, I was okay with the way that 40 was. So like, I didn't roll everything into handling, but.
Yeah, because strikers give with the striker basic setup guide already at 25. Well, this AR gives me an extra 10.
Yeah.
Here, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
Fuck. Okay, but I'm about at the point where I'll pay you $1,000 to get on a plane and come take me
What
to
up,
the hospital.
Anthony?
Oh, fuck.
All right, I'm back.
This should not hurt this bad. I've had 10 surgeries before this. I've never had anything hurt like that. I've never had anything cut my legs off before.
If you need to take a break, bro, good. You can jump in a little bit after your meds kick in.
I'm sorry, Rita. I could not hear you. I've got like a blazing, searing pain. And would you say something?
Yeah, I was saying, if you do, well, maybe you should take a break. You could jump in. We'll be playing. You jump in when you feel a little bit better.
You don't understand. If I don't keep my mind on something,
You focus on it.
like this isn't
Yeah.
oh this hurts. This is oh shit. Did the dude screw my spine up?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be all right, man. It just
All right,
sucks.
let's go kill some shit. Well, army surgeons aren't
They're not the
highly
yeah.
decorated. Like
The little budget.
you've heard, like the C's or D's get degrees. Like those are your army guys.
Gotcha.
The medics are class acts. The Navy corpsmen and the Army medics, they're great. Surgeons, those are the dudes who go like every day of the week, and they might pay attention to, you see in the media where like someone, went to have surgery on their ACL, and it was a successful surgery, but it was on the wrong knee. That, like, I'm not joking. Like, it has showed up in the Army Times that has happened. Like, an Army surgeon did the wrong fucking knee. So,
Hey.
oh shit! Like when you took your break when you were with your daughter and you took a break, all I did was with one hand attempt to keep the dog from jumping up on me, and I went from standing, like completely standing, no problem, zero pain at all, to it took me you'd have to ask Gambit 15 or 20 minutes before I could put the headset back on. I literally took me 15 minutes to figure out how to get up off the ground because I could not feel from like my belly button down. I could not feel my toes.
Agent incapacitated.
Yeah, it was. All right, kids. When you grow up, just say no to the military
And take your vitamins. Chew your food.
and take your vitamins. Holy fuck.
It sucks, man. Sorry you're in pain.
Did Gambit go on
No,
mute
he's here.
or
No, I'm here.
So, I don't know if you guys heard me right before it was so bad I had to like call timeout, but I'll be the first person to admit, like, so Gambit was the one that got me onto the Bighorn. I got one. We used to get, I don't know, 5 or 6 of them a night. or more. We bare minimum we would get at least 5 a night on 4100. We took one picture one time where in one run we got 10, like in one 2-hour farming thing, we got 10 bighorns, and so we just all laid them on the ground and took a picture, like of the 4 of us.
It's got to be a record.
Because somebody else, the new world record is somebody who had made a picture like that was like, look at all this, and they claimed they got it one run. So we're like, oh, okay, well, you can clearly see we were on floor 100, and so there were 4 of us, and there were 8 or 9 red drops, and so it looks like 8 or 9 bighorns. They were all bighorns, but it wasn't in one clear. It was going, you son of a! I'm like, who the fuck is shooting me? Bless you, bless you. See, that's how you know you love somebody, because he knows, hey, I'm trying to not think about how much pain I'm in, so this asshole comes over and fucking shoots me.
That's his way of hugging you.
So I kept one of each, just so each one of my characters had one on their wall, and then I would give the rest of them away. And Gambit was actually the one that was, and because the Gambit and I are both like accuracy Nazis, right? I'm more interested in landing my shots on the target I want and then moving on, right? I don't care if this other weapon like hits 3 times as hard. Again, it's but if you land it, right? But Gambit was like laughing his ass off. Didn't tell us anything. He was just sitting there laughing his ass off. And this was probably like February, March last year. And you know, when you run with each other as much as we do, like you know what they're firing. Like you know what someone around the corner, you can pick out, hey, that's Wild, or that's X, or that's Wags, or that's Gambit, because I know what they're running. When you hear this weird little fucking sound, what the fuck is that? And then like, and he's literally laughing like he's not a care in the world. Why the fuck is he running? He runs Striker. He's got Striker and the Bighorn. And he'll run it for 2 or 3 months, and then he'll put it away for like 6 months, and he'll run it. And like just to prove he can do it, he'll go in the raid and he'll run a 4-piece Striker with his fucking Bighorn just to prove you can do it. Because everybody, same thing with Chameleon and the Memento. Oh, you can't fucking do that. We're gonna be carrying you. You can't drop anything. And it only lasts about 1 stage until he's the one picking people up because they're down and he's shredding his ads and their ads while he's picking them up, and then all of a sudden you go, hey man, you look at my build, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Obviously you know what you're talking about. Yeah, you know, you think the fucking shade level didn't tip you off on that, but yeah, he is fucking deadly accurate.
Yeah, that's nice.
And I mean, he fucking, and it doesn't matter if it's close, short, and he will, so like instead of you having an AR and a sniper rifle, he'll just use that for both. I don't know like how much you were talking about, but he will, if we're on Rosie,
go to scope
dude in the tower at the boat while we're running. I mean, he is nasty with that thing. So it's not on my list, but I will say this: if you are a good shot with a Bighorn, you're a good shot. Period. If you can work that weapon, you can work any of it. Now, I would love. You have no idea how much I would love to put the Eagle Bearer or the fucking the Ravenous on there, but after watching the video you put together like in July, I'm never even going to try that fucking gun, and I'm still butthurt emotionally. I'm still scarred for them. They didn't nerf the Eagle Bearer, they neutered it. So like it pains me every time I go to the shooting range and I see that fucker on the wall, and I haven't touched. I bet you I haven't used that in well over 18-20 months. I have literally not put that in my players' hands in like 18-20 months. Because they beat that gun into the ground.
Yeah. They tend to do that. Every time they touch a gun to nerf it, it's like, yeah, let's just make it so that nobody uses it again.
It's not fair because we won't put the work in to figure out how to do a raid. Okay, we'll just nerf the shit out of that gun for you. What?
Jerks.
It's not fair. But yeah, so that's my 3. What are your 3? I know the M4 is at least
that's not
in
bad.
1 or 2. The M4, the way you run it, the M4's got to be number 1 or number 2.
Yeah, the M4. Well, that's what I was saying. Like actually, I wish. Believe it or not, I actually CTAR. The only thing that keeps the CTAR off my number 1 list is that it doesn't take the scope, which means I can't run focus with it, and focus is so good that that makes it takes it off the list.
Right.
So then that.
If they gave us a different talent, if we could have a different talent on the rail splitter, or the rail splitter or the shield splitter, those would be up there. Those are laser beams, but they come with, you can't change.
No, and I've tried, I've gone through all of the assault rifles recently, like season 8, like just before all of this new stuff. I was like right up against it, and I went through all of them. AKs. So it was obviously before the TK, but it was the AKs and P416s and G4s, ACRs, all of them, MK16, you know what I mean? And I did come back to liking the P416 probably more than ever, you know, and I realized that if you run it with Striker, it feels a lot like the Police M4. But the most important thing is, no matter what gun and how strong, I mean, I was running these AK, remember the strongest assault rifle builds in the game with the AKM, and running it with focus and 4-piece Striker, a pretty easy setup. And we were getting the strongest numbers in the game for season 8, and then the TK came up, and I think the TK beats that because of the extra 50, what do you call it, deep RPMs, because a little bit better DPS. But at the end of the day, I would run these legendary missions and I'd be like, hey, look, man, we're kicking ass with the strongest assault rifle build in the game. This AK is crazy, wah. And then I would like, okay, let's switch to the Police M4, and I'd be like, holy shit, I'm killing so much faster. These guys, I'm wiping them off the map faster than the strongest assault rifle in the game, you know? And it was just like, that's the Police M4. I keep, no matter which gun I try, I always end up coming back to the Police M4, so it's undeniable for me, you know what I mean? And that's where I'm saying, like, your spreadsheets and your calculators and your websites, and they can't tell you that, you know? And it might not be the M4 for you. Maybe it is your FAMAS. Maybe for you it's the P416. But my point is, it's like the strongest guns in the game aren't the best legendary killers, so to speak, or the best endgame weapon, however you want to say it, you know what I mean? It's unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, like RPMs and landing shots just, they play a factor in the open world of the game, or whatever, in the actual game outside of the testing range, you know? Because in the testing range, and then you go play it and you're like, yeah, it feels good, I'm killing everything, and then you go, all of a sudden you switch, and then you're just like, oh my god, I'm killing faster with this weaker weapon. It's weaker. Look at the base weapon. It's a 50,000 weaker, 40,000 weaker, and I'm killing faster. And so that's why we had that question the other night, right? What would you rather have? Higher DPS or faster time to kill? It sounds like a trick question, but it's not.
Yeah, it does, because at the end of it, it's always going to be, well, faster time to kill. I don't care if it was 600. I don't care if it was 500 RPM. If it took me 10 rounds at 500 RPM to kill a Chunga, oh, I'll take that all day long. But it's usually what happens is RPMs correlate to TTK.
Yeah. And DPS can too. It's a factor. It's a portion of it there too. But landing shots to add to time to kill, and you know, there's more components to time to kill, right? Like time to kill. In real world time to kill, so when you assess time to kill, you can't really assess it in the testing range. I think it's more of a real, it's a in-game play evaluation, right? So because the testing range isn't gonna give you target acquisition and miss shots thing. There's time to kill does not assume 100% shots landed. Well, right. You know what I mean? Unless we start bringing in, which is a funny conversation, kind of interesting segue, unless we start bringing in Headhunter into the equation. Because I think that changed it. Which weapon has the best time to kill? I mean, you could argue Regulus. You know what I mean? Or you could argue Nemesis, best time to kill.
Yeah,
one shot, one kill. You know what I mean? Because like, I don't know. Why isn't that? I don't know. Why is that not part of the conversation? Never is. But
I can't stand the charge on the Nemesis.
neither can I. Actually, I can't either. I found like I invested a lot of time in the Nemesis because I always said like, oh, just between the exotics, the Mantis is better. It's more useful. It has more application. You know, where I feel like the Nemesis is a specialized MMR. You know, it's good for like taking out a particular boss or one-shotting an end boss or something like that. You know. Where the Mantis is like, I mean, you got 48 other guys that are trying to kill you. Like, aren't they, they're more of a threat, the 48 guys, not the 2 bosses that you seldomly encounter. You know what I mean? Play to your averages, so to speak. But like, but anyways, I was a big advocate for the Mantis, and I was like, okay, but I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna give this Nemesis the old college try. You know what I mean? And so I put 2 weeks of practice into that, where I was running the Mantis almost daily and figuring out, because, some practice makes perfect, figure out the cadence and the handling on the weapon, kind of get used to it, so to speak, right? And once you get used to it, man, I was chain killing like a mother with that thing. Again, and just like my example with the Police M4 and the AKM, I switched over to my Mantis after using the Nemesis for hours upon hours in one of these days. And I was like, oh my God, I'm killing 3 enemies in the time I can kill 1 enemy with that Nemesis, And that's because the acquisition of target is just faster because you don't have to charge up anything. You know what I mean? And if you do miss a shot, then, you can put out another one almost instantly, right? As long as it takes to hit that bolt. You don't have to hit the bolt and then charge, Anyways, so it's still a good gun. It's still got its applications, but in the end, it's gonna be the Mantis for me. But and then I use the the White Death for certain builds, like when I'm going for range, or I want to go no scope. That's the time or a special talent. Like the really good one about the White Death is armor on kill. You get really good armor on kill out of that one. You got so much power, you can put preservation on your gun, and that's really handy. Then you can run all the power on your build. I think that's what they're going to give us for new gear sets. I mean, it's possible that we can get a status effect one, because it's been a while since we got something like... That dog is fucking... Is he immune? Look, I'm laying into him. He finally takes damage. I think they're going to give us an MMR rifle combo set next. Snipe my wrist. It's blind firing. Yeah, the honey badger Reming brings up, good one, honey, is yeah, I'm with you too, Anthony. Time to kill. I vote time to kill. The honey badger is actually kind of up there, like, right? Like, I mean, the only time I use it, because the only time I do use it is when I'm running the Savage Wolverine, admittedly, but not because it's a bad gun. It's just that it doesn't, for me, it doesn't beat the P416 or the CTAR or the M4, but it's actually a really good one, and I can see how that would be on people's top 5 easy. Honey badger.
I think we might have lost Reaper.
No, hang on, I'm still sitting here with my pain meds.
I'll open up some.
I'm starting to pay here too. I got 2 AM.
I hope there's a new legendary reward with these new ones. I doubt there will be. No, I'm not to be a pessimist.
You want to clear it one more time and grab anything you got on the floor in there?
Yeah, we can do one more.
Yeah. Ready when you are.
Hey,
Yo.
Tux. So you know how you've got me running the Xbox clan stuff, and we're running the raids. So if you ever decide you want to run PvP stuff, like absolutely positively don't pick me. I have no idea what I'm doing. Why don't you go ahead and grab Hater Mongus, because obviously he's like #1 on the front page of most kills. So if you guys put together a PvP thing, make sure he's in it. Don't ask me for advice at all, because I've just been schooled and I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I blame everything that goes wrong in any match on you, because you absolutely don't know what you're talking about. so when we die, I'm like, it's Reaper's fault.
Don't ask me a question. I will tell you the wrong thing. Ask Dr. Gimp. Don't ask me anything. I'm going to give you the wrong answer, because God knows I've got a peanut brain and I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Well, you are a government employee, aren't you?
I would call it a government slave, but yeah.
PvP is that's PvP BS right there, man. It's just like what is with the egos? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. I don't know. Why can't we go in there and just why can't we be friends and shoot each other in the face at the same time? You know what I mean? Like, why can't we do that? Why do we have to have an enemy?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to be my real enemy.
It's something to do with if that's the only thing in life you are good at. You're not good at being a good person. You're not very smart. I beat your kids. I don't know. But if you're a PvPer and that's the only thing, not you do everything and PvP included, but if that's the only thing you do, you have somehow drank the Kool-Aid that you are the best motherfucking person on any game ever, period. And everybody, you know what? That makes sense why the rank kill guy, started off on PvP. Now that makes sense why that attitude and arrogance comes through. You want to know how good a PvP only player is? Ask them. They'll tell you.
Oh, don't hit me with the grenade, buddy. Oh, you thought about it.
Oh.
I am the bush.
I am the bush. I see that you changed out of the yellow mustard costume.
It's too visible. You're going in the dark.
Now a scary mind.
You look like the sexiest.
He looks like the sand people.
You're about to kill me. You know what he looks like? You remember? Fuck, goddamn, it makes me feel old. The Watchman.
Yeah.
The dude. That's what he looks like. Like if he swings right by you real quick, he's a cross between that dude and remember Liam Neeson as the Dark Man. That will show you how old we are. That's an old ass shit.
So this is the thing, like, I mean, what's our general opinion of PvP gameplay mode? It's awesome. It's in the trash. Has it always been in the trash? Has it ever been awesome in Division 2?
I think if you're a player that does everything, PvP helps you a lot. If you are okay, it will make you, in a very short amount of time. I mean, when we're talking this game, right? Only this game. We're not talking about COD, where you look at a guy and he falls down, right? But in this game, if you're doing conflict, if you're a conflict player and you get really good at conflict, again, that's not the only thing you do. But being good at conflict is just another skill in your bag. And I mean, the sky's the limit. You're great. And it helps out, like in the raids, right? Most of the time when you see like Gambit or I or Cal or, these other Blind Noob, you see these other guys who, like, the whole team can be down and he can maneuver with a sliver of health and still take everybody out and be the lone man. You get that from practice at conflict, because it takes a fucking hundreds of thousands of reps and hundreds of thousands of matches to get to rank 100, right? And so you inherently learn a lot of shit, right? Now, if all you're doing is PvP, I don't get it, but I do understand why they are angry at PvE, because the meta is almost exactly back. Think about it. If you've played 5,000 hours on the game, so if you played half, so I've got 10,000 hours. If you played 5,000 hours and all 5,000 hours are conflict, and you are used to how many rounds, no matter how much armor they have, if they've got spotter, if I've got a drone, if I've got, no matter if they're cheesing it with skills or whatever, I know how long, at what distance, depending on their build, I know how many rounds it's going to take me to drop that guy at full kit, right? And then you go out here and you play PvE, even if it's with your best friends, and guys that you can school all day long in conflict, and they are always picking you up every room or every other room, because, hey, time to kill is completely different in the real world than it is in your closed little bubble on PvP. So
Serious trauma
I can see how it would be absolutely frustrating as shit, right? So if that's the only thing you do, and then you try to do PvE, it's probably got to be a huge mind screw. But if you are a well-rounded player and you do all of it...
Hey, do you want to go into open world, or do you need to be in here?
Yeah, we can. Just let me switch characters. You want to go to your world or mine?
I don't care either.
But yeah, so if you're a well-rounded player, conflict will absolutely help. Like your CQB, right, in small corners, like DUA, right? The reason why you're so shifty and you can flip around and, oh fuck, you're gonna die, and you somehow worm your way out of it, and you land those 4 more rounds and the guy goes down, and then you get a lot of that by osmosis doing
yeah. Well, what
right?
I'm trying to figure out though is that, and I had this talk with the Vibes, a while back, and I was just like, I don't get PvP because, I think it's common knowledge in the community that it sucks. It just sucks in there. Even and the thing is that
unless you will take that shit personally. If you take that shit personally, you don't want to admit it, and now you're pissed off.
And there's a million reasons why it sucks, and we won't get into the details of it. But the point is, it's like, even the people that do nothing but PvP say it sucks, yet they do nothing but PvP, and that is in an arena,
right?
In the game category where you have a lot of fucking options. You know what I mean? You got COD, Warzone. I mean, it just goes on.
You have COD, you've got Halo,
Fortnite, you got
shit. It's as soon as Halo came out, oh yeah.
Player unknown, it's just like, Jesus.
It's kind of one of those, they love to complain.
But so if you hate it so much, I don't get it. Why are you playing it? Why do you keep playing it? I mean, and I get it because it's a complicated world in there, like with the skills, and it's that makes it really complicated, and always there's a balancing issue. But how do you hate a mode so much and play nothing but that? Like, I don't hate PvE, and I always play PvE. That makes sense. I don't hate it. I always play it. You know what I mean? Like,
but if we overheard you venomously, verbally destroying at a cellular level the construct of PvE, at some point somebody's gonna go, Tux, either fucking quit or get over it.
Yeah.
But if you say that to only a PvPer, that's all they do, you're the asshole.
No, but
So let's go. Let's revisit the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again, right? It's and you listen to them on comms. If they won,
you're trash, bro.
You guys don't belong.
And they call each other cheaters a lot. Everybody's a cheater. Everybody's using an aimbot. It's just like.
But if you lose, you fucking aimbotted. Because again, it goes back to, there's no way you're better than me. There's no way you know more than me. You had to have cheated. Blah blah blah. It's the crybaby Olympics. If you win, you're the lowest life form, and you don't deserve to play this game while I'm on. And if you lose, they cheated.
Why is it so personal in there? It's so personal in there. Like, it's not personal in any of the other girls. Do you get personal in Battlefield? Does it get personal for you in Battlefield? Not at all, bro. But in Division 2, it's so fucking personal. And it's just like, it makes you not want to go in there. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's fucking, it's not the game that ruined it, is my point. It's sort of...
Oh no, it's
sort of the community that ruined it in there.
Well, here's the shit part of it. I can name 8 dudes, everybody who actually plays PvP, not they just claim to play PvP. I can name 8 dudes All I have to do is start the first syllable of their gamer tag, and you're gonna hear United Front. We all know why. But those 8 dudes, you got to think of how many thousand people are trying to grind their ass off to get their conflict level up, and they would never cheat. They would never do anything. And they are just as perplexed to why they keep getting their ass kicked when they have more red rolls, they have more damage, they have more armor. How the fuck did you 1v4 us when you had no armor? You were only hell. You know, it's. So is it the community? Yes and no. It's a very small percentage of the community. However, so you've been in the dark zone before. How many times have you seen this? You go in the dark zone with you and your buddies or whatever because they're selling blank and you need DZ credits to go get it. So we'll just go farm for an hour or two to get some DZ credits to buy from the vendor and then we'll go. Now, how many times have you laughed when you see this group of guys, and you know that they're like lambs to the slaughter because the 8th or 9th time they're in the same checkpoint you are, and they keep running up, not as a group, just one at a time, going out there, and they're being spawn trapped, right? Instead of using your brain, picking a gate 2 or 3 down, and then circling around and shooting them because you know they're only looking at the door, right? You know that there's a learning curve there. You get it, right? But that's one thing, and we're not talking about spawn trapping or anything else like that. And some people just like to watch the world
they
burn.
do. Yeah.
Hey, if that's your thing, it's whatever. And they get their jollies off of, let me talk to you because I'm so small of an person. I would never utter a word of this to your face because I'd be so afraid you would skull fuck the shit out of me until my grave. But behind my little bitty penis, behind this little bitty monitor where you don't know who I am, I'm gonna spout the most venomous, racist, horrible shit ever. Oh, and if you somehow catch me, now I'm gonna report you because you got to be cheap, right? So it's one of those. I can name 8 dudes, and there's not one single person that would stand up and take their side. But you're leaving out 5,000-6,000 people who play across all the continents, and they are just there to play, and they like the excitement because playing an actual human is more exciting than playing a robot that you know is limited and small intelligence, blah blah. And they are there for the experience. However, that small percentage of people wind up running a server, right? And instead of a person, whoever the group leader is, going, hey guys, this just isn't the night for my server. Why don't we disband and we'll try one of you guys' server? No, they'll sit there and they keep getting their face knocked in. At some point, there's a little bit of blame on both sides.
Yeah.
Right? Hey, if you know people are cheating, and you know it right off the bat, if you know people are cheating, why'd you waste 2 more hours chasing them around, hoping you might get them one time? You could have just switch servers. You could have went into conflict. It's like in conflict, right? There are people that everyone knows this is what you do. Well, they show you who your people are, right? They show you who your opponents are before the game. You can back out at any time. You can back out.
Yeah, I do. Like when I don't want to play with somebody I know is like, he's toxic as fuck.
Right.
I'm out of here.
I don't want to play blank, or I don't want to play these 3 letters. I don't want to play this 3-letter clan. And so you back out. That is your prerogative. So I think some of it's that little, hey, I'm going to keep doing this just because I know it annoys the shit out of you, and that's what gets me off. And some of it is, there are some really pissed off, broken people that just like, burning the wings off of a fly. And that seems to be, again, we're talking 5% of the community. The problem is, those 5% are always on. And so if you're always on, you're gonna run into Death Cab, you're gonna run into Gambit, you're gonna run into, like right now, even though it's 2 in the morning, we can go to the LFG boards right now, and without looking at the LFG boards, I bet you Toto, Board On, Gray 6 Foot Tall, Cal RN, I mean, I could keep going of people that have, if they don't have an LFG fill in their spot, it's because they already have an 8-man crew and they're in the middle of a raid right now. Because if you know what you know, they're always on, right? You're gonna run into them. It's the same way in PvP. So there's two different sects. And there's people who know conflict's stupid, Dark Zone's where it's at, and there's hardcore PvPers that are like, no, don't get me wrong, it's better than PvE, but conflict is the true measure of XYZ, right? Well, and in each one of those sects, you have those dudes who never leave. They never leave. So you are going to cross barrels with them. And so if you are, if you aren't that caliber player that you can take that out, you have got to be honest with yourself and go, it is not worth my blood pressure going up 15, 20 points and, to spend the next 45 minutes getting trolled by these guys. And it's not as simple as, like, you gave a great explanation earlier, like about 2 or 3 hours ago when we were talking about content creators that put clickbait out. You're absolutely right. If we would all band together and just go, these 3, 4, 5, 6 people, I don't care if they have the sexiest promo you've ever seen in your life. I don't give a shit if they've got fill in the blank actress or actor half naked and you could win a meet and greet. We're just going to boycott them. Well, they're screwed. It's not like that in PvP because they're like piranha. They're not working as a team, but they're not working against each other either. Well, if there's less fish in the pond, eventually they'll start killing each other.
Yep.
Right? And so it's no different than all the Diva raid groups, right? You had, and we won't
Diva
name,
Ravers.
way back in the day ones, but right, but the Diva Raiders that like, oh, well, you don't have a sub, 15-minute time. You're not good enough to even watch us practice. You're talking to your own clanmate. You won't let your own clanmate watch. They'll broadcast, but it's a closed broadcast, and you won't let. Well, how the fuck are they supposed to learn?
Why would you
if
do
you don't
that?
let them
Who
watch?
are you?
Yeah, well, because there was some golden star they thought they were going to get if they had the world record for the fastest iron horse. And
How'd that work out for them?
right? And what happened?
How'd that work out?
They literally do not speak to each other. No one from either one of those clans. They don't. There's 3 or 4 that still play, but if you bring the other people's names up, it's literally like they got death for 10 seconds. You didn't even ask the question. They won't even.
They vomit all over
to
you.
The other game's text. Right. They no. And what happened? Because when people refused to start raiding with them, they ate each other. And then instead of going, damn, is that what I sound like? They were like, no, you motherfucker, listen to me. Well, now nobody wants to play. So the problem with conflict is, when you win is, I'll tell you, it's really fucking addictive. I had to go on a deployment because I used to do 40, 50 matches a day. And I was not, the guys that I was running around with made me look like I was barely doing anything. I had to go to Afghanistan where I couldn't play anything for like 6.5 months before I finally broke it was, if you gave me a choice between my lunch break and getting 3 or 4 matches in, I would be running matches on my lunch break and fuck it, I'll eat a big dinner. Like it was out of control. There's something about it that is supremely addictive. Now, it's the same thing. I'll liken it to anything else. If you're an asshole and you give an asshole a gun, he's going to be an asshole with a gun. If you're a piece of shit, you give a piece of shit steroids, he's going to be a piece of shit on steroids. If you give Mother Teresa a gun, she's not going to ever load it, and she'd rather you beat her to death with it than her harm a butterfly. So who you truly are as a person will come out. If you're a good person, you're going to get really fucking frustrated. And it's going to grate on you. And then it's
eat you alive.
Hey, do I work harder and keep doing it? Right. You'll eat you alive because the cogs in the machine are not going to slow down because there's no banning, right? There's no, I forget the game that, like, if they catch you, like they have algorithms in the game. And if you get caught cheating, they have separate little NPCs that jump out of the floor and get you, and then there's no reporting you get permadeath. We don't have that here. So, there's no mommy to cry to. So if someone is cheating, they're cheating because they beat you because you're so amazing. But if no shit, they're cheating, what are you going to do about it? they can't track you. They can't do anything. They're not going to do anything, right? It's kind of like when somebody's being super racist or sexist in party.
Yeah.
You've got to get them to put it in a message, because they could be slinging the most racial shit on the planet, but if they don't type it in a message,
It's like it didn't exist.
the other 7 people in the raid party could all complain about the guy and give the other, and ask Tux and ask this guy and ask this guy, and we could all swear on the Bible. But if there's no written text, nothing's gonna happen. And the people that are like that, they know, as long as I don't put it in written text, I can say whatever I want. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Kick me out of the party? Okay.
Yeah,
what are you
exactly
gonna do?
right.
Not raid with me? You know how many people want to raid? I'll get into another raid. I can say and do what there's, again, people to be nameless. There's a reason why certain people are trying to raid and keep their spot on the leaderboard, why their LFGs are up every hour on the hour all day long, is because they chew through other players and people have had enough. The people who are really good and they run smooth raids and they're polite and it's a joy to be around, very rarely will they post. They don't have to. All they have to do, just like when everybody sees death cabs on, bam, you get nailed with 1,000 messages, right? As soon as these dudes get on, they know. And they're not waiting for 7 people. They've got 30, 40, 50 people. Hey, can I get next game? Hey, can I get it next? Hey, will you let me know when the spot open? They don't have to go search out people. You don't have to promote it. People want to be with you. The people that, without naming names, you go on there and you look at that. When was the last time you saw a gray 6 foot tall put an LFG together? Or Sister Slayer? Or you know, an exception, a rare exception to that rule would be Cal RN. Cal RN is probably one of the nicest people on earth. I don't just mean in this game. I mean, Cal RN is one of the coolest dudes on the fucking planet. He literally, obviously, if he could have his top picks, he would. But the dude is as addicted as we are, and so he's running raid 24/7. And so if it's 3 a.m, he doesn't just go, well, I'm not going to play because my crew's not on. You'll see him post LFGs all the time. The problem is, if you notice, his post will get on need 2, 20 are responding before we even know it's up. And then so if you're good, people are chomping at the bit to get in. If you are a good person and you are a good player, it's why you have the fan base you have. That fucking yesterday was absolutely stupid as all balls, right? A 12-hour fucking and why did people hang in there that long? Because you're not an asshole. Because you give a fuck. Because you were trying to right the ship, right? If you were walking around telling dick and fart jokes and racist jokes, and you were telling everybody how stupid, women are and blah 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 blah, nobody would hang in for a 5-minute video, let alone a 13-hour stream. So again, if you're really paying attention to what's going on, the community will let you know who to play with and who to avoid. And they do it without flat out saying this person. But yes, there are dudes I could name a bunch of dudes right now, and women. I'll tell you what, in the past 2 years, I could tell you some females, and I don't give a shit how big their egos are. So I could name 3 or 4 females that will flat kick any dude's ass in the game. They are no shit professionals. They are PvP queens. And they will kill you nice, but if you're an asshole, and all the PvPers know what I'm talking, there's a way to beat you that everybody on your team knows she's trying to humiliate you. So if you're an asshole, oh, I'm just a little girl, please, and then they will let the other 3 consistently fly right by him. They are only going after you. I mean, there are the quality of PvP females in the past. It seems like every 6 months, and you know what I bet it is because they're taking each other under their wing. Hey, here's the pitfalls I found into. Don't do this, blah, blah, blah. And they look out for each other. Men usually don't do that, right? Men are, hey, I'll help you a little bit, but I'm not going to give you all my secrets because, well, then you're better than me. it's not common when you get someone like Wild, someone like Wag, someone like you, someone like me, and we're all together, and let me teach you all the shit I know, because it doesn't do me any, how many times you heard me say, it does me fuck all good to know anything I know and not teach anybody, because if I'm the only one that knows it, every group I'm in is going to suffer. If you aren't making these videos, to do the shit you're doing, and how much better people have gotten from just the ideas of some of the videos you've come up with, then every time we want to go run a legendary, or we want to go whatever, we're going to be in a hurting trying to get somebody to fill that void. Oh shit, Gambit's not on, OG's not on, VJack's not on. Well, now Tux is, old Mother Hubbard, and I'm in randos. And I'm not saying randos aren't good. There are some kick-ass randos. What I'm saying is, they're not the dudes you're used to running with that know your playbook, and when you veer left, they don't know what you're doing and blah, blah, blah. And if you have to slow down in the middle of legendary and explain something, you're usually going to die. So, but again, maybe some of that is... community. And I spend a fuck ton of hours on everybody in the clan talking to this is why, and here's why. And I give everybody, like, once a week, I let everybody, I have like a whole entire day. I won't shoot around. I will sit there in party and I will answer every fucking question you have, as many as you can ask.
Yeah, as many as you can ask. Yeah.
And so they, and it's not so they think I like them. It's the faster I can catch you up, the better player you're going to be. The better player you're going to be, the easier the next time we get a new person in, the less steep the learning curve is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, goodness in, goodness out, right? At some point, all the Tux people across all three platforms are going to talk to all the other people, and blank's going to happen, and kumbaya, and everybody's proficient, everybody's good, and we're not even going to remember these stupid talks. I'm waiting on you.
Cool. Let's go. I'm just testing build. So.
Oh, I thought you were shooting.
No, I was telling you I was ready.
But yeah, that's why, and that's why Gambit, or like, full tilt sprint in your corner is, it's fucking crazy. Like, I swear to God, it's like you bugged our mic sessions for the past 2 years. I mean, we've done the same thing. Hey, we really don't like the way this, and this, and it's not a certain person. It's, we don't like it when the community, because there's a misconception that everybody in the community is like this. I'm telling you, we have some of the sweetest. They will tear $1,000 shirt off their back in the middle of a snowstorm and give it to you just because they're that type of person, right? The problem is the people that get the most attention are the pricks. The people that are making the most, like 8 out of 10 times, the people getting the most notoriety are the people who are pain in the ass and are making people feel, like they're going to lose their temper and shit like that. And then that's what people remember, right? So it's great. It's going to take some work. It's not, like you said, well, we were talking about, the raid. I really sat back and thought about it, and like that, I think Gambit called it a thesis. It was like, hey, look, if we're really going to do this, let's not just do what everybody else does. Let's not slap 8 dudes in a box and go. Let's actually teach each player, if they want to, let's teach if they're willing to put in the work, let's teach them each position by each phase, blah, blah, blah. And saying it's one thing, like, and I'll tell you, and this isn't just poppycock, I'm telling you, Cal does it, right? If you get in good with Cal, like, he is a lifetime trainer, man. I mean, he, honest to God, gives a shit. He will let the whole crew know, hey, we are not going fast. I'm teaching the guy, blah, 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 blah. And everybody's like, yeah, okay, no problem, because, he's done it for them, blah, blah. He will literally sit there and run you. We'll run a raid, and maybe you're on X position for boss, blah, blah, blah. We'll turn around, we'll run 8 or 9 in a row, and he makes a conscious effort on each run. If you're the carry, you're not just going to get carried. he's going to teach you. So each new time we go to the beach, you're now going to be Eds 2. You're going to be Generator 1. You're going to be Dick. He knows shit. Make sure, like, you're going at a different position so you're learning. And it's not towards a thing. He gives a shit. He doesn't want you. He doesn't want you walking away from a raid with him, and I'm guessing. He doesn't want you walking away from a raid with him going, wow, Cal was a really nice guy. I wonder if I'm ever going to see him again. As opposed to, wow, that guy taught me how to fish. And now, I don't have to be so timid when I see an LFG for a raid group. Hey, you're right, I don't have 5,000 players. But I really know inside and out how to do X, Y, and Z on each position of blank, right? And so, so you know, there's a lot of people all on Save Wing, all trying to do the same thing. I don't think I'll be able to get you.
Yeah, I'm on the other side of the world. They all ran over here.
Yeah, we'll just start over. But yeah, so there's a lot of people, and like hey, let's bring everybody on par. We call it leveling the bubbles. Let's level the bubbles.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that have picked up the mantle, like call it a calling or whatever, and there's a lot of people, they're not beating their chests, there's not blah, blah, blah. If this is the first time you've ever heard Cal's name, he's the raid tux, right? It tickles, he's gonna be raiding anyway. He would spend 20 hours a day doing it anyway. He might as well have a positive environment, teach you something, make you feel good. And I mean, and when he's running the raid, he knows no shit who's got an EB and who doesn't. He doesn't even let someone know if he's got one until after he's asked the new kid, hey, do you have one? And it's common courtesy, right? That used to be the way. We all used to look out for each other. But when they started with that leaderboard, and I don't mean Trek or GG, that's completely different. I'm talking like when you go to progression, when they started those leaderboards, I mean, the horns of every ego player.
He just came out of the fucking WordWorks, huh?
Oh my God, dudes! I'm talking dudes who have been friends for years still don't talk to each other now. I mean, you listen to all these dudes that were best friends since D1 and blah, blah, blah. They started the leaderboard for raids, or they started the conflict board. Oh, I mean, if you say the other person's name, you think they're going to throw up right in front of you. I mean, it's ridiculous. And hey, 3 weeks ago you were fine. You know, it's again, you're either that type of person or you're not. And the problem is, if you're that type of person, you generally run over the people that aren't. Because it's not very often you get very strong personality people that are nice as well and defend the less fortunate. That's why growing up, everybody thought Superman was amazing. It wasn't that he's the strongest son of a bitch in the world. And if you were kind of a bruiser, that's why everybody fell in love with Wolverine in the comics, not the movies, I could be a little bit of a cocksucker when I lose my temper, but if I kick the shit out of somebody, it's because they were trying to pick on somebody, right? I don't just walk in and take a swing at somebody, right? And there's parts of each one of those people can identify with, right? So as a whole, I think the community is healthier, probably than it's been since inside the first 90 days of the game. And so March, April, May of 2019. I really think we're going in the right direction. I think everybody just needs to get honest with yourself.
Yeah.
And hey, if you're a prick and you want to keep being a prick, then own it. If you're listening to this right now and going, shit, do I come off that way sometime?
No. That's kind of the point of, like, if you saw the intro of the Slaughter 2.0 build, it's just like nobody sees himself as the villain in this game.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. That's the problem. You're right, we're wrong. Right? It's that kind of attitude. It's just
you're
like,
pretty, I'm fat. Yeah. Well, it's like the opening remarks of like the movie Rounders, right? If you can't spot the mark in the first 10 minutes of
you are the
of
mark.
The game,
Yeah.
you are the mark. Yeah, it's like
that's why I say this. It's like,
if you don't know who the mark is in the first hand, you are the mark.
There's just a lot of anger in this game. It's just fun. I bring it up a lot, I feel like, because I've never seen anything like it. And I've played a lot of games. You know what I mean? I've been playing games since I was, a little boy. And you know, the internet changed things, obviously. So.
Oh yeah.
But
the world became a much smaller place when the internet went from dial-up to next gen. Even dial-up was too slow. But like like the 2000s ushered in a whole new era of. There's no place to hide. I mean, if you're, I mean, think of okay. We'll bring Johnny Depp up, right? Johnny Depp, for 3 decades, was known as one of the sweetest guys in the world, not just Hollywood. All it took was one accusation, and people who've been longtime fans of his were like, no, she's got to be telling the truth. Did they have any proof? No. Well, if no one would just make that up, well, it seems that you must have had a blessed relationship, because I have 2 ex-wives that will just make anything up just so they don't go to jail.
Oops.
I mean, they'd slit their mom's throat as long as they didn't get in trouble. So, like, it's one of those, the internet has made the world a much smaller place. Now, that could be really, really great, like what you're trying to do. Or, when there is that negative...
Well, did you see the comment on Twitter, like, it was about the special report, and some guy, some Division 2 guy, okay, just some random Twitter Division 2 genius, comments on, what's her name, Daria, the community lady that was, whatever, I think her name's Daria, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, couldn't she have dressed up and looked a little prettier for us or something like that?
You're talking about the female employee that, they're trying to get her FaceTime, and absolutely verbal diarrhea about the way she's dressed, whether she's pretty or not. Last time I checked, your brains were more important when it comes to developing a video game. Your brains were more important than what your bust and waist size were. But in an instant, it nut rolled. All it took was 1 or 2 people to say some really shitty things, and it was a runaway train.
But don't you? I mean, but this is the thing, bro. It's like, it's not our fault. It's her fault. That's how they think. It's not my fault.
Oh yeah,
it's her fault.
It's never my fault.
It's her fault.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's her
now,
fault. Well, she should have just dressed better. It's not
and,
my fault I had to make that comment. I'm just saying what everybody's thinking.
Right.
It's just like,
right.
Are we really still here in 2022? Are we still here?
Well,
you know what I mean?
So here's the thing, right? And this one hit hard. This one hit close to home for you, right? You know what? God has a hysterical. Let me say this first, then we'll go. God has a hysterical. If I've learned anything, things happen when God wants them to, and the more you try taking control, the more he's going to put you in the corner and go, not ready. I was going to let you, but no, let me pull you back. Like, how many shitty relationships were you in that you thought you were going to get married before you found your wife and she blessed you with kids, blah, blah, right? Now, this isn't a religion thing. I'm just saying, take it for what it's worth, right?
Yeah.
God designed this amazing equalizer in getting married, having kids, right? Because you could have been the town drunk. You could have been the town bully. You could have been both. And then all of a sudden, you have a little girl. And everybody that's watching this, don't get me wrong, I wanted boys too. But I'm telling you, I don't give a shit how hard you are. I don't care how many people, like, no shit, you killed in real life. I don't care how badass you think you are. When that little girl reaches, when you look at her and she reaches her hand around and her whole entire hand can't go around your pinky, when she touches your fine. That little girl's gonna get your entire attention. That's the only person that's gonna take attention away from your wife. And it was specifically designed like. Now, for all the daddies that have little girls that are listening to this, I want you to close your eyes. I want you to think about this. Now, instead of Daria, whatever her name is, what if that was your little girl? It didn't matter if you have 3, 4, 5 girls.
That doesn't work.
What if that
doesn't
work?
work?
If that was your daughter?
Oh yeah. I know where you're going with this, but that's the gene they're lacking. You're asking them to have empathy.
Right.
And they can't.
I'm not saying
they can't. There's no empathy there.
They can't.
They wouldn't have made the comment in the first place
right?
if they had empathy, right?
I will hop on a plane.
You'll teach them some empathy. Give them an old-fashioned empathy talk.
No.
With my shit sandwich.
Said that shit about any of my daughters, I'm going to jail. Now, whenever these big, super tough guys, whenever they have kids, so a perfect example, right? If God forbid they have a child with autism, or they have a kid with a learning disability, or nothing major, just hey, they're dyslexic. and another kid on the playground is sitting there pointing, make fun of your kid, even as a grown adult, you're going to want to go decapitate that guy, right? Now, so what's the difference between those kids making fun of your child and you anonymously spitting filth and like a rallying cry to everybody? Hey, remember Smear the Queer when we were a kid? And I'm using that for, I'm not using the term, but you remember that term, right? That was absolutely appropriate, and we didn't know, as fucking prepubescent boy, we didn't know what that was.
No, one of the most,
we just knew.
The biggest slang.
We just knew tackle the guy,
one of the biggest
right?
slangs was "you're a fag," right? Like we used to say that all the time growing up, and it wasn't. Yeah. It wasn't a personal statement.
Absolutely.
It was just like, oh, dude, it was you'd say that to your best friend, dude, you're such a fag, man. Right. You know what I mean? Like it was just.
Oh, you're a boy. Yeah. I mean, it was kind of like there were three things. How you knew if your best friend, if you were your best friend's best friend, if he insulted your mom, if he called you a fag, any semblance of gay, and if he said, if he insulted your manhood, you're a big pussy, you can't do this, you can't do anything, blah blah. If he insulted your manhood, your sexuality, and just railed your mom through the dirt, that's your best friend, right?
Yeah, there's a whole book dedicated to mom jokes.
Change. oh yeah, absolutely. And the dudes who would throw that'd be your best friend. Now, again, watch that be somebody. Watch that because she's a human being. So she's had a dad, she's had a mom, or she's had two moms. Okay, could have been two. Whatever. Who cares? It's somebody's child. Now, you be that parent or both parents, and you read that filth online. The same shit we've seen. And that's your daughter. You tell me they don't want to fucking hire somebody to do an IP trace and go bomb everyone. Now, will they? No, but you want to talk about, I have been pissed. I've made a living off of doing things when I'm pissed off for the government. I'm telling you, I have never been as pissed as I have been when someone did something to one of my kids. You want to take it to like Marvel character level, you fuck with someone's kids, you deserve whatever's coming, right?
I don't know what I'm
now,
doing.
And anybody that has kids knows that. But then why do you think it's okay to insult, homegirl who, do we all know she's not a professional Toastmaster? Yeah. Do we know that she's not? I mean, do we know she wasn't a speechwriter for the president or the, what do you call it in England? Prime Minister? Do we know that she's not a professional speaker? Fuck yeah, we do. Do I believe? I'm at least going to give them credit. Do I think that they purposely put her in that position, like a sink or swim? You can tell when she's talking. She's fucking petrified. She knows what she's talking about.
And you know why?
But she's
you know why, bro? It's because she's read some of the comments that she got from the
apart.
first one. Like, those comments are fucking nasty, bro.
They're absolutely
I wouldn't want to go back up on
important.
stage. I wouldn't want to go back up on stage. And that's why it was pre-recorded, so that she could calm her nerves a little bit, right?
Absolutely. And honest to God, swear to God, I would, if I find out you did this, I will pay you. I won't tell you how much. I will pay you. Somebody records this shit and sends it to her somehow. I hope she hears this shit, even a tidbit of this. Here's the thing. You imagine, right? Because all of us our age, we're all CEOs. We own our company. We are whatever, blah, blah. In the military, I'm the equivalent of a CEO. The amount of money and the position you're at, blah, 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 and the stature. I'm not talking about the 20-year-olds. I'm talking about the guys and gals our age. Can you fucking imagine any piece of shit in I don't care if it's banking, I don't care if it's a fucking strip bar. Can you imagine the fucking gall of someone walking into someone else's place of employment and just trashing them?
No, man, and back in our day, we had a good old knuckle, we'd put on a good old knuckle sandwich session on for them, right?
Oh, absolutely. Hey, you got escorted outside, and
this is old school.
You're either going to you're getting a beating, and then you're going to apologize, and you're getting a real beating, and we're never going to see you again. And that's how shit happened, especially if you did it to a woman, right? So all these dudes that are, all these people that are like, my rights, this right, blah, 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 but it's double standards, right? Yeah, but if I'm the one making fun of somebody, they need to have a sense of humor. Oh, well, I wouldn't blow. And I'm so sick of that fucking fallback. Well, if I was as bad at public speaking as her, I wouldn't go for a job like that. Motherfucker, you probably are never in your lifetime going to be qualified for a job like that. So of course you can make some dumbass statement like that, right?
Serious trouble.
It is bullshit that you make the assumption, whether it's because she's a female or because she stutters or whatever, that because she doesn't talk as fast or as clear as you want her to, she's trash. Last time I checked, there aren't a whole lot of multi-millionaires putting 10,000 hours into this game, right? So, which you can't have it both ways.
Oh shit, somebody behind me.
Right behind you. I got him.
So, but I guess the problem is like, what do you do when you have such a population in this community like that? What do you do? I mean,
if I was king for a day, if I was the CEO of Ubisoft or the head of Project Red or whatever the fuck, whoever's in charge of this, right? If they put me in charge for a month, now this is not maybe the best way, or this is not maybe the fastest way, but like how I explained the plan for the raid team, right? It would be once it's in place, it can run itself, right?
Yeah.
I would grab everybody up, and it's big boy, boy and girl, right? Put your panties on, right? So you have to accept the fact that they're assholes. New assholes being born every half hour on the half hour. Pieces of shit are all over the place. But the good people, you're not talking 3 to 1. You're talking 8, 9, 20 to 1. Really good people to a complete asshole, right? So since we can't change everybody, hey, we're gonna accept like what they did, right? We're gonna pre-record. How can I keep my employees as now? If she chooses to then go online and look up the chat, I got nothing for you, right? I mean, there's no reason to do that. But stuff like we're gonna pre-record, not because you might fuck up, but because we saw the abuse that happened, and since we don't have a cyber police,
hey, don't you hit me?
Now, I mean,
Fucking bitch.
since we don't have a cyber police yet, like we have cyber warfare in the military, but like there's not a civilian, hey, if you do something stupid, like you've got to do pedophilia or something like that before the government gets involved. But because we don't have cyber police right now as of this point, hey, we are going to do whatever we can, as much as we can, no matter how stupid it seems to anybody outside this organization, to protect our employees. So we are going to keep broadcasting, we're going to record it, we're going to this, and eventually what's going to happen, and it's going to piss a lot of people off, but eventually what's going to happen, the good people are going to overwrite the shitheads, and they're going to go, enough is a fucking enough. And you're going to have lots of moderators, you're going to have people volunteering, because we did feel like an army, we did feel like a community when we would have the weekly live state of the game. Dude, I'd go out there, I would go out, I'd make sure my gym time like ended 5 or 6 minutes before, just so like while I was changing, I could have my phone up and watch the state of the game, right? And so, you know, the community is gonna have enough is enough, and they're gonna say, look, as soon, I don't give a shit what your gamer tag is, I don't give a shit how big of an awesome dude you are. The first time we see you say some dumb shit, you're banned. Well, for how long? Banned means forever. Don't you think that's kind of stiff?
A little bit.
Would you let someone talk to your wife or your daughter that way? Fuck no. Then it's not stiff enough. If think about it. If you knew, think about all these tough guy cowards. They're saying all this horse shit. If they knew, if they trace my IP and they figure out who I am, they're banning my account. I'll never get to play the game. I'll never be. Now, they might talk all the shit in the world in their house, but you know what they're not doing? They're not typing a fucking word. And that's, you know, you got to start small, right? Aim small, miss small, right? So you can't fix everything all at the same time, but you can first, if your first step is always to protect the family, you're always doing the right thing. So protect, you know, like if I was the boss for, you know, whatever, you know, I would make sure we were all protected. I'm telling you, whether you or I or Gambit or all of us or none of us get picked for EFT, I think that's a fucking stroke of genius. But don't pick the dudes that get along with everybody. Like, same thing if you're running a corporation. If you're the owner of a corporation, you don't want your partners and your junior partners to be, you know, shoulder deep in your ass. right? The old Roman thing. Remember I brought that up, right? You know, the emperor has no clothes, right? Oh, it's beautiful. You're amazing. But no, you need somebody to ground your ass and go, you look like shit. Go home and take a shower. Well, if you're running that company, you need somebody to be the honest broker and go, sir, ma'am, we're in shambles. This is the public opinion of us, blah, blah, blah. I know you want to push out another game. However, if we don't get this shit corralled under control, the third one's going to flop because we are in such a state of toxicity, the community's going to eat each other. Okay, so you delay it for a year or two, and you heal the community, and you start by, you know, all these little things, hey, EFT, and you I'm not saying if you're a really popular person, and we all know on all three platforms, we know who's super popular, but we also know who the really popular people are because they're good, as opposed to the really popular kids who make people cry, right? Like, this shouldn't be a popularity contest. It should first and foremost be an experience, right? And people can say whatever they want about Warhound and all that other stuff, blah, blah, blah. You go to Tracker GG right now and you look up the top 15, top 20 people on hours played, and you can't make an argument. And I mean, you Tux, you know all 20. I looked at it this morning. You know every single people in the top 20. Like, I don't mean like you know of them. I mean, you know who they are. That's because there's no shocker. If you go to Tracker GG and start looking at like the top 10 list for who's killed the most named people, you will not be shocked to find out that Gambit and I are 1 and 3. You're not gonna be shocked to know people with the most time on the game. That Gambit, I think Gambit's like second. The people. This is not. None of those leaderboards that you can't tamper with, and they don't track things like raid time. They don't track anything that you can glitch, right? So like, oh, you know, raid clears. Remember for like a year where you could just do the last boss on Iron Horse, so it took you 5 to 6 minutes and it counted as a whole clear. They don't keep track of that shit. They keep track of the shit if you're a really player, what you're looking for. Most kills, most specific kills, most motherfucker. I'm gonna pick you up and then we gotta run.
Got rushers.
Most headshot kills, most this. Oh shit, get out of there. Oh, fuck, I got stuck at the door. Oh, the fuck,
did you make it?
Died.
That was close.
Holy shit.
I was about to pick you up.
Holy shit. Walk back, just go back to Russian. Holy fucking shit, that should not have happened. Oh shit, they got you.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay. Oh, jump, Frogger, jump. No, you're not gonna blow me up. Dude, if I pull this off. Are they coming this direction? I can't tell.
I don't see anybody around me. They might have went all the way back into that room.
All right, I'm coming up. Let me know if, like, from your perspective. Oh, you know what it is? I can see through the wall, so it looked like 5 dudes were standing on top of you.
It looks like the Chunga's back there, maybe. I can't tell. Some gold I see on the other side of the wall.
So go all the way back and get all your ammo before we go back there. So you got the ammo box behind us. Go get all your ammo. Like, heal up, do all that shit before we re-engage, because they're ready now. But yeah, right? So, you know, if you start at the bottom, you know, it's no different than, you know, like, so you build a family or you build a foundation for a house or something, right? It's no different than that. That's how you build a team, right? It's from the foundation up, right? You make sure your dudes, you make sure your family, you make sure your people are taken care of, they'll take care of you. And then it spreads, right? Hey, stop staring at her boobs. Hey, stop grabbing his ass. Hey, hey, we don't do those kinds of jokes here. And it's not, and yeah, guess what? Sometimes you might catch the guy on the wrong time. That might be the only time he made a shit joke like that. But you know what? for every woman that accidentally had her boobs raised up on in during the workforce, right? For every guy that's ever been called out because he lives an alternate lifestyle, which who gives a fuck at work? It's not like they're hitting on you, but because they don't have the same sexuality you do, I'm gonna like berate you all day, every day at work. One has nothing to do with the other, and I mean, like, I've had to have screaming matches at some of my soldiers before. I was like, and I have like embarrassed fuck, and the way I put it to him is, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. You're so sexy. Every woman on the planet wants to fuck you, right? And it's in front of the whole, battalion. And they're like, no. And I go, so you're willing to admit that just because you're a heterosexual male, that doesn't mean that every heterosexual female wants to fuck your brains out. Well, no, yes, that's true. I go, then why in the fuck would you think just because someone isn't heterosexual and you're a male, they want to fuck you? And I'm ashamed to say I have made it a little personal. I'll like attack their breath. I will attack their breath or their hygiene or whatever. But guess what? I only have to make that point one fucking time. And I'm not saying that all the assholes in the group got caught, but at least while we're at work, no one else said a fucking thing. No one said shit. Again, right? But yeah, so I think this EFT thing, I think it's a stroke of brilliance. If they do it right, you get the right people and people who will fucking tell you the truth. Not the people who are like, oh my God, I feel so honored to be picked and blah, 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 and they get starstruck. I mean, the people that are like, you're goddamn right, and these are the 5 things I would change, not in a year. These are the first 5 things that need to be changed today. That's the people you need. I don't mean to be an asshole, but I mean, hey, look, you brought us here to tell you the truth. Here's the truth. You have a gaming franchise that will be remembered as one of the best of all time. It's also on life support, and it's not on life support due to, I know all the people want to say, it's a dead game. No. Why we put all these hours? It's not a dead game. You just get tired of all the fucking negativity, and you get all of this, and they've done most of it themselves, making promises they couldn't deliver on. Hey, you don't put a timeline out. Like, I mean, think about it. Like, you think Mercedes, you think Vanderbilt, you think Johnson & Johnson, you think they announced the product before they had 1 million units already ready to go and packaged? No. Why? Because you only get one chance to make a first impression, right? All right, so the new regime comes in and they promise heaven and earth to the players, and as a reward for being so faithful, blah blah blah. And how many times has the fucking apparel event gone down? And how many times this? And how many times of that? Well, and so you get less educated people scream and yell and blame the devs. I'm not saying the devs didn't do something wrong, but hey, technology is technology. Shit happens. And you easily could have sidestepped that landmine by don't announce it until you're ready to drop it. Don't tell us about this. Don't tease us with this fucking event and show us until you're ready to ship. And that way, unless the World War III kicks off, hey, on the day you said it was going to drop, it drops, right? I mean, it's simple shit like that, right? I would definitely, the people, I don't give a shit how smart the rest of the world thinks you are, or how cute or attractive they think you are. I don't give a shit about that. I want the people who give a fuck. I want the people surrounding me who have a passion. And I don't mean, yeah, I really like the game. I mean, they fucking live this game. Because there's some scars here. And it's going to take some honest-to-God, hard fucking work to get it back on track. Is it impossible? No. But it's going to take some people in the higher-ups, they're going to have to admit, I know what I want to do. I know where I want the company to be. I don't know how to get there. Then you're going to have to start trusting people. And if the people that are around you right now, if you don't trust them, then you need to replace them. Because this might be your last chance, and I'm tired of hearing that, this might be their last chance to right the ship, right? But it's got to be no shit, all hands on deck. I'm bringing this person, this person, this person in. I don't care that we're not hiring XYZ person to come. Well, you're not going to hire Gambit to come in and fucking develop the game. we're hiring him to give us his thoughts because out of all the devs that have ever worked on this game, and I'm not joking, Gambit's got more fucking hours. He's got more seconds played on this game than the entire Div 1 and Div 2 team put together.
It's probably
that's
true.
Probably,
yeah.
That's probably a son of a bitch I want to... I'm personally getting on the phone and calling. Now, if he turns me down, fine, but that's probably a guy I'm getting personally on the phone and trying to talk into. We'll give you a personalized laptop, we'll do this, you don't have to travel, we'll do everything via MS Teams, blah, blah, blah. What fits into your schedule? Because you want to know what's right and what's wrong with your game. There's a whole lot of bullshit and argument about this, that, and the other you could do, or you could be like, I don't know, use common sense. Kind of like, who are the top 20 people across all 3 platforms that have played the most? I guarantee you, it might not be like PhD level articulation. You may not have some you may not have some Ivy League scholar lexicons coming out, but you know what you will get? You'll get a bottom line. This is what's wrong, period. This is how you fix it, period. And if I'm the CEO, if I'm the one running the fucking show, that's what I want. That's what a boss, that's what the commander's for, right? The commander makes the decision. My lieutenant, my subordinates are there to let me know what's good, what's bad, and come up with solutions, right? And I know the military gets a lot of fucking flack for shit, right? But one thing you do know how to do is you know how to fucking communicate with people. You don't when people retire. If you're a senior NCO or officer and you retire from the military, you know what. Oh shit! Wrong side. You know what doesn't happen is they're not full of shit. They don't beat around the bush, and they don't just say, "Sir, you're all fucked up." What they do, because it is beat into our head. You don't come to the boss with problems. You come to the boss with solutions. So hey, fucking XYZ happened in Somalia, and
how's he hitting me?
10,000 people are dead. You know, he doesn't want to hear that. He wants to hear, so how are we gonna save the other 1.2 million, right? And so you learn how to do that, right? And so whoever's running the show, that's what you need. I don't care what gender you are. I don't care what you sexually identify as. I don't give a shit about any of that. I need you to tell me what's broke, and I want you to come ready with suggestions on how do we fix it. Leave your ego at the door, right? It's one of the things, you preach at people at the gym. Leave your ego at the door. This isn't an ego thing. This is that you want to get better, you're going to have to earn it, right? So, and that's, oh shit. That's what's got to happen with this game, right? Now, if that starts at the foundation, people that are doing the shit that you're doing, it's going to catch on like wildfire. But if just content creators or just the people that play the game all the fucking time, if they're the only ones trying to do this, you're not going to gain traction. Now, everybody that you touch on a personal level is going to remember, and they're going to love what you're doing. But if you're wanting to change the culture, you got to have buy-in from the people making decisions, right? So if this is really going to take off, it doesn't matter if you have 5,000 people watch every video from now until the end of the days that you put out. That just means you're a really great guy and you put out shit that means something. But the community to change, they've got to have, it's got to be a top-down attack, right? Starting from CEO, starting from like, hey, who has the owner?
Well, the creative director probably,
know
right?
Creative
you
director.
have to swap out the creative director.
The creative director, exactly. If the creative director is so fucking afraid to lose his job that he can't he doesn't have the intestinal fortitude, look at this motherfucker here just standing here. Holy shit. That fucking tank was standing right there and like blew up after I ran over. I didn't even see him there. But right, the creative director, right? Now, as the creative director, I don't know, you could be the best guy in the world, you could be the biggest piece of shit, right? I don't know. But if you've got that job, you have two choices. And look yourself in the mirror and go, I had good intentions, it got away from me, or I don't give a fuck, it's all about the paycheck, I got a paycheck, I don't even want the job. Whatever. you know, do or don't. There is no try, right? So fix it or don't. Well, I don't know how to fix it. Then you bring people in that do know how to fix it, and you supervise and make sure the fucking thing gets done, right? That's how shit happens. And when things start moving at the top level, I've never seen shit not happen. If the boss and the guy, if your boss and your boss's boss and your boss's boss's boss are on the same sheet preaching the same shit, whether it's positive or negative, it catches on, right? So, you know, like if you're think about it like religion, right? I'm not saying every religion is right, but I'm saying there's enough people thinking the same shit that get together the hundreds of thousands of people have all these fucking churches everywhere, right? Well, it's the same thing as, you know, that or sports teams, right? Hey, you know, XYZ, you know, it's you can use any methodology you want. It all goes back to you have to be a united front. If mommy says no, the kid has to know. Don't even bother asking daddy because daddy's gonna back mom's place. If you ask dad first and he says no, that kid has to know. Not only will mom back dad up, if she finds out you asked her after dad said no, you get a beating. I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, I knew there's no mommy daddy game. You ask an adult, they say no. And if no is the answer, no's the fucking answer. Period. And that it's amazing how fast change starts like
Later,
that.
mofo. Have a good night, man.
If it's so easy, why don't we see it happen all the time? Because enough leadership doesn't know, enough people don't stand up and say enough is enough.
Where do you go
right?
when you go and look for a new game? What do you do first? You hear about a new game, let's just say.
You talking about me?
Where do you go?
I go to the whatever community, like, so say, for perfect example, right? I have put off playing The Witcher.
Yeah.
The Witcher 3, I've put that off for years. Not because I don't want to, but because I'm afraid if I start that game, everything else is going to fall apart. Because I know how I am. So where I don't do the reviews on the box, I'm not saying they're not right. I'm not saying they're inflated. I'm saying when it comes to a game, I'm going to, you know, I ask the community, I ask people that I know and I trust, who actually know the game. Yeah, I didn't just play it once or twice. Like they live the game, right? Those are the people I'm getting in contact with because they're going to tell me the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? And so like almost all my civilian friends, right? When shit started going sideways and it got scary for a little bit, I'm the dude they call. Hey, you know, and it's humbling for a man to call another man and go, I know my wife thinks I'm really badass, but when it comes to weapons, if it's not a fucking video game, I don't know what fucking munition goes in what fucking weapon and blah 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 blah. I mean, yeah, I'm a badass when I have a controller in my hand, but I don't know what I'm actually looking for. X, Y, Z, blah blah blah, right? And you know, a lot of times I have told them, what's your budget? I'll build the weapon for you. And let's go to the range. And usually what I do, right, is let me take you to the range, because there's another thing that, like, especially a big man, like, you know, 6'5" or above, 250 or above, you know, everybody wants, I want that Desert Eagle, can't hit the broadside of the bar. Well, why do they want it? Because it's a big fucking gun. Wouldn't you rather the guy that you pointed at be dead so he can't shoot you? And so, you know, to make that solidify in the brain, usually what happens is I take them to the range just so they grasp how much they don't know about a weapon, right? And then I'll break it down. I'll say, you tell me, are we talking about in-house defense? Are we talking about an everyday carry? Are we talking something from your wife? And then meet within 10 seconds, and it's happened like 4 or 5 times. Yeah, man, this is for my wife. Then why am I talking to you? And they kind of get. Now, a good husband understands what I just said and goes, you know what, that's a great fucking question. But, like, if you have ego problems, look, it doesn't do your wife shit bit of good for me to get a weapon tailored for you. If her life is in her hands because you're dealing with an assailant or something in another room or outside and somebody got inside, it doesn't matter what you're fucking comfortable with. Because if she's not comfortable with it, they're gonna take her and they're gonna shoot her with her own weapon. So how much do you love your wife? Like, if you want the best for your wife, let's go get your wife and let me talk to her, right? It's the same thing, right? If important event comes up, do you really give a shit if a guy is Cuban, Mexican, Haitian, bi, straight, black, white, polka dot? Do you really give a shit what they look like? No! You care how good the food is. That's the service. So somewhere in there, there's some fucked up thing that's happening in our culture. There's a cross between counterculture or cancel culture, which, hey, if somebody farts, we're gonna ruin their life. Well, that's too much. And then there's fucking entitlement, right? Oh, get up. And then
but I might have missed your answer. So where do you go to the community? Do you go, like, so if you're looking for a new game comes out, let's say it's Witcher, as an example. And how do you know, where do you go first to find out if you're going to buy it? Like, if you, like...
So if it's a game I don't know anything about, right? So like Witcher, right? I'm really interested in The Witcher, but I don't, like, you don't play, game it doesn't play. What? Okay, so what's my next source? I have two really good straight shooter friends in Reddit, and I will ask them, and they will either within 24 hours give me like a 4 fucking page write-up, or they will give me contact information of like the Tux or the Gambit or the Reaper of that game, and they will say these are the guys and gals that you, and I actually did that for Elder Scrolls. I thought, you know, I really thought I wanted to get into Elder Scrolls. I got the person I'm talking to, she pointed me in the right direction, and it was I didn't have to go chase anything down. She put me in contact with the right people, and I got information I would not have gotten anywhere else, and I got it straight from the player's mouth. A player who, this wasn't about temperament, this wasn't about graphics, this wasn't about, oh, well, the other one was bad. It was, no shit, what do you think of the game, and why? Why or why not? And they actually gave me a good review over it. They were honest. However, them being honest and telling me the truth, it's kind of like when you ask Gambit a question and he go, it wasn't the answer you wanted, but you knew the way he said it, okay, there's a reason, right? Well, the person I was talking to said, you know, gave me part of the game was, and I didn't know this, I haven't played an RPG game like that since I was in middle school. And my oldest daughter had wanted to, because she hears about that game all the time, right? Now this was like 3 years ago. And all I knew is that it was a game, and I know it had a mass following. That's all I really knew about the game, right? Everything and it was a female I was talking to, and every point she brought up was great. They was not game bashing or anything like that. It was on the money. Everything she said was great. And then she said, however, it's a very small percentage, but because it, like, kind of like in here, right? You see it every once in a while on the LFGs. Hey, I'm fake name. I need somebody to play with. Friend me so we can play, right? Well, on that game, there's a bit, like, less than 1%, is what you told me. There's less than 1% of millions of people that play. And I thanked her emphatically for telling me this. But there are some people who literally don't give a shit about the game, and they are trying to groom little boys and little girls, and then get them to meet up and human traffic them. And that was exactly, as a father, that's exactly what I need to hear. Okay, we won't be playing this game together, right? And I had no idea that now, about 2 years later, I saw some images online, and I was shocked because, you know, this is how stupid I felt I was. I thought Elder Scrolls was like wizards and
not fucking weird sex trafficking. What the fuck how did that turn?
Well, no, left? But I thought that's what it was, right? Like, when you get done here, just pull your phone out and Google. Just do ESO images, or just put ESO sexy images. You probably won't even have to put sexy. Just put ESO images. You are going to see women with measurements that defy all laws of gravity, and you can't even, like, a napkin from McDonald's would be more material than what they're walking around. That's not what I thought the game was. I thought it was, you remember Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy 7? I thought that's what the game was like. But instead of like cyberpunk shit, it was like mages and shit. I didn't know it was fucking, you know, the whole fucking game is filled with sexual.
That's weird.
Wait, before we go
I didn't know that either.
How did we, right? And I absolutely, I'm interested to see if anybody's posted. Yeah, haha, didn't you know that? Because like I had no fucking idea. Like sexuality is like 70% of the fucking game. But I thought, like I said, I thought it was fucking Lord of the Rings on a game, right? And I love Lord of the Rings. But had I not done, you know, my due diligence, I wouldn't have fucking known. But yeah, so it's you know, it's kind of like, hey, if I want to learn how to bake a specific dish, or like say you had a son, right? And you, again, we're playing make-believe. Your son, because I don't know how tall you are, but I'm willing to bet you're not 6'8", 6'9". But let's say you had a son, and he's let's say he's 6'7", 6'8". He just filled out. He has incredible. I mean, he could shoot not as good as Steph Curry, but he's pretty fucking good. Like he's been getting college offers since he was in 6th grade. Like the dude's a fucking dynamo, right? Now, if you're gonna have every scout in the state trying to bend the rules to get a hold of him, and you're gonna have a lot of honest people try to do things to help because it's the right thing to do, and you're gonna have shady people, right? But if you were so blessed that you had the ability to get a hold of Michael Jordan, so your son's 12, and NBA draft is a long way away. Now, I don't care if I'm your best friend and you know I played sports in college. If it was, if your choices were send him to Reaper, or you foot the bill to have your son go, you know, for a month and a half for the next 3 summers, go spend the time at, you know, his airness. You're a fucking liar if you say I'm gonna send him to Reaper. Fuck you! You have arguably the best fucking player of all fucking time, and you know him, and he's willing to teach your son. If you even call me, I'm gonna cuss you out and say you lost your mind. Take him to Jordan. Are you nuts? But again, that's all. It's how you attack a problem set, right? Hey, if I'm the fucking if I'm the CEO of this company, and this is going to be my flagship franchise, if all I'm interested in is the short-term sales, you could go find some really shitey people that are really good at marketing and have a quick turnaround, yada yada yada. Now, if you are passionate about the game and you want to turn the ship around and you want to make this a franchise for the next 30, 40 years, right? All right, well, you have to swallow some humble pie, and you got to know you fumbled the ball. You fucked up a little. It's not the fourth quarter yet, but you're going to have to change your shit. Now, as long as they're ready to do that, you absolutely can do that. But you got to stay away from the people that are kissing your ass. Stay away from the people that are telling you how fucking amazing you are and that you don't make mistakes. You want the people. I'm not saying hire the biggest asshole you ever met, but hire the guy and gal that's going to tell you the truth and backed up why. Well, on my data says, I understand that, sir, and all the people that are reporting those numbers to you want to keep your job. Since I'm not your employee, you can't fire me, and I don't give a fuck what your personal opinion of me is. I care about the game. Those are the people he needs to talk to. Who cares about the community? That's who he needs to be talking to, right? Oh, shit, where did you come from?
There's a medic. Picking fools up.
See, I see the sniper. Oh, shit.
Serious trauma.
Oh, shit, I just walked right. Oh, I'm so fucking dizzy. I don't know what they did, but my dude is dizzy as shit. Oh, is that what it was?
You got a medic fucking shit up around here.
Oh, shit, he's right fucking there, too, damn it.
Agent incapacitated.
Oh, fuck, where are you? I don't even see
I'm
bodies.
back in the same corner, that last corner.
Oh shit! All right, hang on.
Yeah, that medic
Don't
is.
film me now. Come on, Tony Stark. Yeah.
Wow,
he's
you've come pick me up. He's
everybody-
gonna pick up another 10 dudes. He's fucking busy out there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like, hey, I got this one fucking dude. You, of course, you're gonna try
Right
to
as
shoot
we
me
do
right
this.
now.
Yeah. It's not a bad thing. It's okay. It's all good.
An agent needs
Well, the
assistance.
good thing is we can.
Yeah, I was
start
gonna
over.
say it's not a bad idea. Because
so,
that medic is out
now,
there
what I
just
was gonna
like
say is, hey,
those
you-
healing stations are all out there
he's
again.
Fucking, yeah. Do you want me? I can't remember. What did we do last time?
I was doing the
did-
break and you were doing the
You
phone.
were doing the perfect
Yeah.
blend, right? You did perfect blend, and I was foaming them.
Yeah.
Right. And then you were teeing off on him.
Yeah. So I got
Right?
the burster.
Okay. So
Is what I was running.
yeah, I had forgotten to put my rifle.
No, we weren't
on
even
there.
there yet.
My
We
bad.
still had a couple of guys that jumped down with the boss that hadn't died. One of them was a medic, and so it's okay.
Yeah. So this time, let's just kill everybody before we go after
Yeah.
Fat Boy. But yeah, so it's the same, right? So I don't give a shit if they hire a Toad. I don't give a shit if they hire fucking Chucky from Child's Play. Whoever the fuck they put in charge, I want him or her or it. I want them to do one priority: fix the fucking community. Now, I didn't say make everybody happy. I didn't say give shit away for free. I didn't say promise a bunch of bullshit. Fix the fucking community. Because, yeah, there's 0.5% of everybody that plays is a raging asshole, right? But, like we've talked before, for all we know, they had horrible youth trauma, and this is them taking it out, and blah blah blah, right? So you can't change the dudes that are being pieces of shit, right? And if you don't know if you're a piece of shit, you probably are. It's what's the old saying? Am I crazy? Well, crazy people don't wonder if they're crazy. They're just oblivious to why everybody goes screaming and running the opposite direction, right? So the fact that you're questioning if you're crazy lets me know you're not. But
you are.
Anyway, but yeah, so hey, we have some of the greatest, I mean, absolutely amazing fucking people in this community. Players, men, women, kids, fuck.
Well, I guess where I was going is that
if somebody just
where I was going with it was that I think that it does come from top down, but one of the decisions that might need to be considered is, because there's one thing that this game lacks, is it needs an influence, right? We need to influence, somebody needs to influence the game.
You need a voice. You need a voice.
Exactly.
Who's gonna be the fucking
Well, it needs to be.
voice?
It has to
don't
be a
give a shit what
collective in order to make an impact in
Yes.
sometime in the next
Yes.
100 years.
Yes.
And so, if you notice, and that's kind of goes back to that funny thing that we were saying. There aren't any Division 2 influencers, right? There's very few. I mean, like based on how many players there are in this game, it's like there's.
Well, I mean, but think about this, right? So think about this. There are people who've never met, well, obviously never met you, but what I mean is virtually, right? There are people, and I'm not fucking kidding. There are people who have watched more of your videos than me, and that's saying something, right? They've never been on comms with you. They've never seen you have a bad day. They've never gotten a hold of you when you got frustrated, right? When everything went to hell, blah blah blah, right? They've never seen the real you, right? They've seen the polished turd that has cool music and has a melodic voice, right? Well, all right. So, how come this? Well, how come we can't make Tux do it? Here's the problem. And again, I could be wrong, but this is my opinion. If you are a person who gives a fuck and you are very passionate about the welfare of this game, and more importantly, the people that play it, like, hey, am I crazy? You ask yourself the questions, am I the right choice? Am I the best choice? Because, not because you don't believe in you, but because you know how big of a deal this is and you want the best out there, right? Now, if you're one of those fucking assholes, you never ask yourself that question, because why the fuck wouldn't you pick me? I mean, I'm totally badass. Just ask me. I'll tell you how amazing I am, right? Well, so we bring up the chick, and God, if she ever hears a snippet of this, I'm just apologizing ahead of time. I'm sorry I keep forgetting your name, but the lady that we were talking about, right? That shitty ass comments about her the way she talks, right?
I think it started.
Think about that. She is an employee, that's her job. She is absolutely fucking qualified to do that, or she wouldn't be there. And if our beloved community didn't fucking find out who the fuck was being a complete ass bag, right? If we didn't stop them from being a shithead before, now why you, right? Let's say Mary Poppins, right? Let's say this game goes on and your daughters and my daughters wind up meeting each other, and we rub off on them, and now they pick up the gauntlet for us, right? And they're even more obsessed than we are, right? Now, why would either of our daughters in their right fucking mind get down, holy shit. Why would they
There's a purple sniper in the very back fucking corner and he won't come out.
Yeah, I'm trying to get over. Why would they want to expose themselves to the sheer fucking lunacy?
Yeah. Exactly.
Of it. Why? So, he fucked me up. Oh, there's another one. I thought he was by himself. Shit. But think about it. Like, think about how soft-hearted your daughters are, right? Let's say they think the exact same way we do. And they would, like, work for free. They worked 80 hours a week for fucking free. Just at a chance to help to make things right. Now, again, let's go back to that. If you're the asshole, you better pick me because I'm awesome, right? But if you're the person who would do it right, there's a very strong part of you that goes, but as soon as I say something that everybody doesn't agree with, and anyone knows you can't make everybody happy. So basically, the first time one of our daughters opens their mouth, you're a slut, you're a whore, you step your way to the top. Oh, what does a fucking girl know about this? Girls aren't good at videos. Oh, honey, this is too complicated of a game. Don't you want to go play jumping jack? Like, all this, you know this shit that would come out, right? And heaven forbid they say something that pissed, like, the PvPers off or something. Oh, my God. Now, would you want to put your daughter through that? No. Would you want that for them? No. But it's going to take a couple people or a group of people to say, I got big enough shoulders, I can take the abuse for the good of the game and the community. Say whatever the fuck you want about me. Let's just make this better, right? Now, are there people out there that are willing to do that? Fuck, him, it would sit out there and smile and flip you off while he's talking to somebody in a sweet voice. You could not, you're not gonna, I don't even know if he has feelings to hurt, right? But he's gonna tell you a spade is a spade. If you ask him a fucking question, he's gonna give you the answer, right? Now, that being said, you gotta have a small group of people that know we're all on the same team. You mess with him, you're messing with all of us. It's gotta be a united front, and you go from there. Now, if you get those people, in 6 months from now, we're gonna laugh at how long. Man, you remember that one night we stayed up all night talking about that bullshit? Boy, they fixed that super fast. Man, maybe it wasn't as bad as we thought. If they don't get this shit under control, in 6 months, we may be having the same conversation we dread having every month. Is the game gonna die? Is this going to happen? Should we fucking be... should we be putting up the flare gun, right? Like, is this the end? So, I'm hoping and praying that somebody that has pull somehow gets a hold of somebody talking about this and goes, I know I won't be the most popular guy or gal that says this shit, but it's time to draw a line in the sand and either get busy living or get busy dying, right? Either we need to start making a change, or I need to find a different job so someone who can fix it will, because we're in some deep shit. He's gonna pulse again.
Yeah, I'm running out of medkits, so we better get it done.
All right, so I've got the. As soon as you break the chain, I'm ready to
Can build in stacks real quick. Break.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, do not fucking pulse, please. Yeah, for the love of God, break that. I'll keep sticking him. Just get that damn backpack so he doesn't fucking.
Oh fuck! I got 60 ammo, so that's not gonna be good.
Go! I got him. Go get back. Go get ammo. Run back real quick. I got it. I'll keep him busy. I don't know how. I'll tell him the story. Fuck.
Well, my turret's up there.
I don't give it. I don't care if you tell him a story, just keep him off my ass. Now, you know you're old if you know what movie that is.
Bop, 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 bop.
Oh my God, please don't do that. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, oh, so a not funny story. I actually know them.
That's the song that plays in my head when I'm doing this. It's definitely Bop.
Oh my God. So, yeah, so.
Because he's so easy.
Now, you try.
He just pulls?
You try living in Oklahoma at the height of that shit. So they're like, I don't know if you know this, but they are actually, like, no joke, they are legit brothers. For real. It's not like a market. They really are brothers. And they went to a private school in Tulsa. And I honestly could not tell you, were those fucking songs really that popular, or were they that popular because I was in Oklahoma in high school when those, and so they just kept playing the fucking
No,
song.
it really is. I was just watching the special on One Hit Wonders not that long ago. It's like, it's out there right now, and they're on like the top 10 One Hit Wonders of like all time, like all-time most sales in around the world and shit, and like it's amazing.
You talk about like the Macarena,
yeah,
right? Those, like,
exactly, like the Macarena type shit. Bop is up there.
Things, right? You just couldn't fucking get rid of these guys. That song, that Bop, and I'm not joking. In Oklahoma, you might hear that fucking song somewhere in 97, 98. You might hear that goddamn song fucking, I am not joking, 10, 15 times a day. It was, dude, it was goofy out of control.
It's so goofy out of control.
But yeah, holy shit.
In my head.
So we were super over.
That is literally with the song that plays in my head when I'm fighting this boss. Yeah, I got a soundtrack to certain parts of this game, and Bop for aggro is for show.
Thing, right?
For show.
You know, 25
Scott
years
Rivera.
later, right? I'll be man enough to admit that's a catchy ass fucking song.
What song is playing in your head?
It wasn't because
when you put.
It's just what it was is because it never fucking stopped. I mean, it wasn't like, 8 or 9 times, 10 times a week. It was 10 or 12 times a day. The damn thing just
earworms.
Never fucking stop. Holy shit. Oh yeah, earworm. Yeah, there you go. Oh my God, it's horrible.
Let's see. That's weird.
I'm not looking at the.
I don't even understand these fucking numbers, dude.
Oh, they must be bad.
No, they're so.
I mean, you for sure should be way ahead.
Why? Why do you think that? I would have thought. I mean, that's how it happened. But
well, because so here's why, right? So again, it's my ADHD shit, right? I can like do 20 things at the same time. I'm a adult woman with a dick, right? I could do 52 things at the same time, right? Now look at that. That's what I would have thought. Yeah, I thought you were about 30 or 40 kills above me, and here's why. Look at how many times I had to revive you. So we're just like, if we were shooting, period, like forget the archetype. Just hear me out. Forget the archetype. Regardless of how many we were shooting or what the armor level or whatever, right? From point A to point B, you were shooting a weapon that had a higher RPM than I do. Check for you. Because you were running a higher RPM weapon than me, and you're running crits, you can't argue physics. Because you were running a crit build with a weapon higher fire rate than me, you are going to do more damage, period, right? Can't argue that. And on top of doing more damage, it's going to some magical way equate to more kills. Now, the only way that doesn't happen is if we both are running and neither one of us go down, or we only go down once apiece. That puts us on level playing ground, right? Now, when I have to stop firing to pick you up, especially if you're in one of those fucking crevices that this is just an off day. You never get caught in a corner, and I'm telling you, at least 4 times you got caught in a corner or out in the open that I was going to have to fly by everybody. So I could no longer fire at the enemy. I was doing covering fire. I'm just having my skillers shoot shit in the air just to not shoot me, to pick you back up. Now, as soon as you get picked up, I'm out of ammo because I was covering for you. I have to, and I'm down to my pistol. While you were taking a nap, I picked you up, you have all your ammo, you stand up, you start firing. Now, did you go through your armor kits? Yes. But if we're talking about bullet per bullet, you have a gun that is doing more, you're doing more damage, you're doing it at a higher rate, and I have to keep stopping to pick you up, meaning I'm not firing. If I'm not firing, because remember, yeah, my skills were up, but if I'm not firing the capacitor, I'm not landing shots. If I'm not landing shots, I'm not getting my 30%, right? If I'm not getting my 30%, you stand up and you fire at the same shit I'm firing at, it's like we're in a race and you get to run normal and I'm dragging a boulder
No, but
behind
what's really weird is I didn't
from
put on Striker until we were to the arcade, I think.
Oh, well then I don't know. Oh no, I thought you had
No.
it on the whole
I was working on a damage to armor version. I wanted to see what it felt like, so I had 30% damage to armor with crits, no memento.
Wow.
And then around the time at the arcade, I was like, I'm kind of sick of this build. I was like,
I thought you had the perfect blend on the whole time.
you know why I was sick of the build?
Let me retract all of that.
Yeah, while I was sick of the build was like, I think once you bless the capacitor with additional RPMs, it's hard to turn back. It's like, and then there was the memento.
Absolutely.
You run RPMs on the capacitor, and you're like, it's really hard to use it without it, you know. And then the memento, that was another part of it.
And you do, and it's not just the capacitor, right? It's the chameleon,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So just for argument's sake, for the audience, whoever's still listening to us, crazy people. So just for argument's sake, let's play devil's advocate. If, let's say, Strikers and Hunter's Fury, forget the syllables that are on the description. Let's just say over 1,000 rounds. So if you had the Strikers on and I had Hunter's Fury and we were shooting at a target and there was a time and we got 1,000 rounds, we stopped. And then at 1,000 rounds, we had to flip builds, right? Let's just say we had the build that did exactly the same amount of bullets. At the end of the bullets being fired, they supposedly ran out exactly equal, right? Now, if everything was equal across the board, once you've had the chameleon, I almost said steroids. Once you've had the chameleon on Striker, it's really fucking hard to go back. And that's if they were equal. Now, let's tell truth. Fucking Striker absolutely runs through every fucking thing on the planet. I mean, it literally melts everything. Well, now you'll never go back to Hunter's Fury. The only thing I have Hunter's Fury on is for my Regulus build. It's like my one-shot pistol build. I'm already gonna be like within 2 meters of you anyway. I'll put Hunter's Fury on, and I'll watch you explode, right? I mean, but I will never run the Chameleon and Hunter's Fury again to get other. No, for all of you that love Hunter's Fury and you're having a cow now, not saying it's not a good build. It is a damn good build.
But it ruins it for you.
I ran it for about 6 months.
It ruins it for you.
Yeah, but I ran it. I ran that fucker six months religiously. And then when they changed Striker, I can tell you the day it happened. When the day they changed, you lost stacks from time, not missed shots. I went in, tried it again, and I never looked back. Because that's the problem, right? So if you're landing shots, you're absolutely buzz on through every fucking thing. But because you're at the same time, if you miss, your gun is still firing that fucking fast. So if you miss, you didn't miss 1 or 2 shots, you didn't miss 2 shots. You missed 15. Now, if I'm getting penalized, it's like Ferrari, right? you don't get a fucking Ferrari when you're 80 years old and you live in a retirement home and the speed limit's 15 miles an hour. That's just the dumbest shit on the planet, right? Well, you don't have a fucking chameleon and give somebody a build that will let you go 1,035 RPMs and literally in under 1.6 seconds you can get 90% weapon damage off of it and then hand them another build. Fuck no! Wait, I have this build and it absolutely ripped through. The only thing that's ever come close to beating Strikers was the original Heartbreaker. And since they took it away, there's nothing that comes close. Now, still have those people that refuse to admit, and it's because why? Because they found Heartbreaker. Now, whether they admit it or not, it's because they found Heartbreaker, and because Heartbreaker was so fucking amazing, their heart got set on I'm Heartbreaker till I die. And I would respect you more if you said that. But I hate sitting in conversations with people who are waxing on poetically about all the reasons why Heartbreaker's the best. One of the most honest things I've heard in the past 12 months on this game was your stream while I was in Tennessee. I went out and got a headset that night because I told you I won't have a headset, so blah, 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 blah. I went to Walmart and got a headset that night because of what you said. You were testing, and you were, forget 100, you were one unlimited million quadrillion fucking convinced. Man, you had a hard on. Anybody who knew you knew Tux has a hard on for Heartbreaker. And you weren't making that video to prove it wrong. You were trying to make that video to prove how good Heartbreaker still was. And when you stepped back and said, it pains me to admit, you could hear the sincerity in your voice. You manned up and said, it pains me to say this, but unless you are just that dude that's gonna look in the face of all the logic and you're gonna lie to yourself, you cannot say Heartbreaker's better than Striker. You can't. And you were in that part, you were in the camp of Heartbreaker till I die. And if you're in the firing range or you're in Countdown, you probably still believe that.
Yeah.
How many of those fucking legendaries did we run before you went, oh my God, what happened? Not only did Heartbreaker not do what you thought it would do, you were flabbergasted that Striker wasn't a little bit, but it fucking ran circles around Heartbreaker. Now, if someone tells me, like in the clan, if somebody says, hey, this is my playstyle, blah, blah, I won't say a word about it. And hey, that is what's most important. At the end of the day, who gives a shit what the best build is? What's more important is that you enjoy your time playing. I will never debate somebody for saying that. But don't come to me and say, I can do more damage than blah, blah. Because first place I'm going to take you is one of the strongholds. I won't put it on legendary. I'll just put it on challenging or heroic. But I'm going to lock a party so it's just you and me, and we're going to run. I won't do any of the dumb shit tricks. I won't body block you. I won't block your shot. I won't get in your way. I won't sprint ahead of you. I will stay hip to hip with you. I'll only shoot what's in my lane, and I will beat you every single time. Now, I did not use Heartbreaker when it came out.
Which is crazy.
And the reason why, is because I was running, because of the Striker build. I knew the first room, not first mission, the first fucking room. Because I have the Eagle Bears with the Coyote's Mask, with the 3-piece pro. I have all those bows. I have thousands of fucking clears on raids that give people fits. The first fucking room that I cleared with that Striker build, I went, out, like audibly, let my dog thought I was saying, you're the greatest dog ever or something. They started wagging their tail and were happy. I literally just sat there with my mouth open and went, what the fuck? I could not believe what I saw on screen. So I after I beat it, I turned around, ratcheted it all up to heroic. And I walked through that, I swear it was easier than challenging. So what did I do? Same fucking thing you do. All right, DUA, Legendary Solo, go. And I mean, it was the opposite of a shit show. It felt like we were cheating. And after that moment, I never fuck with it. I still test builds out, while you were making the one build, fuck, I still have it. I still have it in a loadout with the Ridgeway's Pride, with the Wicked Backpack, yada yada. I still try them, and I'm not saying some really fucking smart and watch. It's probably going to be some 16-year-old female that's like been watching your videos, and she goes, "Have you ever thought about that?" We're gonna go, "How the fuck didn't we think of that?" And somebody's gonna come up with something somewhere, right? But right now, there's not. We're not talking. Okay, it's kind of, sort of. We're talking. No. You know the only two builds that are gonna beat that the way we run Striker. There's only two builds. Give Gambit the Regulus because a fucker doesn't miss, or Gambit's fucking artillery build, where no matter how fast we run, we can't run faster than this fucking turret, and he's gonna kill everything anyway. But there is not a red build on the planet. I don't give a shit if you're PC. I don't care who you are. There's not a build possible right now. Again, just because you don't get the results we do, that doesn't mean we're wrong. Occam's razor, right? The simplest explanation is almost always the correct one, right? Is it like whoever was running his mouth earlier about trying to tell me I didn't know what I was talking about with the Eagle Bear and everything else, right? If you got that same person in a private moment in a room without being able to be a keyboard tough guy, I guarantee you, if he had the builds we had laid out the way we do, because you know as well as I do, how many hundreds or thousands of times has somebody contacted you frustrated? I have the same build you are, and I'm getting killed, and I can't kill. And then come to find out, well, they had 4 pieces of Striker.
Yep.
But they didn't have the same build, right? Well, there are people who still have not gotten over the Eagle Bearer and the death of the Eagle Bearer version 1.0 in 2019. And they are going to beat that drum until they die. They are not going to let go of how. I'll be the first 10 people to say that was the most amazing fucking weapon in any game I've ever played. And I'm not joking. I would let the devs televise. I would let you cut my pinky off if you would do your magic and I got some cheat code to where the Eagle Bearer was the way it was when it was dropped. Which pinky you want? And I'm not joking. It was that fucking amazing. You didn't need a build. You know what it was? It was like having the house in the first one. You didn't need to have a good. You could have a completely trash build. The Eagle Bear was that fucking OP. Now, it's not. And the only people that refuse to admit that are either the really new players who weren't around when it really was that amazing, or the people who they worked so hard for that weapon and they refuse to admit it's not what it used to be. Now, am I saying that you can't run a raid with it? Absolutely not. Am I saying you can't be really good at the raids if you use it? No, absolutely not. But now if you're gonna be the honest broker and we're gonna compare build to build, it can't touch the Striker the way we run Striker. It just can't. And you yourself, the mad scientist that thought the fuck could build up, you yourself were flabbergasted when you could not refute the results. You needed a fucking top. You needed Heartbreaker to beat Striker because you were in love with Heartbreaker. You were. And even you weren't ready for, oh shit, time after time. It didn't matter if we did UA, it didn't matter if we did Rosie, it didn't matter if we did Capital, it didn't matter how many times we did it. Striker, it wasn't beating you by a nose. It was running laps around Heartbreaker. Now, I will not make the claim Striker was better than the original version of Heartbreaker because I never used it.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was so crazy. You could run an all red Heartbreaker build and stand in front of a Chunga and smash his helmet so fucking fast with an assault rifle. His helmet would just bust faster than Striker does right now. It's insane. It was ridiculous, bro. It was so ridiculous.
And you were getting it was like every shot you landed, you got. It wasn't every kill. It was like every shot you got extra armor. That's nutty. Now, because I didn't play with it, I can't make that statement. But being an honest person, I also can't deny it at one point was better than Strikers because I didn't play. But if Tux is honest enough to tell his audience, oh shit, it really is better, then when he tells me Heartbreaker, the original version, was better than Striker, I'll believe you. And I won't question. Why? Because you were honest, not because you told me the truth, because you were honest with yourself. Hey, this is what I thought. I was absolutely convinced. I ran it for myself. It's not even close. So if you are honest enough to admit that to yourself, if you tell me the original Heartbreaker was better, I don't need anything other than that. Oh shit, it must have been amazing. Now, if it really was that amazing, I understand why people just won't let it go. Now, do I think it's a trash build and you should never use it? No. Do I think it has its place? Absolutely. Do I think the Heartbreaker, the current version, is better than the dudes who won't get off of the three-piece prov with the Coyote? Yeah, I believe it's better than that. But is it better than the Striker build? No, and that's why I don't run it. Again, you have explained this many times. You only play with one of your tunes, and you have too much shit. You can't. You look like a hoarder, right? My Gambit and I's dumbasses play with all 4 of our tunes. So that means each one of them have one red build. They have one pistol build. They have. I'm fucking hate to admit. I guess I'm gonna have to have 2 skill builds because I know as soon as I put perfect blend together, I know it's gonna be hard to put down. Only because I know how fucking hard my Tony Stark build is, and I preach that son of a bitch to everybody. But so wait, if you're gonna give me a build that lets me actually kill shit while I'm shooting it, and I still have I reap all the benefits of the brand set, unless I'm just a lying sack of shit, I can't tell you, oh no, I'm still not gonna like it. Wait, I'll say it slow. You're going to give me a build that will allow me to do the same shit I'm already doing anyway, but the gun's more powerful. The question will be, why the fuck would I not run it that way, right? So it's when we're talking about builds, we're talking about weapons, a lot of that is, and I forget there's a term, right? So that not everybody, but most everybody on this planet has one of 4 psychological anchors. And I don't remember the names of them, but I know what they are. And one of them is, again, I can't remember the name of 4, but I know what they are. And one of them is, and a lot of people in this gaming community have this, whatever the information / build / weapon / format that they were introduced to the first time, that is the only way they're ever going to believe. That's the only thing they're ever going to have confidence that is going to do X, Y, and Z. So if you got introduced to, and talk about super old, right? If you got introduced to a absolute piece of shit build that had the Providence mask with 56 DTE that you can't even use anymore, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And remember the fucking Baker's Dozen? If you didn't have the Baker's Dozen, you were a moron, right? If that was the first build you truly felt powerful with, it doesn't matter if the entire community, all 4 million people, parked outside the neighborhood and told him how fucking wrong he was. In his mind, it's not that he's lying to you, it's you're lying to yourself. There's a psychological block that will not let you accept there is a better way. Because when you fell in love with blank gun or blank build, it worked flawlessly. So you're emotionally attached to that, right? Well, and so I say that to round it off back to this. So what are the leaders that you've got to do? I'm not saying fire anybody. What I'm saying is have that honest discussion. Admit, if this is the truth, admit I was trying to do the right thing, or I was trying to do what I felt was the most right thing. Hey, it got a lot of control. I should have realized sooner. I didn't. I should have adjusted sooner. I didn't. I take full responsibility, yada, yada, yada. I have absolutely no fucking problem with that person, whether it's a male or woman. I would rather take the person who fucked up royally and can say I did it than this really slick, cool, button-down, model that you're gonna put in front of the camera and talk goo goo gaga to you and look at all the amazing ways we're gonna make your experience better. I don't wanna hear that shit. Because you were lying the first 5 times you told us you were gonna do that, right? I'd rather have the guy who's been in the trenches and knows this is what we can't do because it will for sure fuck up. That guy or gal, they'll make it happen, right? So, it's one of those. I unless you do something like completely immoral, like you've heard me say before, I'm all about people making mistakes. That's how you fucking learn. How do you know you don't like to sleep and piss and shit? Because you pissed and shit on yourself past the time it was comfortable for you. And then you learn, oh, I put it in this bowl and I never pissed and shit in the bed again, right? That's, being uncomfortable is how human beings learn. I mean, yeah, we have evolved immensely since, whatever you believe things happen, right? However, a few things are key, and that is human beings will do the dumbest shit for as many times until it's uncomfortable. And when it's uncomfortable, then and only then will they change. It doesn't matter if you can prove every way this is better for them and blah, blah, blah. But when they're uncomfortable, okay, now they'll change. So, hey, for the love of God, if one of you Ubisoft guys or gals are secretly listening to this, I'll fucking stand in line and say, hey, put this person in charge. Don't remove him. I'll back you up, but you better have that come to Jesus moment with yourself and go, okay, enough is enough. We can still save this amazing. I run into people at least 2 or 3 times a week, and I'm talking dudes who are wearing $3,000 suits and people who are like construction workers. I meet 2 to 4 new people every single week, and you would never guess that they have any interest in any fucking video game, especially this one. There's a guy that comes to work. He's a retired full-bird colonel, drives a Maserati. The dude looks and smells like he just got out of a fucking GQ photo shoot, right? So we call him the kid because he's fucking 52 years old and he looks like he's 30. It's fucking ridiculous, right? Now, imagine my shock when he saw my screensaver on one of my monitors in my office. So I'm the number 2 in the building. So I've got the commander and then I'm the number 2, right? So my screensaver on one monitor is the Division 1, leather jackets in the snowstorm. He's turning around looking, he's got blah, blah, blah. And then on the second one, on the second monitor is the day that we had a marathon and we got 5 people through their hardcore tunes. So it was January. It was the last week of January, first week in February 2020. We got 5 people through the hardcore raid all in the same day, and we all took a screenshot of our character standing in front of the oval, in front of at the desk, right? It was funny, and that's on the other monitor. Now, imagine my surprise when this dude glanced, literally while he was walking by, glanced at my monitor, and was like, "You play Division as well?" And I was, how in the fuck, walking by, did you know I got what, right? Fucking dude, his fucking suit cost almost as much. His weekly suits cost more than the vehicle I'm driving, right? You would be, well, maybe you wouldn't. I was amazed. All walks of life play this game. If there's a chance we could get it back to the most purest form, the way it was, and I still think it's possible, I don't give a shit if you're a fucking hobo. I don't give a shit if I can smell you around the corner. I don't care if you're a Mensa member or if you barely passed kindergarten. I want the right person to be listening to the right people, and I want it to go the right direction. And I don't give a shit who gets credit for it. Just let's do it. Because even with the buttheads that are around, even those buttheads make the experience what it is. And so you can't have all the good and remove the pain in the ass, right? So, because it wouldn't be the game if you didn't have the dude that was trolling you and running his mouth, and you wouldn't have to, like, it wouldn't be the same, right? Oh, I was literally about to ask you, are you done?
No, I'm not running anything. I got questions stacking up on me though. I got to get to them.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
So see me scrolling. I see a question,
Yo.
but I got Scott Rivera on YouTube asked first. But he said, "What's the best way to get your guns
Well, how far
you
back are
use
we
on the
going?
optimal damage side of things once you got everything proficient?" Which is crazy, Scott. If you got everything proficient, props, because I'm not even there. But resources, you know what I mean. You're
now,
gonna need a shitload of resources.
Let me so I'm not understanding the question, and please, Scott, like, keep in mind I'm rolling, like, I've got 3 fucking Percocets in my system right now.
Well, he wants to know the
again.
best way to optimize his
reword it.
weapons.
What's he want?
Now that he's fully proficient, you
Like,
know what I mean?
Optimize them as in get them to P10, or optimize them like get them to
20.
expertise 20.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is it doesn't matter if it's skill, it doesn't matter skill, gear, whatever. Now, I'm not saying there's not going to be a better way. I'm just saying this is the best way we have found now. Well, what's my asthma test to make sure I know what I'm talking about? Okay, it took me 10 days to get to expertise 20. So I'm not just saying, hey, I saw a video. When people to be named never were making videos, hey, this is
What's
how
up,
you do
Kid
this.
Curry?
I was already expertise 20. This is what we did. Now, again, if I'm understanding the question, after your P10, what's the fastest way to get it to expertise 20? There's a few different ways. Gambit did it one way, I did it another way. Why did we do it 2 different ways? Easy. He was on vacation for 3 weeks. So when the week, he got to mess with it for 4 days, and then they went on a family, like, for a 14 or 18 day trip, right? So while he was gone, I got all the way to 20. So assuming you are expertise 10, because everything you've got is everything's P10, how do you get said weapon or skill or whatever to 20? The fastest way I have found is, and I hope to God you've been doing this, if you haven't,
Agent
it's
requesting
not
backup.
a bridge too far. I don't know if you're too young to know what that means, but it doesn't mean it's a bridge too far. It just means, hey, you need to pack a lunch, because you're gonna have to do whatever you think grinding is. You're gonna have to do more of it. So the easiest way to do it, there's tips and tricks to get shit faster to P10, but once you get to expertise, there is no shortcut. By hook or by crook, big bar steel or whatever, sell yourself on the street. The way to do it is you're going to have materials. Now, you're going to have to get over the sticker shock of how, yes, it is an insane amount of shit to turn in. It is on face value. Now, the first time you do it, whether it's a skill, a weapon, or gear, or whatever, exotic, whatever, you wind up going, well, okay, it wasn't that bad. Now, the tens of thousands of fucking, this is how big of a fucking nerd I am. The Excel spreadsheet I was telling you about, I have it like E1 to E10. This is each time, this is what it costs. And then from E10 to E20 is what it costs. But so once you do it, you'll realize it wasn't that bad. I mean, it's going to hurt, and for good reason. I mean, you're going to have to work. But what makes it significantly easier is, for a year ago, they warned us, and then the shit out of exotics. So for a year, this is what Gambit and I did. Every time there was a global event, like what's going on now, what we did was we did the exact same thing you just watched us do for a couple hours, right? We were farming, whether it was Summit or control points, whatever. whatever we were doing, we got all the stars we could get, and we were only buying exotic caches, and instead of putting them on your player, I thought most people knew about this, but I found out today some people don't, so I'm going to bring it up. If your caches are 20, if you've got 20 caches, if it's a level up cache, right? If it's a field proficiency cache, and we call it poopy caches, if you have 20 caches on your person and you earn another one, it's going to fall on the ground. But that's not how awarded cache, like exotic caches go, right? So every time there was a time trial, right? There's time trials. If you did it the season before, so if it's the first time running it, you get one exotic cache, and then the 10th reward is a backpack trophy. If you've done it before, so the next time Golden Bullet, if you're a new player, next time Golden Bullet rolls around, you'll get you'll get 2 exotic caches, not 1, right? If you don't claim them, they go, so Monday, tomorrow at whatever time, like 5, 6:30 at night, whenever, depending on where you're at, when they cut the event off, if you still have those exotic caches in there, you don't lose them, they go straight to your mailbox, right? Well, you could do the same thing with a lot of those, right? And so what for the past year, what Gambit and I did, we got about, I think he had like 340, 345, and I had like 280. I had 280 exotic caches like stashed amongst my people, right? Now, why did I have them stashed? Well, because at the time you could only hold, what was it? We couldn't have, I think it was 20. I think 20 might have been the limit. And then right when they dropped the shit, they upped it to 100. Well, it was still, we had more caches than that. And then, and there's little tricks, right? So I would open the cache, get the weapon, put it in the stash. But it all comes down to the exotics. You will find a way, whether you're doing the solar farm, whether you're doing whatever, you will find a way to get the normal maps. The exotic pieces are that's the only hard part of it. Now that's how I did it. How Gambit did it, being 3 weeks behind me, I had given him all the tips and tricks of what I had learned for 3 weeks while he was gone. Now, some of those he couldn't partake in, right? Like he wasn't getting the double kill XP. But when it came to expertise level shit to get him higher, he really, really, really seriously considered deleting one of his characters, because there was a bunch of people putting videos out saying, all right, see what you do. You delete one of your characters, create another character, get him to 40, he's got all those watches, as soon as you kill Keener, you get the watch. Now, there were a lot of people doing it. What Gambit did was, he went and he did Countdown, and instead of Summit, because of his watch, he could just keep reloading all the fucking mats, and he didn't have to go out and farm the regular mats because he had the watch points. What he couldn't do was he couldn't get the
What up, Rico?
exotics. Now, what he told me was he spent 9 straight days, every single day, all day and all night. If he was playing, the only fucking thing he did was he ran Countdown for 9 days straight, and he picked assault rifles, he picked LMGs, he picked SMGs, and he said within 3 or 4 runs you could figure out which weapon exotic was dropping faster. Like the first 2 days he said assault rifles were dropping like crazy. So the 3rd or 4th day he never saw another one. He was like, but he said, I think he said in 1 hour he got 12 liberties, right? Hey, when you crush them, a component is a component is carried. And so instead of farming like I did, he still farmed, but he did it using Countdown. Now, about a week ago, I wanted to get my artillery turret up to 20, because we've been telling Tux about the build that we had. And so to show him that we had the equal damage, I had to get my artillery turret up to 20. So I needed 10 exotics and I had 0. It literally took me less than 2 hours. Now, some people, they might go, oh my God, 2 hours? But to the people that grind all the time doing convoys and shit, if you told them you could get 10 or 15 exotics in 2 hours, they'd do that with a smile on their face. Whatever the booga booga is with Countdown. Now, every single one of them were shit rolls. Not one of the rolls were maxed out, but you don't care. I got 15 exotics. I think it was 2 hours and 2 minutes or 2 hours and 5 minutes. I got 15 exotics. Now, again, they were all shit rolls, but I was there to get exotics so I could crank my artillery turret in 1920. So, as long as you get the mats, the normal mats, right? Like the surely you know what I'm talking about when I say that. But for the exotic pieces, I'd go to Countdown, pick a weapon. Don't care what it is. Pick a weapon that you know, like, that you know drops exotics, right? And then, hey, if you go 3 runs and don't get an exotic, before you start the next, even if you have to get out of the rotation, like, go to the map, switch the shit, switch a different weapon. And then, hey, you heard Dammit said it, right? It's the same, he used the same technique we do in Summit, he just used it in Countdown. If I go 2 to 3 runs and I didn't get at least 1 exotic, I'm switching. If I do 2 or 3 runs and I get 2 or 3 exotics, I'll stay until it goes dry. Because you have to remember that everything in this game is an algorithm. Hey, if you're pulling that slot machine and it's not working, don't keep feeding it quarters. Get up, go to another machine. If that one's feeding you, stay on the machine. Keep moving until you get a hot machine. And you just keep changing your loot allocation until, and you'll see that you'll see what's hot. Now, don't do the next day when you do it again. Just don't get frustrated if, well, hey, I put it on LMGs and I got 18 exotics in 4 hours, and I've been doing this for 10 hours. I only got 1. Again, the key point to this is after 3 runs, if you're not getting an exotic, it doesn't matter what you change it to, switch it. What I have found out works is I alternate. I go from weapon, chest piece, weapon, back, weapon, glove, weapon, knees. I don't do weapon, and I don't do gear. So if I'm stale on a piece of gear, I don't go to another piece of gear. If I'm stale on a weapon, I don't switch from ARs to LMGs. If it's not dropping exotics for me, if it's a weapon, I switch to gear. If it's on a gear, I'll switch to weapons. And within 30 minutes, if you do that within 30 minutes, you should have at least 1, if not 3. Now, it'll take time, but it's how bad do you want it, right?
So I think you're saying, you
sorry,
said,
that was really long-winded, but
basically, let me see if we can sum this down and do a couple of bullet points. The floor 10 on the summit is a great way because you're going to need the materials, basically, right? You're going to need SHD levels so that you can get the materials.
Yes.
And the best time to do it is during global events. So I think those are your big ramp-up times, right? Doesn't matter the global event. Just go to floor 10.
Yes.
Turn on all directives, turn on the global event, and farm the fuck out of floor 10. And then and use that to buy. Basically, it's going to end up being exotics because even though it's really painful, that's going to be your limiting factor at the end of the day. Once you getting your things to level 10 or maybe even 15 is going to be pretty simple. Just use whatever resources you got in your book bag. But after that, you're stuck because you need so many fucking exotics. It's crazy. And so I think hands down, I think he's right. Like there's 2 ways. I think if I caught that, there's 2 ways. One is basically floor 10 with global events. That's the best. And then the other one is bust up a character. If you got the watch to do this, bust up a character, start a new one, get that massive watch, go out and use those resources. Basically, use those resources. Yeah.
Yes.
But I think, but I would say probably the best out of the 2 would be the global events. Like when you get a global event, just go to floor 10 and farm the F out of it.
Oh,
yeah, I think that would be best. Because these guys got
not even
Reaper,
close.
how many did you get? Like over 500
Yeah.
stars this event so far? I mean, they're not done.
No, I quit counting today. I'd have to count them up today. But before I got on stream with you yesterday, 24 hours ago at this time, I had just shy of 900. Now, wait, whoa, hang on. Again, hang on, let me pull my calculator out. And now, because I am stupid, but I also am drugged up. I didn't say I had 900 exotics. I said I had 900 stars. Well,
Yeah.
900 divided by 20. I got 40. It's 45. If you guys don't know it, and I'm not talking about it, but if you don't know it or you haven't done the math, it takes 55. It takes 55 exotic components to go from level 15 to level 20. Or I'm sorry, from level 10. They go from level 10 to go from expertise 10 to expertise 20. Because the first 10 levels, they don't ask you for a single exotic. But to go from 10 to 11, it's 1, 2 to 12, 3 pieces 13, so on, so on, so on. So at expertise 19, they're asking 9 to get from X to expertise 20. It's 10 exotic pieces. If you add all those up, it's
insane.
55 exotics.
A whole week,
So,
basically, of
as
ultra
of
farming. These
week.
guys have been ultra farming for that. Think about that.
Now,
Like,
now, here's what I will say. Here's 2 rules. If you are still staying up late, or this is a recording you're watching, the dumb loudmouth dipshit that's talking right now, right? If you don't take anything else away from this shit, hear these 2 things, and they're very important. Number 1, no matter how good your crew is, no matter how amazing, no matter how well you get along, no matter whatever, if they plan on, who gives a shit? If this is right after the new strongholds open, you gotta figure out what you really want, because the game is literally 3 years old, and how many times have you heard my dumbass voice? We're still in there running these fucking strongholds, so they're not going anywhere, right? So no matter what's going on, whether your buddies want to do it with you or not, when you have an event for stars, regardless of how stupid the event is to you, when a GE kicks off that entire week, that is all you are doing. Tell your boys, tell your girls you love them.
I'll see you in a week.
I'll play with you next week. You play with me, absolutely. I'll see you in a week. If you don't want to play with me, I understand. Hey, I wouldn't. But I need these, right? Because in a week, and we have done this for a year now. In a week, it's basically we could basically get a weapon and a half.
that's insane.
20 is basically what's going to come out.
Only 373 more
now,
items to go. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, so I will say this, and take what I'm saying for, if you think I'm full of shit, it's whatever, but this is what I will say. I will say this. When I was getting everything to expertise 10 by getting when I was doing the fucking hamster shit, the hamster wheel grind, going from nothing to P10, getting all 363, I think is what it was, getting all those pieces to P10, I will say that was absolutely the worst out of the whole process, especially once you got to 15. Expertise 15 to expertise 20. And again, don't get confused by a piece. One piece, expertise 15 to 20. I'm talking about your overall expertise level. And a lot of people keep confusing that. Now, when I hit from the time I hit expertise 15 to the time I hit 20, it felt like a death mark. The best way I can explain this for all of you people who play Breakpoint. In November, Ghost level 30 was highest you could get, period. Well, in November when Motherland dropped, they didn't add a few levels. You could go from Ghost 30 to Ghost level 99. And it seemed insurmountable, but you actually flew through all the Ghost levels until you got to 90. That last 10, from 90 to 95, it seemed, y'all went from getting like 8 or 9 Ghost levels a day to, I think it was like damn near 4 days to get 1. And then once you got to 97, those last two, to get to 98, to get to 99, I swear to God, it was almost insanity to go up. It felt like we all thought it was glitched, right? So when you get to about expertise 17 or 18, you're gonna have a mix of, oh shit, I'm really excited, dude, I hate this fucking game. I should have made 25 times per now. But that is the hardest part. The exotic components, it sounds like a lot. It's not. You just gotta have patience. Hey, stars come around, a free pizza of beer, everybody wants to farm with. Hey, you don't want to, okay, no problem. I'll see you, like Tux said. See you in a week. You jump in party with me, I'm gonna be in Summit, I'm gonna be in Countdown, I'm gonna do the. And here's the other thing. This entire time, I have never stopped doing this. Every week, you gotta understand, for every tune that you have, I have 4. For every tune that you have automatically doing basically nothing. You get 3 exotics right off the book. Every week you get a shade requisition. There's an exotic cache. Every week you do the stronghold, legendary stronghold. There's an exotic cache. Every week if you do 30 floors, it doesn't matter the difficulty. You do 30 floors, you get an exotic cache. That's every week. Each tune, that's 3 guaranteed. There's no RNG, Jesus, guaranteed. That's 3 exotics. So 3 times 4, I have 4 tunes. Every week, whether I go farm exotics or not, every week I get 12 exotics. I run whatever the weekly stronghold is. I run it once.
Yeah, so you have to do a combination, or else
there's
12 exotics. Think about that. I mean, that's about 4 weeks if you just relied on that, and yeah, for one item.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's slow as exactly. It's slow, smooth. If you're at the bottom of a mountain, you're looking at. If you're at the bottom of Mount Everest and you're looking up, it's very intimidating. If no one told you, if someone convinced you, like brainwashed you and hypnotized you and said every step is orgasmic, and you came every 5 feet or leg shook or whatever, and a smile on your face, if it was utopia, you're not noticing the climb. So don't concentrate on, I need 7,542. Don't do that. That will fuck you up. All you gotta do every week, pick a mark on the wall. Okay, every week we're gonna do this. And I don't know if you caught it, but when we had Tux in there, you heard both Gambit and I go, I got us a tune. How did we know? We got the exotic cache, and you'll have a banner go across the top of your screen that'll say project finished. So every week we get the 30 floors. Boom, there's an exotic cache. The second you hit that cache, you switch to another. Well, no. The second you get awarded that cache, you flip tunes and do it again. So like I have one day I knock out all the floors. I have one day I turn in all the submissions for the requisition, and then if we can get Gambit, Tux, and I all in at the same time, apparently I thought Tux knew what we were doing, but there's a reason why you'll see Gambit and I will beat it to our reload again, and you'll see why our guys look so drastically different. We're not playing dress up. Each one of our tunes looks different. Like I have 3 males and a female, right? So it's, hey, if I know we got a good crew and we're gonna knock these out, hey, who wants to do legendaries with me? And if the answer's no, hey, I'll see you in 2 hours, because this is what I'm doing right now. So if you have a crew that will run, it's a habit just like anything else. After like the 3rd week of you doing it, you're gonna do it and you're gonna forget it's great. It's hey, this is what I'm doing today. Hopefully I didn't make that super annoying. That was the best.
But it is daunting either way. I mean, your farming is about as efficient as anybody in the whole game is, and it's still gonna take weeks, months. Right. I don't know. But a long time. It depends on how many things you're ambitious to upgrade.
So what?
But I'll probably pick 1 or 2 items, and I think I'll rest. I think I'll literally rest just 1 or 2 items, and I'll pull those to level 20. I have a big feeling they're gonna nerf it. So I really do. I really think this is no way they're gonna leave it like that. It's only for the hardcore grinders. I'm telling you, like Gambit and Reaper are insane. 1,000 red stars in a week, and they'll barely be able to take one weapon down with that.
Yeah.
That's insane. I mean, that's insane for the rest of the. I'm not saying for them. It's not insane for them. I'm saying it's insane for the rest of the community who can't do that, who doesn't do that, who doesn't know how to do that, will never do it. You're never gonna get your items level 20. More than 1 or 2 items,
So,
you know,
yeah.
it's just like it's gonna take
So
too
you see the
long,
comment.
and then you're just gonna be like, fuck it, you get demoralized, you know, and so they can't have that. They need some people to buy into the system.
So
It's gotta be at a more reasonable rate. And floor 10 shouldn't be the answer, and it is.
so
Floor 10's the answer. It's not supposed to be, you
right.
know.
It's not supposed to be. But
use it
again,
to your
you can
advantage,
learn the
but I'm
rules
saying,
of the
like,
game.
You know,
And
but
then
it's just
utilize
like you're
them,
supposed to.
or-
It's intended for you to play the game, level up, get good gear, get exotics, cash in on it. It's not supposed to be easy, but it's supposed to be achievable. You know what I mean? And it's just like, but unless their intention is,
Right.
the whole point of the expertise system is to upgrade 1 or 2 things, and that's it. That might be their intentions, and if so, then it's working perfectly. You know, it's going to be really hard. It's going to be a big grind, but it is achievable to upgrade 1 or 2 things. And then beyond that, it's going to, you know, it's a forever grind, basically, because you go, all of a sudden, you're going to go from level 20 to all the possibility. The cap is now level 21. The cap is now level 25. The cap is now level 30. And you're back to that same old grind, except now it's more exotics. You know what I mean? So, and you're like, oh shit, but what about my other 999 weapons that I was wanting to upgrade? I didn't even get to those. And now the weapon that I just upgraded is now to level 30 for the cap. And now, you know, so I have to go back to that before I can get to the other ones. And then it's just like this endless loop. I don't, you know, it demoralizes me. You know, and so I think that's got to be addressed. But either way, the most efficient way is like you got these events and take advantage of what you can now. Not much else to it. Even if you're, you know, even if you don't have a floor 10 crew,
Yeah.
at least do the events. If you can't do floor 10, then just do the events.
So just to address 2 things. So I'm now scrolling through while you're talking. Okay, Juan, who are you saying should run for president?
No, it was
are you
you.
talking about me, or are you talking about Tux? Or are you talking about somebody else? You guys talking? Oh,
I can't
don't know
remember
what
as
we were
well.
saying when you said that, but thank you. And 2, I won't say your name, but hey, if you want to know how I got my shade level, I'll jump in part. I'll explain it to you. But no, you're wrong. That's not how I got this level. In fact, Tux on several different videos has explained exactly how we did it. I will send you video proof of how we did it, and I got about 30,000 shade levels out of it. So what you're saying, how I did, that's not what I did. But if you want to know, ask me, I'll tell you. But don't make assumptions. So what are the next questions? Since you know what this feels like? This feels like we have our own talk show.
Yeah, but we got to cut our responses down to like
the
30 seconds.
We're missing cookies and shit. Yeah. I wish you know what would be cool though. I just thought of this that's exactly what you should fucking do. Like maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks, like have, whether you want to put your face on the camera or not, we should have like an open, like not fucking whatever, like not the Arsenio Hall show, but we could call it like the Bandidos, whatever. And and you should open it up for like an hour, for not infinitely, but like say for an hour, 1 day a week for an hour, 2 hours max. While we're playing, it's free, it's romper room. They can ask any again according to the game, not goofy, not personal question, but yeah, absolutely right. Because here's the thing: everybody that you're choosing to answer the questions now, that would be amazing. You know how many players would? Oh my God, I can pick your brain. If like just a mark it on the wall where we go, hey, on Wednesdays or at blah 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 from this time to from 6 to 8 or blah blah blah. Like 3 of us will play, so we are doing our thing, but we have one person read off the question, or they could say, well, this question's for Gambit, or this question's only for Tux, right? Hey, don't let Reaper talk, he's fucking talks too long. But they can ask any fucking question they want, no limit. Like, so it's not you're restricted to one. So OG could get up and ask 2 questions, but Grumpy 1 2 3 4 5 can ask 20, right? I can't ask 20 in a row, but I mean, I'm telling you what, that would. I'm just scrolling through these hundreds of fucking questions. I'm like, holy shit, man. I mean, there's a lot of. Again, you should feel good that this many people are trusting you to ask, and two, it goes right back to. I hate to say this, but it is the truth. The shit that you hear Tux and I talking about, this is what your clan commander's part of 1,000 pieces of that. That's what he's for. You're supposed to be getting answers from him. And if he doesn't know it, he needs to go get it and then give it, he or she, and then give it to you, right? That's what the leadership's supposed to be doing. But, hey, again, it goes back to the Michael Jordan thing. Do I want to ask the dude that maybe I don't get along, or do I want to ask Tuxedo? Well, fuck, if he's going to answer my questions, I'm absolutely going to get in line and fucking ask Tux a question, right? So, I mean, just food for thought. I mean, you could put a poll up or something. I bet you'd be shocked at how many people will like click yes. That yes, if you did that 2 hours a week, I'd be there with my popcorn. I don't know anybody else that does that shit.
Yeah, it's always worth a shot.
I mean, it's just, you know, like you said, it's one more thing, right? I mean, and you wouldn't be bored. You would still be playing if we were doing the legendary. Like, for example, while we're doing the legendaries to get our 4 caches, hey, for 2 hours while we're doing this, because the 3 of us can do this without calling stuff out, because, you know, because we do that. I mean, if we're talking about wives and kids, we can answer questions and just like, hey, between each stage, stop, look down. All right, what question? Oh, this one's for Gambit. And you just read it all. And then we let Gambit answer the question until he's done. And then when the next question, I bet you'd probably be completely shocked at how many people would absolutely love to do that. Now, again, do you want to do it? But I think you'd be pretty. I think you'd be shocked at how many people would actually really get a lot.
I mean, it's basically what we do, though. I mean, I answer questions all day long.
Yeah. Well, but okay, so say
yeah, like Vibe does a good series. Right?
Let's say
where he'd bring on guests. He brings on guest people and gets different perspectives on this. Basically, the same questions, right? I mean, we rarely see new questions around here. It's always the same questions posed by different people at different times, which brings in a new context sometimes. But which is good, right? You might see different answers from different people, which is what we like. And then you take it away and make your own decisions. But so it was, I think, from there, see me scrolling 2 questions. It said, what's the minimum message do you suggest to be able to challenge speedrun leaderboards? I mean, we carried, we didn't carry, but we had a player that was under 1,000, and
oh shit, he was under.
Yeah, maybe, but he was under 1,000, and he held his own. But it is more difficult, right? It is. So you know, generally, it's not so much the SHD as it is the player's experience. See me scrolling, and so I say like level 1,000, just to put a number out there, like level 1,000 is a fair number, not because of the watch level so much, although the watch is going to help you have more damage, more crits, more whatever, so your build is optimized. But also it takes time to really understand a legendary. Like that's the situational awareness that you earn. So you might bring great situational awareness to a team, but you still have to earn the knowledge of the checkpoint. You know, where the chungas come out, when the helicopter comes, who not to kill, who you're supposed to kill first. So that stuff is got to be learned, and you got to, you know, climb those greasy rungs in order to learn it sometimes, you know what I mean? And so like, I mean, like when I was solo legendary and like I ran the first part of District Union Arena like 100 times and died like a bazillion times just on the first checkpoint, trying to figure out who my priorities were, where was the best cover and whatever. And so, and you can take some, you know, the shortcuts are to watch other, obviously YouTube videos and watch other people and kind of pay attention to the small details on where they're covering and how they're shooting and who they're shooting first and try to figure out why that is. But anyways, so that's why I say 1,000. It's not because of the watch really, although again, that's going to help your build perform at its peak, but it's more about, you know, you need to make sure you know all the checkpoints and where the best cover is. And that's, you can only get that by playing. You know, watching will help. Obviously a video, but playing is really what it's going to come down to. So you can kind of get a feeling of what the time to kill is on an elite chunga. What's the time to kill on an elite chunga with this build? You got to know that. You got to feel it. You know what I mean? Nobody can tell it to you. So that's what tells you, like, I can back off, I can push. You know, I can flank, I can play out of cover, I have to be playing in cover. Like that's the game experience. So if you got a watch less than 1,000, like you probably don't know your enemy archetypes at all yet, right? Like how many grenades to the face that you can take from an elite versus a non-elite versus a veteran, or whatever, you know. So that stuff is only time in the game, and probably. I mean, I bet you most people have that knowledge. Probably, you know, like a savvier player probably have that knowledge by about 600 on their watch, just to throw a number out there. And so it just depends on how savvy you are from you. But my recommendation is probably 1,000, just to not know your experience or anything like that. But you're obviously ambitious, so that's good. So I would spend that 1,000, you know, optimizing my gameplay. Probably in the legendary arena. That's tough. So.
Yeah.
But good ambitions for sure.
Yeah, no, that was a good question. And again, there are exceptions to every rule. Some people pick this up, especially because it's old. You could have watched speedrun videos for the past 6 months and just bought the game yesterday. Well, you know, it's the same thing as poker players in the way back day and poker players now. Fuck, there's an app on your fucking iPad. You can get 2,000 or 3,000 hands in 2 hours, as opposed to the only way you'd learn how to play poker, you know, in the cowboy days was you had to put your money on the table and figure it out yourself. So yeah, there's exception to rules, but I hope what you caught in there, what Tux said, I hope what you caught was it's not you being able to do it successfully, it's the best return on investment for your time. And so we used to get in this argument with people all the time with raids, and I used to be super heavy raider. I used to get like 25 to 35 clears a day, and we got an argument with other people in our own clan about this all the time. Was, you know, God, why do you this? Well, when the watch came out, if I thought it was obvious, but apparently it wasn't. When the watch came out, it wasn't the number next to your name. We didn't give a shit about the number next to your name. It was, if your watch was maxed out, you got 20% damage, you got 10% crit hit chance, you got blah. You start thinking about how well your build works now, and you were one little hiccup from being fantastic. Well, that was the equalizer, right? And so this is what I tell the dudes in the people in my clan is, as grind your ass off, but grind fun. If you enjoy running missions, if you enjoy blah, 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 don't worry about running the raid. Once you get to 1,000, you can raid your brain out. You can grind you do whatever. But it's like the story about the tortoise and the hare, right? It's slow, smooth as fast. Yeah, I got it. You're super energetic. However, in the long run, the faster you get your watch to 1,000, the return on investment, when you hit 1,000, you can now do any fucking thing you want. As opposed to, let's say, not because of your ability as a player, but because of the ability of your build, because you don't have the perks we have, being a max watch, you are now always in an even more disadvantage than you already are. And let's say, okay, so super fast guys don't want to play with you. They don't know you, they're just judging your watch. So you're playing with dudes who are worse than you. And instead of us doing, Roosevelt in 30 minutes, it takes you an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's 2 hours of shade experience you didn't earn. You only get that one little banner of experience. If you've ever watched it, you don't get XP. It is not worth the XP to do the strongholds. You do that for pride, you do it for the exotics, blah, 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 but you could run heroic 3 times, you could run challenging 6 or 8 times, and you literally get 7 to 10 times the XP running it, 6, 8 times on challenging while you're watching the stream of us do it, right? So everything Tuck said was absolutely spot on, and the implied task, as you will, is get your watch to 1,000. Not that you, the player, aren't good enough, but you're being held back because you're not getting the benefits the rest of you're not getting the health bump, you're not getting the health, armor, chance, you're not getting the skill, you're not getting all the things that we have. You're at a disadvantage already just because your watch isn't leveled up. But yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for asking.
Yeah,
great.
and it's more the watch is just a way to measure experience, but it doesn't dictate that you can or cannot take on a legendary, as you guys are mentioning. But if you notice, if his question is specifically, he wants to take on the leaderboards. So everybody on the leaderboards has a watch, and I'm sure their watches are over 1,000. And so we are addressing his question specifically. I know you guys are saying, oh, you don't need a watch. The watches are bonuses. No, but he said specifically, it's not about doing legendaries. He wants to speed run them, and he wants to take on the leaderboards.
Yeah.
Okay, the speed run leaderboards. So watch is going to matter in that situation. And so I think I phrased it nicely by saying that 1,000 at least, right? You know, because at 1,000 at least, where the reality is it's probably much higher for the average player. It's probably like 3,000 watch, you know, or something like that, because it's experience we're talking about here. But once you get 1,000, at least your build is at par with the leaderboards. Where you're talking about leaderboards, that you're talking this person possibly can aspire to being #1 speedrunner for District Union Arena, for Capitol Building. I don't know, see me scrolling. He could be. He might be a legendary speedrunner on other games and be really good at it, and just bought Division 2 today and says, I want to be just as good as I would as at these other games.
Right.
Yeah. And so there's some guys with 20,000 watches, 10,000 watch.
That's their thing.
And they're speedrunning. So that's his competition. So his watch is going to matter because his competition has a watch, let's just say, greater than 1,000. But it's absolutely not needed to speedrun or to do a legendary. But if he wants to get on the boards, if he wants to compete, then he's going to need a watch over 1,000. So. Yeah, 700 is pretty good though. But like I said, like we've picked up we got a guy, OG Dancing Bear. Like he jumped in on this. We were literally as part of that legendary speedruns. Now we're on the board on speedrun.com like rank 20 or something like that, rank 15 or 25, something like that, something like that. Doesn't even matter.
In the world?
Yeah, and we're not trying to break records, but my point is like, you know, he was I'm pretty sure he was somewhere between around 650, 700 when he started speedrunning with us. We're casual speedrunners. We're not trying to break records. And we're not even speedrunners. I wouldn't even call us that. And he held up with this really well. You know what I mean? He did his job. And so some of that, and so he's a quick learner, right?
Oh yeah.
I think that's what it takes. Yeah. And you know.
Okay, great. Next question. I like this. This is great. Fuck, I wish I had you when I first started playing.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's different perspectives. I think that, you know, like, there's some forums like this, like, You Know The Vibes, I think, does a really good job of it. I like You Know The Vibes, you know what I mean? I like his format. I think he's always laid back, and the PvP community is split on him, and, you know, I feel bad for him, because it's like, he's attacked so much, damn PvP.
Oh, I tell you what. I tell you what. Oh, he does. And you know what the thing is? I love, I'm telling you, I've seen a few videos, and he shows his face, right? So you can't hide your facial twigs. And he does not, it's not, I'm smiling because I'm on camera. He's got a great personality. Yep, because you could tell he's learned.
Yeah.
The guys talking shit, wish they were me. Like, he doesn't take it personal. Yes, please give me the hate. Give me more hate. Because it's one of those, as you spitting shit at me lets me know, whether you admit or not, you are jealous. Because those dudes that were like talking,
they're still talking shit to you.
I can't remember what country they were, and they're still as he's thumping them with a smile on his face. He's got a great attitude. Yes, yeah. Now he's one of those dudes. I'll endorse all that. Good dude, cares about the community. He's on. Yeah, it's not a me parade. He's not peacocking. It's not, hey, I'm a god, bow down to me. I'm starting to call. It's, hey, let me show you how to do this. It was hard for me, and then I figured this out. Let me show you. Shit like that.
But it goes back to our original question. Like, right? So I went back and we got sidetracked back in DOA, like in the middle when we were in the garage. So I asked the question, like, how do we fix this game? And it's actually the community that plagues this game. How do we fix that? And you know that, guys. So like, I create a sort of a safe haven, so to speak, for the community because there's so much toxicity in this game, and there's and I think it does have to go from the leadership, but basically we need more influencers, internal influencers inside Massive, and then external influencers out here inside the game and on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, like how do you say, like deprogramming people or shifting. We need we're talking hundreds, and so 5 to 10 people like me and Vibes and Nothing But Skills and the Kamikazes and the Lieutenant Light Buzz years or whatever, like that's not enough. It's not enough. You know what I mean? It is not enough. We need to drive because you need influencers to bring more people. And so I was trying to ask Reaper here, like, when you find a new game, how do you find out more about it and whether you're going to want to buy it, right? And so, and I think his answer led back to influencers, right? So he goes to Reddit. So that's his social media platform. On Reddit are influencers that help him, that point him to the right direction, right? And say, oh, go watch this person's video or go check out this. And then ultimately he comes up to his own decision. And so I think that this game needs more influencers, and we need to influence the internal community that's already here, and it's probably going to be a shakeup a little bit. Maybe some of these old school, the people that don't want to let go into that there's only one build in this game and that's the build you should run and everything else is ridiculous. That needs to be shaken up, that type of mentality, right? And so we need to be open to the possibilities of something else can be great. You know what I mean? Or this game can be better. Yeah. And then, and then we need influencers to draw in more people. How are we going to draw in more people if the only people we have creating videos right now are guys that are talking shit about the other YouTubers? Because that's what you got, right? That's your fucking good. You got 10 content creators out there at max. You know the list. You know who they are. They're the ones that always show up on YouTube and Twitch. You got like 10 of those guys, right? And then that are actually, pumping content on a regular basis. And then you got another 100 content creators who don't call themselves content creators, who create content about other content creators, talking shit about them. And that's all they do. They call YouTubers liars, and they go into testing range and never get out of the testing range and put up calculators and call everybody liars and shit like that. Like, who wants to join that fucking community? Not me.
Exactly.
So so think of the influence. You got 10 content creators out there pumping content to the community, and then a vastly outnumbered 150 other content creators who don't like content creators, who are actually putting out content and who really are content creators, creating content about other content creators, saying their shit, this game is shit, all builds have been done. If you're watching this video, don't come to the Division 2. That's your influence. That's what we're working with. And that's a plague to this game. And if we continue to support that, the game is going to be dead. Forget it. The devs can't do shit. You know why? Because they don't have any fucking influencers.
Right.
The people that are keeping the game alive are the people like
the ground.
Whether you like them or not, okay? It doesn't matter whether you like them or not. I'm not saying you have to like these guys, but you have the Sergeant Greybeards, the Lieutenant Buzz Lightyear, you have Nothing But Skills, the Vibes, the Kamikazes, obviously myself, other people like this. We are creating enough content to create awareness of the game, right? And some of these guys have the knack to also do that, to earn a following, right? But when you join a game or you start searching inside YouTube, you'll realize that there's not a lot of them. So you're going to start coming across these other smaller guys. And you're going to start watching their videos too. And then you see all this negativity. And then it's like, I wouldn't buy the game if I saw that. I was like, oh, this is a really toxic game. The PvP, everybody said, I love PvP. You guys know me as a PvE guy. I love PvP. That's all I played. Right. I left the Division 2 so that I can go back to Battlefield 4 and play nothing but PvP. Think about that. And so, and I'm here. Yeah. I've abandoned all other games, including the new Battlefield. I bought Elden Ring. I haven't even opened it. I haven't even turned it on, that game. And I haven't logged in, created a character or anything. And I spent the money on it. And so, and I'm a PvP. I love PvP. I love sniping from 1,000 yards. I love running a gun or whatever. And I'm here playing the Division 2 PvE. And that's what you know me for, right? And that's like, and I love this game that much, is that good that I'm not willing to go to many of those other games, right? Just because I know that this game's got a lot of potential, and so do the devs, so do their investors. Now, what the people that don't know it is the rest of the community. The rest of the gamers out there don't know this game, right? And so every day, luckily, we pick up a few new people who come in here and say, hey, I'm new, what should I do? And so you can see, but they're trickling in, you know what I mean? The devs, they need to, their ideas about, oh, we need to put out new content. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. That'll draw some new people. But when they get here and then they join in and they're like, hi guys, I'm new to the Division 2. I heard you guys got this new content about the game. It sounds pretty cool, looks cool. And they're like, yeah, the game's dead. The devs suck. We have no replayable content. You're too fucking late. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's only one build. If you're not running this, there's raids, you're not invited. There's legendaries, you're not invited. You know what I mean? It's just like, fuck. You know what I mean?
Oh, exactly. Oh shit, if I was a dev now, I wouldn't want to tell you anything, because no matter what I say, you're gonna bash shit out of me. So I'll just do it and drop it. I don't want to tell you about it, because no matter what I do, you're gonna critique the shit out of me.
Yeah. And it's just like, and so I'm not saying that we have to have this perfect community, and, you know, that we're in Elysium and everything's gonna be fucking perfect. No, I mean, not at all. Like, not at all. You know, every community is, the internet is a real living beast, and there's all sorts of plagues throughout the internet, and we're gonna get some of that, right? I mean, but I'm saying we're extremely lopsided in this game. And so, yeah, I think that's, you know, it's gonna have to come from the top down. We needed, I mean, I wish we were there and talking to the devs' ears, but we don't have as much as influence on them as I wish we did. And I'm sorry to say that the developer, Massive, doesn't even have influence on the game as much as they do. They're being directed. I mean, they were abandoned the game, they lost all their developers, and then they were told that they needed to support the game, and then they didn't have any developers. You know what I mean? And it's just like, fuck, you know. And so it's up to us. It's up to you and me, people. And you know what I mean? And it's just like, it's gonna take some time, and it's just gonna be, and we have to drive energy in this game, because that's gonna drive hopefully profits in the end, and which is all gonna lead to more developers, which is gonna lead to more support. And it's grassroots. It's grassroots. And hopefully one day the devs wake up and say, hey, you know, maybe we should do more things to support these. Like, here's an example of a way to support the content creators, where they did the Twitch drops. You know what I mean? So they did the Twitch drops when they released season 9. That's exactly the type of shit they need to do. They need to do more of that, so that they can get flock people to listening to more of these more content creators. And we need to invite. Nobody wants to cover this fucking game. No, we lose more content creators than we win. We've lost some big content creators, whether you realize it or not. I'm not gonna say who we lost, because they might not have admitted to leaving, but we've lost big content creators. Like, so some of you guys might even call them your favorites, and they don't cover the game anymore at all. Zero videos, zero. Every now and again, maybe they put a post about something that's happened, but it's in the feed. It's not even a video. You know, and they've been driven out of the game mostly by the community, not by other content creators, not even by the devs. They were driven out by the community, you know. And because the community has this is plagued with this certain type of person that seems to be resilient and hates this game but won't fucking leave. You know what I mean? It's like you hate this game and you won't leave. It's like the people that hate PvP. They fucking hate it, and they play it every single day. I don't get that, you know. I don't get that. But if you hate the Division 2,
I mean, if that pissed me off,
if you think there's no builds and there's no more builds and there's no more builds in this game, why are you here? Leave. There's my invitation, because it's just like, I mean, I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm really not. Like, honestly, let me tell you, and that's what I mean. It's because they know they're wrong. The reality is they know they're wrong, and maybe they'll admit it or not. But if I honestly believed that every build was done in this game, and there are no more new builds yet to be discovered, and this is a guy that creates 4 builds a fucking day, right? And I've been playing since day 1. So if I were to honestly believe that there were no more builds in this game, I don't know what would be keeping me here either. And so I'm saying I would have left. I would have quit this game.
Damn sure
I'd have
wouldn't
been
be sitting
done.
here 5
We didn't
in the
even have any
morning.
new content. Okay, how long did we go without new content, Reaper? Was that 9 months, 12 months, 14 months?
It's true. How many?
No, it was since COVID, right? So COVID, we had like the perfect storm. They quit.
Right.
They were gonna stop developing this game further. They were gonna stop supporting it, and we got hit by COVID at the same time, and that caused a 12-month delay or 14 months or something like that. I can't remember now. 14 months.
I think it was 14.
So 14 months with no content. The only thing we got were some repeat seasons, partially through that time, not even the whole time, right?
Well, we got super sexy Resident Evil clothes.
And what kept me here? Why didn't I leave? Why didn't I go to Elden Ring? Elden Ring is being called Game of the fucking Year. I mean, people are the shittiest content creators that I know are put out videos and we're getting 200,000 views in an hour. An hour. Okay? So why didn't I go do that? Why didn't I go do that? I bought the game. I owned the game. I could have covered it. But instead, I stayed in the Division 2. But why was I staying in the Division 2? Because I'm passionate about it and I love it? Of course. Don't we all? Is that why you're here? It was the builds, folks. So I had no new missions. I had no new manhunts, no new seasons, no new gear. But there were still a laundry list, more than my imagination could even come up with, of great, excellent builds yet to be discovered, and I knew that, and that's what kept me here. That's what I say. Why do people love this game? One, the development atmosphere, the world, the open world, and two, it's the builds. It really is the builds.
Right.
And so I spent 14 months creating new builds that kept me energized, and then the other part was a little bit of creative gameplay, like let's play Legendary backwards, let's play Legendary forward, let's play Legendary the two of us, let's speedrun Legendary Average Joe style, all that stuff. But at the end, what is that really? That was building, that was builds, that was weapons, builds, loadouts. That's what that was. I was testing the loadout and saying, if this build is so fucking good, I bet you I could run this checkpoint and Legendary from the back forward. I'm gonna run through all the fucking enemies and play backward forward. This build is so fucking good, and I suspect, and so then that's what it was. I suspect these builds are so fucking good that we can squad up and speed run through Legendary, even though we don't even know how to speed run Legendary, and that we can get respectable times, and we did.
And I was absolutely fucking shocked. We did. Oh, I knew we'd finish it.
And guess what, guys? Like, I'm still learning new shit. And I'm no dummy, man. I mean, I analyzed the fuck out of every build that I run, every weapon, why it's not working, and everything. And I'm still learning nuances of this game. There's more nuances than your little brain can fucking hold, promise you. This game is fucking, there's so much in this game, whether it's supposed to be there or not. And so
it's sneaky.
It's just like, you're still learning it. It's just like, so this game has got so much to offer, and I think that's why it's really, really cool. And and obviously the investors and the devs know that, right? And so now they just don't know what to fucking do. They got some corporate mandate, keep the game alive. And you know, the massive is saying, oh God, we need more devs. And they're like, okay, hurry up. And they're like, well,
you don't starve.
And so,
the
but the reality is that they need the, what do you call it? I want to say the universe, the sphere of support. There's a word for it in logistics. I'm not coming up with it, but yeah, basically like a supply chain. But you need a supply chain of support to drive the growth, because you can't just do it by delivering new content. All the delivering the new content is going to do is this, okay? Let me tell you, I can fucking predict it. They're going to drop new content. It's going to bring back all of the old players who quit, who loved the game but said it was dead because they rely on new content. And that's what they do. And I get it. Some people are like that. Like, if it's not a new season, I can go play my other game. If there's not a new mission, I can go play my other game. And when they drop a new mission, I'll come back and play. And so what's going to happen?
Right. Wildlands and Breakpoint are like that. Have legions of fans, but hey.
And so they're going to drop this new content coming up, right? We're going to have new PvE stuff, a new PvE game mode, and they're going to drop it. And all it's going to do, because they haven't set up the infrastructure for growth, all it's going to do is invite all of those old players who are the people we're trying to fucking get rid of. They're all basically, just to be blunt, they're all gonna come back and they're gonna play that game mode, and some of them are gonna say, I fucking hate, 90% of them are gonna say this, it's fucking hate it. It's not replayable. It's too easy.
I hate this.
It's too hard.
Been,
It's too grindy.
It's either
it's
too
not
hard.
replayable. It's not replayable. It's not replayable. And maybe it doesn't matter if they're right.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they're right. But if they, my point is that if we don't have a new energy in this game, a new community, a serious community growth, then we can't get that continuous development. It doesn't matter. Like Countdown, let's just admit it. Countdown has the potential to be amazing if they continue to develop it like they do anything else in this game. Imagine when the Division first dropped, it was like, ooh, this is a really cool atmospheric game, but whatever all your complaints were, there was a laundry list, I'm sure. And they continued to develop it, and they gave us more gear, and they gave us more balancing, and they fixed some bugs. They added more enemies. They extended the map. They introduced legendaries. They put in directives. They created this more dynamic thing. Countdown is supposed to go through those same iterations, right? But if you don't have the community growth to drive, I guess, funding or development or the thumbs up from the corporate dudes up there at Ubisoft, then they're never going to do it. And so all we're seeing is cheap hat tricks and be like, let's try their panic mode, right? Like, we need more growth so that we can continue to develop this game. Well, what's your suggestion? Well, a new game mode, right? But what they're not doing. But what about everything else?
Right.
What about who are the people that actually driving players and new people into this game, right? Who do you guys go to? You go to your influencers. You go to your Reddit, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, whatever.
Yep.
And so basically, I mean, that's what we need. So like, I don't, and that's a journey. That's a journey, but we'll get there.
But it's not a bridge too far. It's going to take, it's work.
No, and I'm more excited about season 10 than any other season we have been delivered. Even more than season 9. And season 9 came with Countdown. Season 10 is going to give us 2 more legendaries. And I know whether you can love those legendaries at first, whether they're buggy or not, who knows, we'll see. But they have the potential to be awesome, right? 2 more legendaries. Very difficult, big maps on those ones. They're basically 2 Roosevelt Islands, right? 2 2 Roosevelt Islands. Yeah, that's right. And so they're potentially big. And I love long content. I love big, massive battles. I love a 3-hour fight if I can get into one. You know what I mean? I like to try to shrink that 3-hour fight into 1 hour, though.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know, but that's there's a lot to get excited about in this game. But I think I guess my point of it all is it does start with the community. We have to build one. We got to support it, and so. Well, look at that. Seymour Scrollin's an ex-community manager. Seymour Scrollin's an ex-community manager.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like Pony Gumma just said, like Pony is saying that, like, he's got a good point. He's like, hey, Countdown was released, it would have encouraged new player growth. That was the idea. That you're right, Pony. That's exactly what they were trying to do. They were like, Countdown gamer. That's exactly. I mean, it's a good. You need that, but you also need the infrastructure to continue that. So it did bring new growth. It did. There were new players that came because they've heard about this game from their buddies who were really into it, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, we got to drive more growth than that. We got massive growth. Well, apparently we met some sort of mark because then they decided year 5. Okay, so they're gonna submit that. Yeah.
They decided, oh shit, yeah, we're gonna keep it alive. Yeah.
Yeah, Daryl, I agree with you. So Daryl says, but if you want to change your playstyle at times, and especially for fun, then there are tons of possibilities. We can't forget about fun in this game too, right? It's supposed to be part of it.
Yeah.
Daryl, so you got a good point. Like, fun is a factor,
fun.
And so And so that's the problem with some of that negativity that we get inside the community. And I bring it up because it is a plague in this community. And it's got to be a grassroots thing. And so I think that's why I like having these havens like Discord or just the stream that you're on right now. That this is basically a safe place, so to speak. that we encourage positivity here, not negativity, and it doesn't mean you can't disagree with me, disagree, but respectfully. That's fair, isn't it? Is it? Respectfully disagree.
I mean, the truth is the truth.
But yeah, tomorrow I gotta mention, guys, real quick, that tomorrow there's gonna be a new build in the morning. First thing in the morning. Yeah, new build in the morning.
Here we go.
Of course, it'll be legendary. So as we transition out of Golden Bullet, a little bit more focus on legendary builds. I'm gonna try to carry the month out to legendary stuff, because we're getting 2 new legendaries, right? So.
Right. Yep. I'm telling you, like, yeah, the one you were messing with the other day, I think there's, and again, we're throwing darts in the dark, right? I don't think it's going to be as much of a brand new build as much as it will be, let's say, 15% adjust XYZ build that you already have. And so think about, instead of one person's build, think about the build, the group dynamic, right? And you hear me talk about this all the time, but I think off the top of my head, in 20 seconds or less, I can name what's the 5 builds that are probably going to be used, right? Now, will they get altered? Yes. They're the same build, it's just be more of this, less of that, right? Kind of like, okay, take the boss on DUA, just, for the same concept, right? I ran Tony Stark Iron Man the whole way, but to when it was just him and we got all the ads away, a technique was, we didn't change the build, we just said, hey, get rid of the drone, all foam, you break. Done. Game over, right? I mean, stick a fork in me, he's done, right? Now, I think it's going to be changes like that. And our experience with that build is more of this, less of this, double this. Okay, we don't need the skill anymore, let's do that. Off the top of my head, I think I named, at least in our group, our community, all the TuxedoBandidos, that I think it's not going to be an overhaul of a brand new builds. I think it's going to be minor adjustments. Especially roles, like percentage of roles, more of this, less of that. Okay, swap this for that role, right? Like, too much PFE, you need more of that, right? Okay, yeah, I know. Perfect example. I know you want to run. I know game over works for the other 3, but for this one, we need at least 2 people running, or 1 person running perfect blend, right? I think the group dynamic is probably going to shake out. I'm not predicting, I'm saying something like this, right? Whereas with the strongholds, right, that we're doing now, it's what are you comfortable with, and we'll pick up the rest of the slack. I think what it'd be more like a drawn out, delayed raid, right? Whereas if there's a build for the raid, and then there's specific, do you have the one shot build? If you're going to kite, you need this. Not, you can't do it, you can't try it if you don't, but like for a specific job, for like perfect example, fucking zoo. The zoo on heroic when they're doing the 10 minutes of dropping the fucking indirect on you, I mean, that'll drive anybody nuts, right? So, hey, immune to hazard or some shit like that, just for that one phase. But I could see, instead of just any one build being created, I think a few tweaks here and there, and what I see more of is, all right, 2 people run booms, one person run boom, 1 person running healer. We need a game over / slaughter and a perfect blend.
Yeah.
Right, and then it's because you're going to need someone to crack. Here's what we know. We know it's going to be white tusk. That we know. Well, what is the pain in the ass with them? The dogs and the chungas, right? All right, so one of the 4 people. Gam and I call it the dog catcher. One of the 4 people, you need fucking a jammer, right? You need jammer pulse, and not any of and this is how we did 4-100. We didn't burden any 1 or 2 players with all the changes for the 500 room, because now you don't have the same build and it's gonna fuck you up. It's each one of the 4, we cross-leveled the requirement. across all 4 players. So we knew we needed a jammer, you needed a foamer, you need this and this, and so each person only needed to do one new thing, right? I see it more like that. Hey, Reaper's gonna run this and Pulse, and then Tux is gonna run Weapon X. He's gonna run, slap everybody, piss everybody off, but he's gonna have the little healer ball behind it, and it's not for him. It's because he's gonna be so far ahead of us. When it squirts and shit, and we're behind him, we can jump into that fog or XYZ ball, shit like that, right? I think, but I don't think it's gonna be like we can't muscle through it like we've been doing the other ones, right? All right, 3 out of the 4, all 4 of us run the same build. I think there's going to be a tactical, especially till we figure the best way. You need a healer.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can't map out, right? Think about Lewis and Clark, right? You can't map the surface area out if you're dead. You gotta stay alive long enough to see what the fucking stages are offering. We don't know what's because we don't know what's coming. Yem and I were talking about this a couple days ago. Is we both while we were talking about, went, shit, do we still have our floor 100 healer build? Because it was not about it wasn't about us. It was just ridiculous heals to the other 3, right? So we're okay. So all right. Now after 5, 6, 10 runs, we don't need a healer because here are your pitfalls. Here are your high value targets, or like the other ones, right? Hey, on this day, the fucking drone control. You got to get the drone controller down, right? Or the grenadier, whatever. So I think a better tactical plan would be, you want to be able to control the room / the battlefield / the zone, right? So we're going to need a healer until we know what's coming. You're going to need at least one strong skill build for drone and turret to crack Chunga. And then I'm going to regret saying this because I want to put the build together, but I'm afraid to, because I'm afraid I won't put game. I'm afraid I'm going to put game over down, but the perfect blend, because your skills are kicking ass and what you're shooting at goes down. It may be 1, it may be 2, but I think I think at least one person does that, right? Because fuckers coming out of the helicopter behind us. Well, we did. How many times did it take us to remember? How many times do you think you ran, DUA before you got? Oh, okay. Was it 1 helicopter or 2 before? Oh shit, that came behind you. Well, it's too late to run away. Now you better turn around and fire and drop what you're shooting at, right? And so the True Blend or the Perfect Blend can do that. We might figure out, okay, True Blend is great. However, for the zoo, it might work great on the zoo, but on Tidal Basin, because we're in closer spaces and it's faster, we won't have the time to set the turret up. We may go back to a Goldie Oldie. We might be Vigilance. 1 person wear Coyotes, Vigilance. You might have 2 shooters, and we got Focus, and you're doing Police M4 with the with the optic, right? I mean, it might be in a situational dependent. We call it in the military, you call it MET-TC, right? It's situational dependent, right? Obviously, everybody who's going to try this, you're no new, slouch, right? You're good at what you do. Now we call it recon by fire, right? You don't know what the fuck's out there. Okay, send so-and-so, all right? And you send them with 10 times the ammo they need. Why? So instead of stepping into that deadfall or that tripwire, it's, well, we're going to shoot 40, 50 yards down there before we get there. If something squeaks, we're going to keep shooting that area. If nothing squeaks, we'll move up 10 meters and shoot farther again, right? So it's like a walking stick when you're going through a pond, right? How deep is it? So the first couple of times, it's just going to be, recon by fire. And then after we can stay alive long enough to see what the fuck the boss fight is, I'm actually surprised we don't have at least 2 fucking data mine. Remember when fucking Iron Ores came out? Like months before it came out, there were EK1 and fucking skills and like 6, 7 dudes were like, and here's the leaked data.
I think it's because they're developing out in Albania. I think that has something to do with it.
I know it. I know it got outsourced.
I think it might be. It might be out of reach now.
But I
don't know though.
I think I have not been this excited since Dark Hours. I wasn't super stoked about Iron Horse, only because the first like month and a half, when Dark Hours came out, when it was a real thing, no shit we could touch. It was super toxic, and people were doing like you were doing shit just to be doing shit, and so the people who were trying to be raid leaders, they eventually quit, but because they were super toxic. But it was they wanted, you know, the character, the stick effect, right? And it was like they expected everybody to play for 8-9 hours a day, you know, 4 days out of the week, and this is all we're doing is raiding. And it got old quick, and you know, he wasn't smart enough to figure out how to put the build together to help us. Now, one, we don't have that problem here, but I was leery when Iron Horse came out because I had a bad taste in my mouth, and I was like, shit, you know, how about we do the seasonal track, and instead of banging my head against the wall, and it wound up working way better for me. Again, it was Gambit and I, and you know, and Wild, you know, 3 or 4 others by herself, right? We didn't have Tux, we didn't have the Bandidos, you didn't have a bunch of people that were willing to like, hey, we'll fucking figure it out, let's go. And when new shit comes out like this, it's again, and you say it a little differently, but I'm saying it, you know, it means the same thing to me, is I'll take the dude I get along with that's not as talented and doesn't have the builds. I could teach a monkey how to put the fucking build together. But over the super arrogant peacock, you know, egotistical shithead that refuses to listen and be a team member. You're just supposed to roll out the red carpet just because don't you know who I am? And when you're trying to figure the shit out, that's all it is. Anybody that shows up the day this, and including both of us here, the day this shit drops, 5 minutes after it comes out and some asshole starts ordering people around, but this is the way, how the fuck do you know? I don't care what your shade level, I don't care if you have a 200,000 watch level, I don't care if you have 5,000 raid players, this isn't that raid. None of us know what's coming, so I'd rather have dudes that we all get along and we're analyzing the situation instead of let's just keep running into the wall. Why? Because that's what we're supposed to do. Well, fuck, somebody's gonna get pissed off and we're gonna quit. So I am pleasantly giddy, but I'm still holding back in reserve because the game's burned me a few times. But I'm pretty sure this is gonna be pretty damn cool. I really do. I think, and I'm again, you know, blindly used. I think this is, if I was them and they're not doing what I think they're doing, I would be afraid to show up to work. I think I'm giving them benefit of the doubt that over COVID and all this other shit, that's exactly what the fuck they were doing. But because of such toxicity, they just wouldn't tell us. And if you think about it, why would you? Because if you let us know the shit was coming 18 months ago, every fucking month, not every quarter, every month, when the fuck's are coming out, you devs are full of shit, you're lying. I wouldn't want to deal with us either. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that this is exactly what they were doing with Red Cloud. They were brainstorming, they were making this a, hey, I don't care who gets the credit, let's all pitch in. I'm hoping they are smart enough to realize the golden goose they have. They realized, hey, we went off the rails. All right, major fucking push. Let's go. The next fucking thing we drop, this better, no excuses. This better be not okay. This better be, we better be seeing tweets all, holy fuck, I love the devs, right? Because if it's not a home run, we failed. Because we've shit the bed too many times.
And we've all been asking for this forever, though. They're delivering, actually. We didn't ask for
forever.
What you call it? Countdown. We didn't ask for that. You know, we've asked it for replayable content, and you know, so that might be it. But we've been, the one thing, I mean, we've been asking for these legendary. How many times did we say, oh man, I wish Tidal Basin was a legendary? You know, doesn't it make sense? How come they can't just make it legendary? It seems so easy. There's already Black Tusk, just make them harder to kill. You know what I mean? Like a little bit, right? It's not that easy. Obviously, it's more
Right. Well, and and here, just summarize, to Scrollin's comment, right, is, you've heard me say it for months. I wouldn't want to fucking deal with us either. Because no matter what we do, we're in your ass. If they give us the best fucking thing on the planet, 2 weeks later, we are fully feeling entitled. Well, where's the next? Shit, man. I don't know about you. I've never been a game developer. But fuck what. For all I know, it should take 5 years to do what they did, and they did it in 18 months. Holy shit, we should be praising them. But I don't know. At the same time, at the end of the day, I think most people forget this is their job. And there is the overwhelming majority of people are trying to crucify. Think about whether your wife is a teacher, lawyer, doctor, whatever she is. Forget your flip out moment. How soul crushing would that be if your wife, if somebody, not someone was having a bitchy day and she said something nasty to your wife and walked off, publicly posted anonymously, because they're not saying their name and their address, but because I'm such a tough guy, I'm gonna just post some dumb shit, and they crucified her. Oh, and by the way, she's not the doctor, she's not the boss, she wasn't the person making the decision, she was just
and do you know how the internet works, you guys? I mean, I don't know if you know how the internet works. Let me just give you a quick one when it comes to Daria and Yannick and all these people, okay, and me and everybody's the same. So you can get 999,000 people saying, "Hey, really good job, appreciate the new content," and then you get one guy coming on here and say, "I wish you weren't so ugly. I would listen to the video more. I would have listened longer if you weren't so ugly."
Yeah.
That one person is all it takes. That's all it takes. You know what I mean? And it's just like,
I've got a book for you. Again, you have to trust me to tell you, your name and address. I will send to you. Shit, what is her name? It's Brienne. I think her name is Brienne Brown.
Oh yeah.
You have Netflix?
Netflix.
I'll send you the thing. I'll send you the thing you should watch. She's the lady I'm talking about. She has a book, and holy fucking shit, she's fucking amazing, and she addresses shit like this. Fortune 500 companies were offering her in the billions to come talk to their CEOs, investors, blah blah blah, right? And give her message, right? And she's all about don't waste fucking time. Like, yeah, I've heard, you got the biggest dick in the world. Oh, you're amazing, blah blah. I've heard it all before, right? So she kind of Miyagi's them in a way, instead of debating or warning, hey, you don't, beware what you wish for. I'm gonna tell you, if you say, hey, how do we fix this? I will tell you if they should fire you. I'll tell you. She doesn't do it like that. What she does is she asks them a question to probe if they're even in the headspace to know how fucked they are. And again, most people don't, but I remember her going through the story was her university that she was a professor at, like she's making millions and millions and millions a year now being a professional speaker. But while she was still a professor, on a fucking whim, she stood up. Someone asked her a question during a town hall meeting. She stood up and gave the answer, and the fucking dean was like, there's a TED Talk. We've been picked to do a TED Talk. You're doing it next month. And her, out of her naivety, okay, she prepared, and she got nominated for like Nobel. It was all, she absolutely fucking, you talk about the right time, the right person at the right time. She's world famous for that hour-long TED Talk she did. She got a 10-book deal, and they're talking about biography, all this other shit, right? Just do the 60-minute TED Talk she did. Do you know the only thing she fucking remembers about that day? She admits this, right? The only thing she remembers about that day is her husband, when she came home, she thought she was on cloud 9. And Brienne Brown, she thought she was on cloud. She did something. She was very terrified about it. She's a fucking amazing speaker. she's one of those people, while she's speaking in a crowd, she's like, do I have a boogie? Is my hair out of place? Oh shit, can they see my bra? Do I have toilet paper stuck in my butt? Like, she's thinking about everything that she's not supposed to be thinking about, right? Because she's not comfortable. She's just fucking great at it. But anyway, she comes home. Her laptop and her tower for their main PC has been moved. She can't find it in the house. All the iPads have been moved. And being very slick, saying, "Hey, honey, let me help you with your bags." He pulled her phone out of her purse, and he had already drawn a bath, etc., etc., etc. Good fucking dude. I mean, that's fucking major points right there.
Oh my god! I was thinking the opposite. I thought you were gonna say something bad. It's like, what's this guy gonna do to her? Is he gonna steal her passwords and hack her fucking shit?
No.
Oh my god.
Right. No. And I can't remember the numbers, but they had ran the numbers, and it was something like 97% of all the comments. These weren't jackass kids. These were fucking doctoral level fucking professors. Some of the greatest minds in the country, if not world, giving her king's praise. But he knew his wife, and there were 10 comments on there. And they weren't in the beginning, or they were sprinkled in between hundreds of comments. He knew which 10 she was going to look at. And he knew it was going to fuck her up. She said she had never battled depression before. And I mean, you are now famous. She was like President Obama called, not his assistant. He called and left a message, blah, 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 like all kinds of crazy shit, right? Like she was the it thing. Like everybody wanted her. And they played the publicist game kind of, oh yeah, she's really busy. She's on the phone. I'll have her call you back. That's what her husband did, knowing his wife, his partner, was like 4 doors down, curled up in the fetal position, has the same sweat she's had on for 3 days, hasn't taken a shower, and like 2 gallons of Haagen-Dazs ice cream, and she's watching Downton Abbey and fucking Bridget Jones' Diary repeatedly because she is crucifying herself over same shit. Oh God, you thought she would have lost 15 pounds before she got on screen. Oh my God, do you hear how annoying her voice is? Do you see how big her teeth are? That's a lot of teeth. Like, it wasn't, hey, you fucking dyke, blah, blah, blah. But it just happened to be all the things she was insecure about. Because she's not like a teeny chick. I think she's like in real life, I think she's like 5'10" or 5'11". So she's not a size 0, right? I mean, she's a big girl. She's a woman. But yeah, and those were the only, she said they actually had to take her to therapy to get her out of that funk. And this is a well-educated person. That's how vicious things are. So yeah, like I said, if see me scrolling, I hope that's correct. He brought that up and said, yeah, you got to remember, guys, this is their job. Like, we don't go to your job and hold fucking pitchforks with a mob saying, hang Tux because he fucked up somebody's gamer tag, or I didn't like your video, so let's publicly humiliate you. What the fuck? And people that make those comments, those are the first people that would piss themselves and try to sue, and oh my God, I'm scarred for life. But yeah, so that's exactly the reason why we need more people like that are having these conversations. This is amazing. And now what's the next step? We need people to grab their balls, grab their boobs, and let's start actually, instead of talking about it, people need to do shit about it. But yeah, you got to start somewhere. But yeah, that was a good point that he or she, because I don't know if See Me Scrolling's a guy or girl, that was a great point that they brought up was, hey, look, I mean, they are busting their ass at their profession just like we do ours. And we don't have the fucking like mafia. We don't have the internet mafia just trying to deconstruct our entire world, just because they didn't like you. So yeah, I think a lot of people, the world would be a completely better place. Not that it's not good, but we need less entitlement. I get to say whatever the fuck I want, and we need more humility. That's an individual. They have red blood. Their heart works just like yours. Please don't shit all over their life. But it takes,
I think that also, people got to step up. The community's got to step up too. So like in that scenario, like I think, I don't know the situation, but it can go over better if that person leaves this nasty comment and then the rest of the crowd pops on that comment and says, hey man, you know, that's really fucked up what you said, and you don't, you know, get off the internet. You don't belong here. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? You need defenders, because it's got to, and that defense can't come from her. It's got to, it should come from the community, you know. And it's a tough place to be. I get that, but.
Oh yeah, and again, do I expect Anonymous to get out here and do the shit? No,
Yeah.
I mean they're dealing with real world shit, but there are a lot of fucking smart dudes, a lot of smart dudes in this fucking community that have a lot of fucking know-how. Not to be anonymous, but they know how to do shit. And if we really got together and we made this a thing, it would not take very much at all to get people like, all right, so instead of bashing the shit out of them, let's stand up and try to protect them, right? I'm not saying lie to them. If they shit the bed, they shit the bed, but hey, if they make a mistake, you don't kick the shit out of them for it, right? And like you said, hey, if you don't like it, if she's annoying you, if you don't like the sound, if you don't like the way she looks, you don't like the way she dressed, get the fuck, Google something else. But don't bring that shit. Don't bring that negative shit here, right? Hey, if you don't like it, get the fuck out. But don't ruin it for everybody else. And for shit, sure, it's just the messenger. Don't destroy her. I know, yeah, I know I'm rough sometimes, but like it's, hey, fuck people. let's. I think we forget that we're all people.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Henry, Yannick's comment, I gotta say, just to close up on that, like his comment was really nice. That's basically what he said. He was like, dude, get off the internet. Like, we don't need you playing the Division 2. He said something like that, you know, in response. You're like, the game won't miss you, is what he said. He said, get off the internet, the game will not miss you, or something like that. Like, the Division 2 will not be, you will not be missed in the Division 2. That was a really good comment, because it's just like, because the reality is, we're not going to get rid of those people. This is amazing reload, by the way. Good times. Are you watching this? Look at that. That's almost a million damage without the memento.
I'm watching
without the memento trophies. That's almost a million damage. And look at this reload. Let's just fucking reload 40 stacks. Obviously, the target's not moving.
What are you doing? Fast hands?
Just perfect fast hands. You know, I've never used this gun, actually. I've never used this. Again, you know, I've been playing this game for number 1, and I've never used good times.
Oh, all kinds of shit.
And I've gotten a million of them. I just usually toss it, but.
Oh yeah, you know what I mean.
I just got a decent one here.
Oh yeah.
And so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna give this a try. I was like, because I recently fell in love with. There's another conversation, and like I recently fell in love with fast hands, and I'm now running it on my Police M4. What?
Right.
Instead of measured?
Right.
What? Instead of strained? Yeah, on my DPS builds, I'm running fast hands. It gives you better DPS, gives you better time to kill. Because it cuts your reload down to basically like a second or something like that. You know. It's insane. It's insane. So you basically, it's like you know, let me just show it, I guess, so you can see. But great if you're like soloing content, especially. I think like if you're soloing legendary or something like that, it'd save your life because it's the reloads that can get you killed more than anything, maybe. Besides explosives, but see that reload? Crazy. That might not be impressive to you out there if you don't really, you know, play into reloads or whatever, but when you're playing Division 2, when you're playing legendaries especially, or solo legendaries, like time is critical. You got like 10 guys jumping over a wall, or the spawn opens and there's 10 guys running out. That 1.5 seconds is the difference of killing like 1 enemy or 3 enemies, basically, assuming you're landing your shots, right? And so it's amazing to have that kind of reload. It turns out to be, and I've done this test on a different stream, so I'm not going to do it today because it takes some rerolls. But just so you know, it turns out to be better DPS than if I was running measured, which is crazy because measured speeds up the gun even faster, right? So, and gives you 30% total weapon damage and all that other fun shit. So it's like, it's fast hands gives you better DPS. It's crazy. You're gonna kill faster with it, but it's something that you should definitely check out for yourself and just pay attention. You know, run it with measured, run something with measured. You know, maybe it's just the beginning of one of these legendaries, and then put on fast hands. Then you got to land your shots. So if you have trouble landing your shots, then you know it might not be for you because you got a crit, right?
Goes back.
You got a crit.
It goes back to Yeah, hey, if you're not landing the shot, I don't care what your damage per bullet is. If you miss,
which is why weapon handling in this game is a factor on, you know, and which is why Striker's great,
Right.
which is why Heartbreaker is
So,
great because it's got weapon handling involved. And
yeah. Well, so there's two stats that I absolutely love that I think most people either don't pay attention to or they don't understand how important it is. And for skill build, it's efficiency / health, like skill health, and then for a DPS build, it's weapon handling. Because it's like 3 or 4 things rolled into one, right? It's accuracy, stability, yada yada yada. Your reload, it's a little bit of everything. Weapon handling is a little bit of a few of those all put together, just like skill efficiency. That's why, hey, there's nothing real sexy about
no, it's not sexy at all, but it's
unless you run 3 visas. Now, when you run 3, yeah, but when you know, there's nothing that jumps out. But hey, run 3 pieces, unless you are blind, you cannot not notice. Holy fuck! What happened to my skill? And I mean, they are all over. They are kicking ass, right?
kind of an interesting thing. I'm gonna try this LMG tomorrow. I think it deserves a run. There's the other one that's got perfect unhinged or whatever. I'm not a big fan of that one. I don't know. I mean, it's basically suggesting you play super tight, right? And sort of kind of almost run and gun with it. And that's
well. So with talents like that, so and do what you want, but here's how I try to even the weapon out, right? So if it's perfect unhinged or perfectly
frenzy.
Oh fuck. If it's
Near
perfect
sight,
unhinged or a perfect near sight, right? So anything that it's a trait, this for that, like quid pro quo, right? Like this for that, receive this at the cost of. So perfect nearsighted, I have glory days every once in a while I like to fuck around with, and it's my backup for a long shot, but it's like, you know, 100% stability at the cost of 35, you know, optimal. Now you're not losing any power. It doesn't say anything about losing power, so that's great. And if you just take a second and think about what you read, we're going to give you 100% stability. You know how much the fucking strike, you know how much the chameleon doesn't move. So this is technically less than that. Well, yeah, but you're taking away 35% optimal, you know, range. Yeah, well, there's a sight that gives you 20 optimal range and an extension that gives you 15. Literally, you're breaking. So it's a gun that gives you 100% stability because 2 mods on the weapon give you 35% plus 35% optimal range. So it's 100% stability because the rest is what, right? And so it's like when it comes to unhinged, right? There are things not necessarily on the weapon, but you build. Like I used to have tons of fucking fun. Like when the Dodge City holster, when you just had to hit Y twice and it would reload all 3 of your weapons. I used to dual wield, primary and secondary. I used to fucking have LMGs, but if they had, but when Frenzy, Unhinged came out, I loved Unhinged. But to make up for that, I had Sawyer's knee pads and or brakes.
Yeah.
And guess what? It felt like an AR. I mean, it was a slower AR. So you went from countering the negative part of Unhinged to it's more stable. It's more stable than some of the ARs. And so, yeah, but I think it was the second or third iteration of them nerfing LMGs. Because LMGs were actually the ass kicker when the game first out. For like first 6 months, LMGs were the king. And then they tried evening it, and they just kept screwing it around until where now it's, unless you have the negative or the GR9, it's just where it's they drastically. They used to only be like 60 to 80 RPMs behind, and now they're hundreds of RPMs behind. But they were hundreds behind, but they still hit like a truck. Well, now they don't hit as hard. I mean, it used to be like 30% extra damage as opposed to an AR. Well, that's worth it going slow. But they've just screwed it too many times, so you needed an unhinged or something like that, right? But unhinged with Sawyer's or unhinged with perfectly braced. I mean, so you're getting all that power and you're negating the negative side effect. That, I mean, again, I wouldn't go into Stronghold with that, but just to fuck around town, just a fun gun to screw around with. that makes LMGs fun. Like in the nearsighted, take that fucker off. Shoot dudes way down the road. They can't even see. Yeah, just screw around. I mean, 100% stability. You don't have to worry about the curvature of the Earth. You don't have to worry about the rotation of the sun. It's hey, shoot, and I mean, you'll hit a guy, and you'll see like the ads get pissed off and start looking around because you're so far away from. They don't. You might as well have a sniper rifle. They don't know where the fuck it came from. Oh, it's hysterical. But yeah, that's fun. That's fun
crazy
shit to run around with.
Right? Like somebody was talking about, like, you know, like you got your other options too, like you mentioned, like Glory Days and the Burnout. The Burnout was really good. Actually, I used to run. I've run the Burnout in raids before. It works really good. Like the Burnout with focus. You know, just because you're dead on balls accurate with that thing, hitting them right between the eyes. Right. Yeah.
So the Burnout or any of that platform, right? I really liked it. PvP, especially when you were like in conflict, when you had when you had small areas, not the open areas, but like if you were in Georgetown or something like that, you know, the FAMAS, I mean, holy shit. In the dark zone it really shined because there was all those alleys and shit, right? But like as certain builds would have, like if it was every round of people, it didn't matter what gun it came out of, if all the rounds hit the same damage, everybody would run a FAMAS or Police M4. But after, like, you know, the last 3 updates, builds have finally caught up. You could run a gun if you want to run, and it'd be just as powerful, more powerful, and I don't have to worry about the weapon walking on me, which is why I run around with the. I give 0 fucks how many people see me run the chameleon, and they're like, "Oh my god, it's a girl gun," and I just killed you 10 times. Now what? I mean, I don't give a shit if it's pink. Did you die? You die. Okay, now say so. You and your big, huge, you know, man cock go walk away, and while you're in the hospital licking your wounds, remember I shot you with a pink gun. Gambit used to go so far. He used to. I can't remember the name of it. I think it was bubblegum or something. The super fucking bright pink weapon skin. He used to put when we would go to the dark zone. He said you'll hear him be grumpy about it, but when we get in the first time someone shoots at us, I mean he's happy. He used to put like that bubblegum super fucking bright pink weapon skin on it. Just I dare you to come down here and shoot at me, and they'd get 50. So we wouldn't be in party with each other. We could hear each other because we're close. If you're not in party with each other, like a close party, you can hear if somebody's close. It's amazing how many people fit around. So you can hear people in the dark zone talking shit. They don't know you can hear them because we're not talking to each other, so they can't hear us. You see that motherfucker? And then, it's that bitch shot me, and that bitch this, that bitch. And the reason that they're saying bitch, they're assuming it's a girl that shot him because it was a pink gun. I'm going to shove that pink gun up their ass. He'll turn the corner, you go, brrr, and they're down, and he'll laugh. He's laughing on the mic as he's running away. He just dropped to it. He does it about 3 or 4 times a year. He'll get a wild hair up his ass and want to go do it. You just drop what you're doing and let's go. Yeah, I guarantee you it will be, if nothing else, you will laugh the whole fucking time. Because I'm telling you, when they see our WhatsApp, like you said, like it's fucking dudes are sending up a bad signal. Let's go get these guys. You guys do realize it's 20 wall versus like 2 or 3 of us. Doesn't matter. You know, like you said, yeah, bitch, I took you 15 times. But yeah, no. Just to make it worse, he complains like he doesn't want to do it. Hey, I'm not the one out there with the red cape waving it at the bull. He's out there with a pink fucking gun. Like, I dare you to shoot at me. But yeah, no, it's fun. We gotta do that every once in a while.
I'm just looking at this Police and 4 versus FAMAS. It's been a long time since I've run the FAMAS, you know, like a long time. And it's like, and I love the handling of Police and 4. I'm accustomed to it, but the FAMAS is actually feeling pretty good. Now my Police and 4 looks stronger because I got it level 9 expertise, but I think the FAMAS is supposed to be the FAMAS is supposed to be less, isn't it? Because it's got a higher RPM. Yeah, so it should be less.
Because the size of higher RPM, yep.
but it feels pretty good. It's got a little bit of a, so yeah, that's a Tomas. It actually shoots a little smoother. Like if there's a rumble in the recoil on this thing that gets me to go in a circle. I'm trying to acquire a distant target. That's 25 meters, so that's not far. But if you look at the stats down here, I mean, the police M4 on the left is a little better accuracy and handling, but I like to look at like the first part of the mag, like how many bullets leave my mag before I gain control, you know, sort of control at this distance, right? And so it's actually right there, as you can see, like I had control like after like less than 10, I think. Yeah,
right.
now watch
the
this.
Bloom,
Okay, let's see this one.
shrinks up. Yeah.
So, I mean, if there's a difference, it's really hard to tell, and I think that's my point. It's equal. It might be equal. It might be closer than I remember them being as far as handling.
See me scrolling past, and sorry, Tux. Did you answer her question about the mortar build, and she missed it, or?
I don't remember the mortar build question. How do you make a good mortar build? Oh, maybe I didn't get that. Now that I remember, let me scroll up. Let's see. Who was in it? Was it? Do you remember the name of the person that said it or asked the question? I don't remember. It was a bunch of questions that were coming out. We're kind of stacking up. I was way back when, because then we started talking about developers. So this is way before all of that question. I remember there's somebody asking about something related to mortars. I'm scrolling for that question. Yeah, I can't scroll up anymore, so I lost it. I think the question was, how do you create a good mortar build? And so, oh, I thought it was somebody else seeing me scrolling. I thought it was somebody else that was asked that question. I thought it was somebody else. But I do have the answer. It's actually a pretty simple equation. So the strongest mortar build is 2-piece Grupo, 1-piece China, Demolitionist, obviously you have to. So, and then 3-piece Empress. Am I remembering that right? And then I'm doing this off of memory because we did a bunch of testing on that build. And Reaper, I can't remember if you were there or not when we were doing that. It was during one of the Hollywood events. Might have been before. But what was really interesting, what I found out, and this is a trick, during testing, we found out that, and somebody in chat helped me discover this too, was that Wyvern, it turned out that Wyvern or China, whatever, not perfect glass cannon. So regular glass cannon and the skill piece is stronger than perfect glass cannon, which was kind of a new for me at that time, because you just kind of make the assumption that in most cases that perfect glass cannon usually wins, that extra 5% amp damage usually wins regardless of anything else. But because you have to run 3 pieces of China, 3 pieces of Empress and 2 pieces of Grupo, you're at 5 pieces there. So your next piece is going to be a China Light, right? Did I say that right? Am I saying 1, 2, 3? Am I counting right? 2-piece Grupo eats up 2 pieces, obviously. So then you got 3-piece Empress. So you're at 5 pieces, and so your 6th piece has to be China Light. So it ends up being China Light with regular glass cannon versus perfect glass cannon on the sacrifice chest piece. Ends up making the stronger build. It's crazy. In the backpack, I think we were running, I think it was combined arms. Now, that is just like pure raw damage. You know what I mean? So there's more to a build than damage. So from there, once you know that is okay, so there's the power, and then you got some other things to work out. Like, as if you, I don't know if you guys saw Gambit's build, but Gambit ran like tech support instead of combined arms, and so once he gets that kill, which is really easy to do with the turret, then it lasts 20 fucking seconds. You don't have to shoot, which he's doing anyways. But the problem with combined arms is that it expires so fast, and you only have X amount of rounds, and so sometimes you could throw out a round without proccing combined arms. You got to fire every 3 seconds, so that's a lot of shooting if you think about it. So tech support can be the smarter way to go depending on your build, and for me it probably is. And I usually go combined arms actually, because I just don't have a lot of tech support laying around, and maybe I can't re-roll the build, but it is hard to aim that turret and be shooting at the same time. You know what I mean? It is. That 3 seconds might go by and you're like, oh shit, I forgot to put out a shot, and so you just missed out on 30% skill efficiency on a mortar turret that has, I don't know how many rounds has it got in that thing. I can't remember, but is it 6 or something shots? But if you start rolling other pieces, like if you're gonna roll the waveform or you're gonna run the memento, then you just broke that whole equation up that I just talked about. And so you might run. So if you're gonna run like the waveform, for example, and then you got 2-piece Gruppo, so you're eating up 3 pieces. So the only thing you have left is 3 pieces Empress, right? So you don't even, and then you're like, well, wait a second, I'm missing China Light, right? And China Light's one of the strongest pieces you can have. What's more valuable? Let me ask you this. So these are questions that you have to ask about your build for efficiency purposes, right? What's more valuable on the build? 2 pieces of Gruppo for explosive damage, 15% explosive damage, or 1 piece of China Light for 15% explosive damage? What is better on the build? And sometimes you're faced with those questions. And so if you're going for ultimate strongest, you need both. You need 2 pieces of Gruppo and 1 piece of China. I don't think there's any way around it. I think you have to run those 3 pieces. And so, but if you're gonna run the waveform or you're gonna run the memento, it's gonna force you into a decision, and so which one are you gonna lose? Now the question is, and like if we take Gambit's build into question, it looks like his question was 3-piece Empress or 1-piece China, right? That was his battle, and so he chose 1-piece China, and it must have worked out, I'm assuming. And so and then he put on regular glass cannon and like from the sacrifice, and then a couple other pieces. I can't remember what his build is exactly, but so depending on what else you can break whatever. Usually it's going to be an exotic. Whatever exotic you bring into the build is probably going to break that equation from being the strongest, and then it's going to have this waterfall effect, and you might have to make decisions like, can I even run 2-piece Gruppo, or would I rather have the skill efficiency? Do you think about that? Do you want skill efficiency? And I'm not saying there's a right answer here, but maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But like, skill efficiency brings you health, haste, duration. So haste, duration. Do you want duration on your artillery turret? Do you need it? Or you're usually exhausting all your rounds, and then you have to break, it breaks itself after you run out of ammo. So there's all these little nuances. So it's not always the same, I guess is my point. Like, we say 3-piece Empress is amazing, and it is. It doesn't look sexy, as Reaper said earlier, but it's really vital for skills, especially those ones that are weak, like a standard turret or a drone. They get shot down a lot. So I don't know, so what I mean? So, but that's your basic equation, and from there it breaks. You can break it depending on what else you can run. If you run a memento, then you're making choices. And some of those choices are good, depending on how you use the turret. So I don't like the strongest. I don't like the strongest artillery build in the game. I think it's not practical to use. And then what I'm talking about is combined arms on your backpack. And again, I don't use artillery turret a lot, but for me, it's kind of hard to shoot and be aiming at artillery turret and launch it at the same time and actually hit a fucking target that's ducking and rolling and they're everywhere. And some people, but once practice is perfect, so once you get practice with that artillery turret, you're gonna be amazing with it, I'm sure. I used to use it, actually, I think it was my first skill build was an artillery turret. I loved it, and it was all I used. I was blowing shit up. It was amazing. That was like 16 years ago, though. You know what I mean? And so now I'm like really rusty with it. You should see me use the fire turret. I mean, talk about. I mean, I can't even set that thing to. I don't even know how it works. Like, how do I get it to point at the right door or whatever? I'll set it down thinking I got it in the right direction, and it's like shooting sideways and shit at me. I mean, and I was like, and then it like discourages me. I'm like, I'm not even gonna use that skill ever again. One day I'll pick it back up. But anyways, explosive damage is what you're after, right? So that tells you a lot. There's only two pieces that really give it to you. One is China, and then you got Grupo. Anything else outside of that is going to be skill damage. And so Wyvern, 2 pieces Hannah, 3 pieces 3 pieces Empress, or 2, depending on how you want to go. So there's like, there's only so many pieces that are going to provide you what you need. You basically raw. And so, and then most people put skill haste on theirs because they're also running seekers along the side. But then again, you have some options. If your artillery turret's really strong, you might be killing people so much you're resetting your cooldowns. You know what I mean? So you could play into that more. Or you might say your seekers aren't vital to have really fast cooldowns, and so you can go into status effects and bleed people out. So you got a lot of options there, but the basic one usually has skill haste, and they're usually running seeker mines alongside it. But the Demolisher Firefly is really awesome too. You can break tanks, set them still. You can make Warhounds sit still, so you can hit them directly with the turret, and the Demolisher Firefly also damages them too. So it's that could be fun to run. But Gambit's explosive build, you got to check that one out. It was actually on the stream. He was using a version of one. He's got several versions, but one of them he was using for that. We were farming Legendary Summit Floor 10 on 7 directives, and it was doing pretty good. So it was controlling the crowd and killing them. But I think my favorite one of his is the Bleed. That was the Bleed one is pretty good because I think that was really unusual. Not a lot of people do that. Now it's kind of neat. It really was effective. He'd hit them with the splash damage and cause everybody to bleed, and then he had status effects everywhere and the Vile Mask, and they would all basically bleed to death. And so, but I assume he adjusts based on the different content he's playing, right? So for floor 10, he's not going to run the same build per se, probably because he knows he's going to come up against a lot of Warhounds and tanks, and they don't really bleed that much. Maybe that's the reason, maybe not. I don't know why. Maybe it was for speed, maybe it's for room control because people are running around all over the place, and so maybe he was rolling more into these seeker mines than he does in his other version that has bleed. That would make sense to me. So yeah, Reaper, I like that one too, the Vile and Creeping Death one. Yeah, that's really unusual for an explosive build, just so you know. Like it's sort of obvious because I get it's obvious for a lot of people because you look at the skill and it says, oh, it applies bleed, but nobody ever really on an explosive build rolls into it because we're all really excited about the damage. But the lingering effect of that bleed, it almost saves you ammo. You know what I mean? It saves you ammo. It bleeds them out and it kills them. And then if you're running one of those things on your chest, for example, which is like, what is the one as a tech support? Every 3 kills, or you get a 30% chance of, I don't think I have it on me, a 30% chance of resetting your cooldowns if you kill somebody with a skill, whatever that one is, it's called. So when you hit a red guy, there's a good, and he doesn't die, maybe just takes splash damage, he might bleed out. And so you're just increasing the possibility of people bleeding out and resetting your skills. And that skill is your secondary skill, which would be your seeker mines. And you toss those out, and then more people are bleeding. Now everybody's bleeding all over the place, and you have Creeping Death and bleeding. And so at the very least, even if you're not killing them all, but you're weakening them all, so your team can kill them. And so it's a really good team support build, not to mention actual damage build at the same time, right? So it's a really good build. Yeah, stack as much multiplicative damage as possible. That's not, yeah, very well said, yeah. And then, of course, the weapon he's holding into his hand takes into account. So if you go that way, he preferred a shotgun and basically run a Sweet Dreams, and that was interesting. Because why? Because it's got damage to armor on it, which is helping the bleed, more damage to armor for the bleed. So if you go that route, I suggest you try that. You know, it's a really good build. You know, you'd want the biomask, and as he said, creeping death. You wouldn't have to do creeping death, but give that a try also. The biomask is powered up by status effects, and so you can have that on every piece, and it's also powered up by the larger your explosion. So the double Grupo and the China Light is going to make that biomask really strong. So I don't know. So I don't know, but I think we got our. I can't remember how big our. We tried it both ways. So we tested it on a sticky bomb just because I liked it better to get a max explosive build. So I was using the sticky bomb. I can't remember where we got it. I think it was as high as 23 million on the sticky. Does that sound right, or does that sound too high? We have the stream. I'd have to go back and watch it. I could drop a link. It was for a Hollywood event. I think we did it. Season 8 Hollywood event, not season 9. I'm looking for it right now. But that hosts the build formula, so. And we tried everything, by the way. So we tried perfect glass cannon. We tried it without perfect glass cannon. We tried with 3-piece Empress, without 3-piece Empress. Oh, actually, you know what? I ended up creating a build video off of it. Now that I remember. So there's actual build video on that. Let me grab that link. That'll be the easiest way to... Everything that I said can be visualized. So, how about them apples? Yeah, so it hits over 21 million. Over 21 million with the sticky. Over 21 million with the sticky. Awesome build. Here it is. Good job. Oh yeah, Reaper answered it. Yeah. 21 million sticky. Good memory, Reaper. But you got to have a lot of things. You got to have everything. You got to have everything procced to get that. So that's just potential, you know. And how many times are you gonna hit that 21 million? You know, a couple of times on a control point if you're lucky, and depending on who you're running with and stuff like that. But you know, so you might not ever hit that 21 million, but that's its potential. And then artillery bomb. The mortar is more practical. The reality is the artillery turret is actually more practical than the sticky, right? It doesn't really have a cooldown, and it puts out 7 or 8 shots, and the enemies are just diving all over the place. Where the sticky is a direct hit and all that kind of shit, you know. So I just preferred the sticky bomb, and so that's what we tested it with. You know, and so, but for whatever explosive, it won't really change there. But the only thing that will change on the build is depending on how you're using it, right? Like if you're using it on legendary, you might change everything. You're gonna back out damage for more skill haste or whatever. I don't know. But the one cool thing about it is you don't need skill health to very rarely shoot down that artillery turret. How did I get that thing out? Yeah, John, would you like the FAMAS is smooth? It's been a long time since I ripped out the FAMAS. It's weird. Now that I think about it. It's just like, you know, sometimes you make a decision on a weapon and time flies and then you don't try it again. And then you evolve as a player, right? You evolve as a player and you start using, you know, you decide the assault rifle is great, and then you evolve into different assault rifles. Maybe it's from the CTAR to the Bighorn to the Chameleon to whatever. And then it was a long time ago when you picked up that FAMAS, when you decided that it wasn't for you. And then they, you know, then what's one of the involvements is like, oh, well, you know, I like fast hands, and maybe that was a problem. Or all of a sudden Striker's your favorite build, and that's so much weapon handling with an additional RPM that this thing is basically a CTAR with a scope. You know, but it doesn't feel anything like I remember it. I used to fucking, I swear this thing. Okay, I'm gonna just take off my hand off the joystick, so I'm gonna free shoot. So that's not that bad, right? Up and to the right. It's gonna continue to go. So if I control it, so there's a little bit of an upward lift, but that's pretty tight otherwise. So that's with control. Now if I switch, here's free fire, no control, okay? Shoot, buddy. Oh, I'm out of the circle. Shoot, buddy. I mean, that's a lot easier to control, right? It's just kind of pulls to the right, but it is tighter. So, and then if I control it, I'll put it here. Yeah, it is easier to control at this distance. At this distance. So when an enemy is standing in front of you, this might be the better weapon with less burst damage, but you're landing more shots. That's basically what that's gonna happen. But at distance, it's kind of interesting on how it plays out. And the reason why I'm playing it at distance is because I'm testing for Legendary. The reality is in Legendary, most of the time, the enemies are way the fuck out there like that. They really are. They're running around from me. They're running away. They're running away. They're shooting you from over there. They're shooting you from that distance. And they're fucking hitting you in the forehead, you know. And so you want to return the favor, really. So sometimes, you know, so I'd have to really know, because again, a non-moving target. This is all BS until you get out there. It just kind of gives me an idea. Up and to the right, it does pretty well with control. This one still does better. So I'm gonna know that I have to keep it pulled down a little bit. So that's a little bit better because I compensated. I'm like, okay, it's gonna go up and to the right, so I'm gonna pull down and to the left. Right? And now I'm dead on balls accurate. It looks better than now. Let's pull on the Police of 4. The Police of 4 pulls up and to the right also, more straight over to the right. Not less up, more straight over. It's at an angle, so it looks like it's up to the right. So maybe a little overcompensated. So these two blooms now look very similar. This one's a little tighter, but now what I'm thinking about when I'm at close range here, what I'm thinking about is that Chunga that's standing in front of me, and I'm face tanking him without any armor, and I know I can do it as long as I land my shots. You know what I mean? So as long as I land my shots, but if I'm fucking missing everything at 10 feet out, because there's our assault rifles that do that, right? So on certain assault rifles, maybe say AK or whatever, you know, that target's only 10 feet away, but my bullets are like, I'm trying to get his fucking head and I can't. And that's what the shot looks like, right? And his head is right there. You know what I mean? And so you want it to be like, you want to land, you know, when a target is standing that close to you, you want to land 70%, 80% or something like that. I don't know. No, your average is going to be a lot lower because your targets are really playing at deep distances, so. But I know that there's a lot of these situations where the Chungas, they come around a corner and they're right in your face. And so when I run these AR builds, I want to be able to kill a Chunga standing in front of me for Legendary. Interesting, I'm going to have to give this one a whirl. I probably need a better FAMAS, because I mean, Killer's okay, but with the builds that I run, I'd probably would prefer fast hands like this one, so I'll need a better FAMAS. But does Tux have a new favorite assault rifle coming down the pipeline? Let's see. Does he go full circle back? Actually, I used to use it. I did used to use it back in the day, way back in the day. It's been a long time. I thought it wasn't bad, it wasn't great, but it worked really well, so I would use it. And then I decided the Police of 4 at some point was better, and then the CTAR especially. But the only thing, I would still probably be using CTAR if it wasn't for the fact I couldn't use its scope. So anyways, people, so build is, we have a premiere in the morning, so we'll see you then for that. I appreciate Reaper for kicking it with me tonight, and Gambit for helping us out really earlier with the floor 10. We got tons of shit. I think I got like 60 over 60 shade levels probably with him today, with Reaper and Gambit. Over 60 shade levels just on floor 10. That's pretty good. Just sitting there talking, hanging out, just shooting the guys standing in front of you. So Anyways. Cool, all right. Peace out, everybody. Have a good night.
Tuxedo out.